We are live now. Apurva, you called?
Right?
Yeah,
You can hear me now? You can hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thanks, Neelam. You can hear me. Fine. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Really. Okay. Bless you. Bye. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. I just talked to Mr. Elaparity. Did you get him on?
Yes, sir. I told him. He said he just joined in 2 minutes.
I know. He was also asking how to press. I said, this you press. Okay, did it. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, ma.
There you are. Good.
Hello, ma. Good morning.
Morning,
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good evening, Sanjeev, sir. You're here.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Nice to see you. Oh, Apur was also there. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
How are you? कैसे हैं?
Don't ask questions. That girl helped me a lot.
I think
Good.
we are live. We'll start, sir. I think then
Yes.
because we have a packed program.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I can start.
So people will come and join and then go keep on moving because it's a whole day program.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Kumi,
Okay.
A very good morning to all our esteemed speakers, panelists, guests, and our viewers who have joined us on Zoom and YouTube today. On behalf of the Center for Green Building Materials and Technology, Bengaluru, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to all of you to the CGBMT Foundation Day program. We are delighted to have you all join us as we celebrate 17 years of the completion of CGBMT today. I am architect Apurva Bose-Datta, an author and architectural journalist from Bengaluru, and I'm going to be your MC for today's morning session. I welcome our chief guest for the program, architect Peter Rich, founder and principal architect, Peter Rich Architects from South Africa. I'm also pleased to welcome Dr. Yalappa Reddy, Professor Sanjeev Singh, architect Krishna Rao Jaisim, architect Mohan Rao, Dr. V.S. Prakash, and our guests from KSR DPRU who are here with us to grace the morning session. CGBMT was formally established on 26 April 2004, post 4 years of incessant work on the ground. The organization is the brainchild of architect Neelam Manjunath from Bengaluru, who established it it as an NGO with a mission and commitment to promote a sustainable way of living. CGBMT's endeavors are aligned with tackling environmental issues through eco-education, advocacy, research and development, and on-the-ground community projects. Over its 21 years of persistent dedication to sustainability to create a better world, the organization has taken multiple initiatives towards realization of its goals. Recent initiatives include the launching of a campaign in 2020 titled School of Simple Living, with a goal to spread awareness pertaining to environmental issues. Through the medium of several events in the form of campaigns, talks, webinars, this initiative was conceived to bring on the ground transformational changes to combat the climate crisis and make the world a healthier and happier place to live in. Additionally, an eco-educational talk series on environmental issues aims to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals titled Simple Talks, Sadharan Baatein has also been initiated. It's been a long, noble journey for CGBMT, and I congratulate the organization for being at the forefront for not only increasing the awareness of sustainability, but also defining an ideal approach to it and encouraging everyone to traverse this path of sustainable living. What might be most pertinent to add here is that CGBMT came into being when there was minimal awareness of sustainable buildings, materials, and technologies, and it has continued over these years with persistent efforts, energy, and passion. Before we proceed with the program, I request everyone who has joined us through Zoom to mute themselves and unmute only when they are speaking. This will ensure a seamless flow throughout the program. Thank you for your cooperation. To stay connected with us, please do share your comments and questions on Zoom or on YouTube. The team will be mediating and addressing your questions to the speakers and panelists. Now for the welcome address, it is my pleasure to call upon the CEO, founder, and managing trustee of CGBMT, architect Neelam Manjunath, an architect, planner, scientist, activist, theoretician, and as I recently read somewhere, a title that aptly describes her, the Bamboo Lady of India. Architect Neelam Manjunath, founder of Manasaram Architects in Bengaluru, works towards healing the biosphere and well-being of the society through the use of sustainable materials and technologies with special emphasis on bamboo. Amongst the plethora of important positions, she holds the chair of Karnataka chapter and is a member of the National Governing Council of Bamboo Society of India. She is also an advisor to Karnataka State Bamboo Mission. She was nominated as a World Bamboo Ambassador by the World Bamboo Organization in January 18 and was INBAR Construction Task Force Key Expert for 2020. Her repertoire of global recognitions include the Asadi Vastukala Mahati Award 2020, Arcacia Award for Architecture 2017, Lifetime Contribution to Bamboo Sector at International Bamboo Conclave Bengaluru 2014, nomination for Aga Khan Award for Architecture 2013, and Lafarge Invention Awards 2011. She has 2 graduate degrees of Bachelor's of Science from Agra University and Bachelor's of Architecture from the Government College of Architecture from Lucknow. She has been trained in media architecture and has acquired shared training from Graduate School of Design, Harvard University, and also has a postgraduate diploma in theology from Dayal Bagh University, Agra. Neelam ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Apurva, for the warm welcome and introduction. I think you've already aptly covered some of our visions and things. So it would be my privilege to welcome all of you, all the participants who have joined now and who will be joining through the day to us. And we really thank you for being here to hear about our humble efforts, that we have been trying to do for over 21 years almost. And registered from around 2004, so around 17 years on this day in 2004. So I will start my screen, share screen, and take you through our journey. Yeah. 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 So I will take you briefly through our not the whole journey. That we will be. I'll be very brief about whatever we are trying to do, because we have already spoken about these things before, and you will be seeing them through the day. Various programs and activities that we have been doing, that we will be presenting to you at different points. So today I will just share our vision, our interventions that we have been trying to do, especially in last year, and some of them connected from year before. And we all know the year that was COVID-19. That was the only truth. We had fear, we had loneliness, panic, unemployment, crime, mounting plastic pollution, our PPE, masks. The list is endless. What did we all do actually in 2020? That's a very big question. The most important thing that we did last year was we all survived. And this is probably the emotion or the feeling that most of the people across the globe, without exception, have in their mind, and they're still continuing. It is still not over, as the second wave has taken over again the globe. Second or third wave, we don't know, and how many more waves to come. But this is it was like that last year, and I think it's going to continue for some more time like this. And so it brings us to the question as to what are we actually, or what we can do in this kind of situation, and what CGBMT tried to do. We try to soothe, we try to inform, we try to guide, and we try to heal by giving hope. We formed a multidisciplinary team of experts dedicated to the cause of environmental protection and healing the biosphere to guide CGBMT in its noble endeavor in March 2020. And with this team behind us, we started a year-long campaign, Simple Living, on our 16th Foundation Day, 26 April 2020, to bring awareness to the common man about the why of the situation. I mean, why we are in this kind of situation, though many of the people know about it, but we still, I think we really need to, because our memory is very short. It's so much of media and all other, media and communication bombarding us with so many informations, misinformations, and for TRP and other things, that we actually get lost. So we, in a very simple manner, we wanted to bring about the why of the situation and give some simple, doable solutions for the common man to bring about a large cumulative transformational change, to do something about the situation. And what was our inspiration? What is our muse? Once this Lakota shaman, Wallace Black Elk, was once asked by a sincere young man what we could do to heal the earth. He replied, "We don't have to heal the earth, she can heal herself. All we have to do is to stop making her sick." To this simple truth, I would add that the earth can heal us too. This is by Elliot Cohen from Plant Spirit Medicine. And this is so true. This is really so true. We found it really profound, because everyone keeps talking about let's save the earth. And we have photographs of saving the earth with human hands. We don't need to save the earth. We have to stop interfering with her. And then she will heal us. We have to save ourselves, not the earth. The second thing that came to our mind is, how the scientists think, about the technology. I used to think that the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. And I thought that with 30 years of good science, we could address those problems. But I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. To deal with those, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation. And we scientists don't know how to do that. His word by Gus Speth, I think, is a very profound. In 2011, I was in Helsinki for this World Sustainable Building Conference. I had presented a paper there on housing with bamboo. At the end of the 5-day session, we had around 6, 7 parallel sessions going on for 3 days. And then there was a final concluding session there. And we had representatives from the United Nations, and several of the key world organizations were there. Key environmentalists were there. And one thing that they all came to the conclusion: we don't need technology to solve this problem. We need a paradigm shift. We need a paradigm shift in the thinking of the people. And this, I think, has been an idea that people know, but probably do not want to accept, or people think that why me, somebody else or my neighbor can do that. It's like you want a bus stop near your house, but you don't want in front of your house, you want in the front of the neighbor's house. So this is something like that. You want the problem solved, but you don't want to solve the problem or be part of the solution. This is another by Jane Godball. What you do makes a difference. Everything, every activity that we do makes a difference. So we have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. I think this sketch aptly actually tells us, like what are we really supposed to be doing and how are we supposed to be doing, and what should be the purpose. So unless until we have a purpose and what kind of difference we want to make, unless until we understand that, how do you really go about it? And this was another thing which I thought the point of life was to be happy, help others, and make the world a better place. But we all cannot become teachers. And I thought we have to make people to become their own teachers. They have to look inside them and try to find what they're supposed to do and be honest about it. Because when they are taught by their inner self, then only the transformation will actually happen. And how would that happen? Then I came across this word called, Japanese word called ikigai. This Japanese word compounds two words, iki meaning life, alive, and kai meaning the effect, the result, the fruit, the worth, use, or benefit. And I mean, to arrive at a reason for living or for being alive, a meaning for life. What's something that makes life worth living? It's a realization of what one expects and hopes for in life. Something like what we have to ask this question, something to live for, the joy and goal of living, a life worth living, the happiness and benefit of being alive. I mean, this is something which is so profound and so apt at this time. COVID-19 has made us understand what is important to us, what is the most important thing for which we live, for whom we live, why we live. And this introspection is something that, and with that, it's not that we're just supposed to keep quiet. We also are supposed to earn, we also supposed to do things. So this diagram on the right just shows you that's the ikigai tag. It's a very famous ikigai diagram, which is a flower like when you learn and you discover, you bloom like a flower. You bloom like a flower. So this is like there are four sections here, as you can see. And the bigger cycle, outer cycle, when you see what you are good at, what you love, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. And then you try to cross it with passion, mission, profession, and vocation. And the intersection of this gives you that meaning for life. And this is what from CGBMT School of Simple Living we are trying to promote in some way or the other. And this is what we thought we should present to you, we should share with you our this muse, which has kept us, which has kept the fire in our bellies alive for several years. And this is what will be our inspiration for in the futures to come. With this, I am very proud and honored to present our distinguished advisory committee, Chairman Dr. Yellappa Reddy sir, Jaisim sir, Dr. Nitin Pandit, Advocate Leo Saldana, Dr. V.S. Prakash, A.R. Shivkumar, Architect Professor Anand D.K., Architect Dean D. Cruz, Architect Professor Dr. Sanjeev Singh, and Dr. Jagdish Vengala. And further, J. Rajshekhar, Akanksha Manjunath Swami, Dr. Shobha Reddy, Ms. Sangeeta Agasti, Jwalant Mishra, Ashish Sethia, Shruti Satsangi, Ajay Sandeep, Dr. Jigisha Parekh, and Shatrughan Singh. This is a very multi-dimensional, advisory team and committee that we formed last year, because we understood that life is systemic. We cannot find solutions in isolations. So we have to have a systemic approach, and for which we need a multidisciplinary team. And we have been meeting, they have been guiding us through the year, last year, through the pandemic. We have been in touch, they have been guiding, helping us in carrying out whatever programs that I will be presenting to you now that we have been able to carry out. We started with a social media campaign called Simple Living, which we thought, as you can see, that if we live simply, simplicity and sustainability and spirituality, they're almost like synonyms. If you live simply, you actually are sustainable and you also spiritual. And spiritual does not mean that you're supposed to pray. Spiritual actually means recognizing every human being as your brother, also as a part of equity and entitled to the resources on this earth and our love and our affection. That is what is spirituality for me. And that's what through this campaign we try to say, that simple living for a common man, let's help each and every brothers and sisters of ours in these difficult times. So we did these thematic contents as part of that. We featured personalities who have had very inspiring journeys, because when you tell stories, so one was that we actually put some scientific facts, and then we also added stories to them, because stories are something different from bare scientific facts, and they tell you the individual efforts, individual struggles that they have gone through, which inspires people, and it tells them that, oh, I also can do. And we did some programs which I will again be sharing, and the webinars and interviews that we did with all these personalities who have, and we had these talks which we shared, and I will show you how we do. So these are the posts that we did with different, and our volunteers have been doing wonderful work with all these graphics and content research that we have been doing. As you can see, these are different kinds of posts that we did, and we put it out to people in very simple language with very simple text, and for people to understand about the various facets of the problems that we actually are facing, educating them. Because education, and more education is the only panacea to actually remove all the ills of the society, says one of the revered gurus of Radhaswami faith. And these are the posts that we featured even, as you can see, all the kind of people, from, very, very small innovations. Tulsi Gowda, as you can see here, we have featured all of these people and we have been featuring them over and over again in all their programs through our posts. And at one point of time, it has been now, our Facebook reach has been in 28 days reach that the Facebook gives you, it has reached up to around 60,000 people in approximately a month we have been reaching. Sometimes it has gone down, some of them, but most of the time it has been as high as that. Through our Instagram posts also, we have been trying to reach people and trying to increase our reach through these posts and videos that we have been doing. The simple talks and webinars was, we conducted around 22 of them with DI Deemed University Dalbagh Agra as institutional partners. Dr. Prem Kumar Kalra, who was the ex-director of IIT Jodhpur, he is the director of DEI Deemed University Dalbagh Agra. He immediately agreed and he has been guiding us and helping us in conducting all these simple talks throughout the year. As you can see, we were able to reach, it was a great community participation of webinars from Common Pen, and we were able to reach around 750 institutions, universities, and organizations through these simple talks. And up to around 4,000 to 5,000 people have participated across events since March last year till date. These are the various and these were theme based. As I understand, we all are made of these 5 elements, Panch Tattva, and the nature is in balance when these Panch Tattvas are in balance. So the simple talks we have were themed on balancing the water cycle. If we say water, then water cycle and how to get through about it, and similarly with other elements. So we had these talks. As you can see, we had Dr. Rajendra Singh, and it was an absolutely overwhelming, great talk that we had with him. People were really, really. I mean, he really was very humble in sharing his journey with us. We really enjoyed, and I think everyone enjoyed the talks. All the other talks also we had on water conservation, Million Wells from Bangalore, from Srikantaya. You will be hearing them in the afternoon. And we had innovation in environmental risk analysis and sustainable strategies. Some of them were conducted by our advisory committee members. And these are the 4 other talks, total 5 talks we had conducted in the theme of water. And these are the views, the average views. They really have been going up. These are the impressions. We didn't have the other kind of chart available for this when we did in the beginning. On Earth, we did almost around 8 to 9 talks that we have, and we had one of the biggest talks that we had was Dr. Vandana Shiva. She really opened our eyes to so many other issues, and we had, along with that, we had many others about food, about balcony landscaping, composting, recycling, healing foods, biodiversity, and then building materials, natural building materials, traditional construction techniques. We had bamboo, we had mud, we had all these that we conducted through, and this was the kind of reach. Now you can see in kind of a pie chart. It was across the world. Of course, the maximum participation was from India, but it was reached across the world, age wise also. And this is something which have been trying to, I thought it was very important. So many people asked me, why are you asking for this information as to from where we belong and what we do? But it was very important to us as how people react, or they are interested in which topics to actually talk about and understand about when we are talking about healing the biosphere. So for us, which profession people, which section of the people, it was important for us. And that's why we have been collecting this data, which is very valuable for us. And it gave us very valuable information as to which element or which topics are more relevant to people. They think more relevant to them, and otherwise. In energy, we conducted 3, and we had Dr. Nitin Pandit. with us in one of this, and we had the Barefoot College Delonia, in Rajasthan, with the Solar Mamas. We had the program with them. It was really, very, very, very good. And this was an energy equity to get energy for everybody. And we had the other two with Hari Sande, as we everyone knows from Selco India, Selco Foundation, who has been trying to take it to the grassroots levels. We also talked about building energy and low energy architecture with Dean, and we had this IGBC, we had Dr. Shankar, and we had Anand from IGBC and from Teddy Griha to guide us in this. This was also, as you can see, the reach was across the world, more from India, but yes, this is how this we have been collecting this data to guide us in the future to design our talks as to how to really go about it. In air, I was suffering from COVID and we were not able to really do much, but we had one very important talk on actually impact of air pollution on our health. And we had Dr. Suja from London, who is from the mass networking group, who and with Dr. Amit Sethi, who and Dr. Vijay Shekhar, who has been treating COVID patients from the beginning, and Raj Shekhar, who he conducted the talk by sharing with us about the health sector as to how to really prevent, what we are supposed to be doing. This also, as you can see, there's a lot of participation from different age groups from 16 years to 64, 66 years. We had a range of people that who actually, and from different places. In spaces, which was the last of the elements, we had psychology of spaces that we actually did with Dr. Siris Bedi, who has done a wonderful book on spaces. And we had another one very important topic that we worked on, safe spaces and places, which is a very important thing. We had with us Dr. Mala Bandari, and we had with Shilpa Ranade, and we had Akanksha Manjunath Swami of It's Not a Compliment from Melbourne, who joined us for this talk. So this also, as you can see, this was, also we had a large, distribution of things. Then we also conducted a master class with bamboo in 5 parts with Aditya Academy of Architecture and Design and Bamboo Society of India Karnataka chapter and World Bamboo Organization. And we had distinguished speakers from across the world, the best of the best in the field. We also coordinated with the professional organizations like ISOLA, Triple ID, IIA, and all and Council of Architecture. We also collaborated with them so that bamboo actually reaches all the corners of the all streams of education and also all streams of life. The other guest lectures and talks that were done by us was this change makers through school radio, which is again a very noble thing we did on World Wood Day. There are some others we were not able to. This in SRM also we did a talk on how to de-urbanize the world today. This is some of the shots of the thing, and then we did a design competition for which we have a jury. We still going on. Which was announced in the Bamboo Cultural Fest in 2020, which were done with Bamboo Society of India Karnataka chapter, and we had again people from across the world who actually we had a virtual exhibition. We had these are the design competitions that I spoke about, and it is still going on. We are collaborating with IIA and Triple ID and ISOLA to finish these competitions. These also done art competitions, awareness through art about environment. The courses that we have been running is PG certificate course on bamboo application technology has continued during last year as well, so the number of students were less. And we did the master class, as you saw, which was 5 sessions, 2 hours each, which comes to which is almost equivalent to a credit. And we have given assignments to children and participants, and whoever finishes the participants will finish, we will be giving him a certificate of completing the bamboo application technology course. And we did a lot of courseware research for this, all the skilling that we are thinking of talking about. And we have prepared the framework for 2 20 hours each online course on rainwater harvesting, and 3 more on energy, air pollution, and mud are in process. So this is something which, and we do research, and we are trying to do the coding to make it available to people now, in near future. Another project which was very dear to all the advisory committee members last year in March was mass gathering and ecotourism project. We started the work in very right earnest with Jasim sir and Yalappa Reddy sir and all my team of volunteers. And because mass gathering has a lot of effect, as we know in COVID, it became very evident. Though we came up with it before we came up with it on 2nd March last year in 2020, and by April it was evident that this is a very important topic to be taken care. But unfortunately, due to the lockdown, this project could not take off with the universities and engagement programs that we had wanted. But we have finished. We have invited colleges and we have finished the formulation of MOU and all the programs that we are supposed to be doing. Sending out the survey and everything. We have finished with that, and we are ready to anyone who comes to us. There are some universities who have come to us, and we will be taking up with them very quickly. This was another very important part, which is volunteer outreach, building an eco-conscious community. We are trying to train them. We do work with volunteers, but it is a very structured way that we are trying to do. And we sign a contract with them when somebody comes to volunteer, with a minimum of 2 months is a minimum time that they can volunteer. And they are guided through, and we teach them how to work and how to use different tools at their disposal to actually do the work, and also work with other people they have never met. And this is something which is very important, that happened in COVID time, that we have been successfully able to work. These are two of our volunteers who have been with us for more than 7-8 months now. And we have been sending out calls to people to join us as volunteers. And we are hoping to get, to establish a very good volunteer community, global community with CGBMT. Partners and out, we have been trying to reach people. We tried starting our LinkedIn page also. And we have connected to several institutions and people through our various efforts and our talks and things like that. And the other partnerships that we did with Simple Talk series, as I said, was with DEI. World Bamboo Day celebrated with all these people, and also with INBAR, IPRITI, and IWST. And masterclass was conducted with AAAD. And we had a draft MOU prepared by Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. Professor Anandi K, and shared with Karnataka State Panchayat Raj and Rural University, Gadag, Karnataka, for education and skilling in the bamboo sector, which we will be seeing in the next program. One more important thing we understood was that we have to have an executive committee to spearhead all our programs in an active manner. So we had requested our advisory committee people to give their names who can give more time to us, and these are the names that has come to us. We will be happy if more people can join, but at the moment these are the people who have been helping us with all our programs. I coin a word today from our CGBMT School of Simple Living: ruralization. We'll have to forget about urbanization. I call it ruralization, and that's the key to our happy and healthy future. That's the new paradigm. Happiness is the new rich, inner peace is the new success, health is the new wealth, and kindness is the cool. Please support us monetarily, or how to support us: share our posts, like our posts, tag a friend, spread the word, comment an emoji, shout them out, comment something nice, volunteer your time with us. Thank you so much.
And thank you for sharing those very, very motivational thoughts, for sharing the humility, for encouraging us to look at what we can do on an individual level as well as together. And also, I think, for the introspection that you have propelled us into. And evidently, for the extensive, exhaustive, and inspirational journey that CGBMT has traveled, especially in the past year and almost 2 decades of its inception, in times like this, especially, it is heartening and gratifying to see the cause you, the team, and the organization has lent itself to. We now have a video that will showcase this prolific journey of CGBMT. I will request the team to play the video. That was a beautiful and a very well thought of video. I'm sure everyone will agree that it's been a journey that motivates all of us in some way to a bit too. Proceeding with our session, we will now have a virtual signing of a memorandum of understanding between CGMRT and KSRDPRU, the Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, Gadak, Karnataka. The purpose of the MOU is to promote mutual cooperation, educational training, consultation, and research activities. This will include establishing a framework for programs of exchange and collaborations in areas of education, research, knowledge building, innovation and extension activities, and other areas of common interest in the field of bamboo. I will request Architect Neelam Manjunath to take us through this segment.
Thank you, Apurva. I invite Dr. Vishnukant Chatpalli. Sir, can you just unmute yourself?
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Just,
So we have Dr. Yellappa Reddy also, sir, here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah,
I
can
wish
see
you
him
a
now.
happy journey from 17 to 100 journey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we have Dr. Yellappa Reddy also here, who was one of the, I think, committee members in establishing the rural university. So it is an honor that he's also there and you are also here. And we are really extremely privileged that you have agreed. You approached us and we have come to an MOU and we have signed the MOU. Will be Sagar. Can we have it on the screen? I'm really thankful to you, sir. So, for accepting our services, we will be most happy and we'll collaborate and do our best to take it to make it successful in the future. Some of the salient points, I think, which we had tried to do, Sagar, could you just leave me there? And yeah, so we have signed, this has been signed. Can you put it, Sagar, to the salient points that we have? Sagar, can you scroll down? Yeah. So we are looking at joint research programs, and we have this. Thanks. Joint research programs that we want to do together. We want to have joint folding of conferences, seminars, workshops, and joint publications, of research, papers and articles, academic collaboration, research scholar exchange program, exchange of knowledge, resource sharing of books, journals, and teaching materials, online and distance learning programs. These are some of the few things. Of course, it is a very vast thing. I mean, these are indicative, and we will be signing separate MOUs for each one of the programs that we will be doing in detail, and really happy. And KSR DPRU is also providing 1 to 2 acres of land in their campus for cultivation of various species of bamboo for demonstration purpose. And they also want us to do some, we will be jointly doing, including training for some housing and other things in the rural technologies at the campus. This is the purpose of the, an intent. Sir, Vishnukant sir, if anything I have left out, can you just tell us something more? Please. Could you tell us something more, sir?
Respected Yellappa Reddy and Neelam Manjunath and host of guests and experts across the world who have joined to wish for the 17th Foundation Day of the CGBMT. As Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University is very happy, and I am extremely happy that this organization's advisory committee is headed by Shri Yellappa Reddy ji, and we'll be very eager to see all of you at our Gadak campus so that we can take our things ahead. and I have seen your various activities that you have conducted in the entire 1 year, though there was pandemic, and nothing has stopped you to carry out the transformation activities. And we wish collectively we can achieve more, as the Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University's major focus is on rural development, and hence the expertise available with CGBMT will be of great use in taking and outreach of the people, so that whatever simple living and addition of high thinking in the process of implementation in the lifestyle of the people can be done effectively with all your expertise and experience. Let us grow together. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's over, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay. So, so with this, we wish all the success, and I wish for all the blessings of all the elders and all the people here to make this. And this is also a part of the ruralization term that I spoke about today of CGBMT, that we were really looking forward, and it is just the first step that we have taken with the MOU. We have again a long way to go to fulfill the commitments that we have committed, sir. We will not disappoint you, sir. We will do our best. Thank you so much for joining us for this MOU program, and please stay tuned. So we have now, Apurva. I will hand over to Apurva for taking us to the next program.
Thank you, ma'am, and many congratulations to CGBMT and KSR DPRU on this collaboration, which will surely be an asset to promoting the concept of sustainability and well-being. Moving ahead, it is my privilege to now introduce Dr. Yellappa Reddy, environmentalist and chairman of the advisory committee of CGBMT. Dr. Reddy, a graduate in architectural science and a postgraduate in soil science, is a member of the Indian Forestry Services and has to his credit 4 decades of service in the IFS in Karnataka. His areas of interest have been conservation of natural forests and protection of endangered animals and plants of the Western Ghats, where he has successfully developed and implemented innovative eco-restoration technologies and biostrategies for restoration for the most degraded areas. Dr. Reddy served as administrator of forests for 20 years, held the post of chief conservator forests, and retired as secretary, Department of Ecology and Environment, Karnataka. During his tenure, he worked extensively for the restoration and protection of lakes and rivers in the state. He was actively associated with the Wetland Survey and Waterfowl Census of the state from 1987 to 1996, and was instrumental in identifying the causes for pollution of lakes and rivers. Author of Sacred Plants, Dr. Reddy has also organized and chaired national level conferences on ornithology and bird conservation and medical plants. He has been awarded the Indra Priyadarshini Award for his achievements in the field of forestry, and has also been conferred upon an honorary degree of Doctor of Letters from the Bengaluru University. I now invite Dr. Reddy for his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Apurva. I returned the doctorate degree awarded by Bengaluru University because they started destroying the biodiversity park which I created since 2 decades. So I am no more a doctor, I am only a Reddy. Thank you very much. I heard Neelam and also your introduction of the subject. It's wonderful. And also the steps taken to sign an MOU with rural university is very good augury, so that the university students will get benefit from this organization. What is required today we need some sort of a green partnership with Mother Earth, because we are searching for oxygen everywhere. We have destroyed the oxygen banks by destroying the natural forest, by cutting the trees, etc. Before I go to the little bit details, I would like to draw the attention of all the members of this group. Mr. Jake Kirkpatrick is a non-fiction writer, and he focused on non-political, economic, ecological problems on contemporary society. He explores environmental, sociological issues and modern perspectives. Especially his book, Dwellers in the Land, is a book which highlights bioregional vision, which focuses upon the environmental concept, which is a philosophy of ecological politics of people. Communities should return to their biological roots and live only on resources obtained within their geographic regions. That was his emphasis. Every geographic region possesses its own biological endemic potential, productive potential, evolved since time immemorial. That is called right from the Silver Era, where that is what they call in our sages and saints say. That is Sthala Vrukshas, then Kula Vrukshas. Sthala means that every particular region has got its own ecosystems. Kula means the entire Kula means it's not only human beings. The entire, all the living creatures together, they depend upon that resources. So this concept of mutualism and then living with the flora and fauna, what is called the co-evolution. What is called the co-evolution, which is the site-specific, soil-specific, climate-specific, from where sound culture is emerged. That is soil-specific, climate-specific, then culture-specific. That's what Neelam Manjunath is emphasized. What is required is spiritualism. So this culture has emerged from the natural surroundings, natural elements. This philosophy provides thought and debate on an important subject proposed is de-urbanization and livelihood. That's what the agenda today. The de-urbanization and the livelihood are the two things required world today. Then we know that we have to develop some sort of a real friendship with Mother Earth, because we raped the Mother Earth all over the name of the development. And his book, the Kirkpatrick book, also another book is about the conquest of paradise. It speaks the legacy of Christopher Columbus, that is Eurocentrism, phallocentrism, imperialism, and elitism, and all destructive eco-hybris. All are destructive eco-hybris. So Columbus hated nature. Columbus hated forest. Columbus hated mountains. And he wanted to subdue Mother Nature. Same thing is pursued till yesterday, and we are facing the music, and the man-centric, or what you call anthropocentrism, has taken heavy toll now today. Now, with this brief introduction of the what we have done, I will switch over to Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote his own story in 1902, titled My Experiment with Truth, and developed an idea of passive resistance. Before he returned to India in 1950. Mahatma Gandhi, real education is not science or mastery in law, mastery in any other subject, but what he told, as Neelam and also Apurva was telling, is the character. What is required character to control the senses? Mahatma Gandhi has explained most important required is self-morality and character. And this self-morality and character will control senses. He compares a peasant, an ordinary villager or village people who earns his bread honestly with ordinary knowledge, not very high-tech knowledge, and with spiritual ethics. Treating Mother Earth is a living entity. Every peasant thinks and treats Mother Earth is a living entity and not a lifeless tool or a maid servant, as Columbus or Westerners treat Mother Earth as a maid servant of a man. But for a peasant, Mother Earth possesses sense organs and relentlessly interacts with Panchabhutas and an invisible world. So, knowledgeable peasants like the Putturima and Kamalama, who evolved sound systems, were published in a monthly magazine by ICRA, an NGO, where Kirti Shaw is the president of that NGO. I have read the articles. I have also contributed some articles for this organization. So, Srimati Gayatri, the editor, published very interesting article last month and before last month also, revealing the grassroots precise knowledge of crop husbandry. Grassroots precise knowledge of the crop husbandry. All of us were surprised how she interacts with every molecule in the land and ensures ecological security and productivity. Kamalama is her life history, if anyone reads, and such an interesting story of her life, how she suffered, how she developed interest in taking care of the Mother Earth and evolving the systems. Not a PhD student, not an agricultural student, never read any international magazine or participated in any international seminar, but her seminar, her laboratory is her life. And our companions are plants, animals. So how to increase the productivity of the ground? What type of combinations will work there? She evolved the system. And how to eliminate the unwanted things with what combination? Tremendous. I commented and admired her knowledge, and also which the editor has published. And also there is another the lady called Puttirama, and she can touch the seed and feel what it is, what type of seed to be sown, how to seed, so what combinations is required. But more than about 500 green vegetables, what to eat, how to eat, what combination. She has published a book in Canada that is called Puttiramana Purana. That is the Puttiramas. I have also documented her with this thing. So, like that, the Kamalama just studies the CGBMT, that is called Acacia cancina, a climber. Then she develops what type of pruning is required, how to increase the yield, etc. She earns 20,000 rupees per month by collecting that part. That part is an excellent substitute for your shampoo. And the amount of shampoo we are purchasing from the multinational companies amount of any urbanite spends on a shampoo is so much of money, at least about nearly 300 to 400 rupees shampoo every individual uses every day. But she develops how to convert that Sigakai into or Antuwala into a beautiful shampoo, collects it, earns 20,000 rupees. Where is the poverty? Where is the scarcity? Why we should struggle for a livelihood? So if we can list out about nearly, according to me, about Garcinias, about Artocarpus lacutas, Western Ghat is rich in several things. So what I would like to just highlight, the Bengaluru Environment Trust has taken up a project under to revive ethnobotanical gardens. Janaki Ammal has written a beautiful book on ethnobotany, that is connecting traditional knowledge and natural resources of each locality. So that sort of a ethnobotanical gardens we are going to create in IISc campus and various other places in Lal Bagh and Kabul Park also. Before I conclude, I will just go through 2-3 things. What is the growth pathway? What is the growth pathway? Will be this institute and the whole of India should be aligned. It should be away from the fossil fuel. That is the climate change. The climate change is very important. We need to switch over. Then other materials, what type of materials we need to incorporate in the rural area and in the urban area. The urbanization is the most important, as all of you emphasized. So with these remarks, I will conclude as soon as Apurva appeared. I know that she's giving me a signal to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on sustainable living. Some extremely important stories on simple living and terminologies like passive resistance, and for setting the tone for the session. Your mention of returning the honorary degree does encourage us to understand the real meaning of service and commitment. So thank you so much. It is my pleasure to now introduce Professor Sanjeev Singh, Professor, Department of Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. He is presently the Dean Planning and Development and Dean Academics at the Institute, and is also an advisory committee member of CGBMT. Professor Singh's research interests are in the field of vernacular architecture, cultural landscapes, and environmental studies. He has also associated with the Integral University at Lucknow and has served as a senior architect at Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India in the 90s, and has had 10 years of association with a private practice prior to that. An architecture graduate from the Government College of Architecture, Lucknow University, Professor Singh completed his master's in environmental studies from the Melbourne University and a PhD from the National University of Singapore. He has written technical papers for a number of reputed global journals. Professor Singh, I will request you to introduce our chief guest for the program, architect Peter Rich, who will be then delivering the keynote address.
Thank you, Apurva. Thank you very much. And I'm really delighted and honored to introduce Peter. Peter, I have been following his work. And Peter Rich is a Johannesburg-based architect who attributes his learning to African spacemaking as being central to his career. In 2009, he was awarded the World Building of the Year 2009 by the World Architecture Festival Barcelona for the Mapungubwe Integration Center in Limpopo, South Africa. He has done an extensive work for his extensive African and global portfolio of built work. Peter has received numerous awards and prizes. To name a few, he is the recipient of the UK Earth Award. He was the International Sustainable Architectural Award. And in 2013, he was shortlisted for the Aga Khan Award. Peter further received the Gold Medal of Architecture from the South African Institute of Architecture for his contribution to African space making, and is an international fellow of Royal Institute of British Architects and an honorary fellow of the American Institute of Architecture. To add just one selected exhibition to the list, Peter's works were displayed at the Venice Architecture Biennale in 2018. In all of his, Peter finds his time to teach and develop new curricula in Africa, India, Europe, and the US. In his own words, as an architect that specializes in community-based projects, Peter would like to share with students that architecture should have an inclusive approach, drawing on the community's needs, aspirations, and cultural heritage through social interaction in the design process, and working towards a new urbanism that embraces both diversity and the sense of identity. I'm really delighted, Peter, you accepted to talk to us as our chief guest. Thank you for accepting our offer from CGBMT. Thank you very much. Now over to Peter for his words of wisdom. Peter.
Thank you so much. School of Simple Living. What a beautiful title. And I just want to thank the founders. I want to thank the executive committee, the advisory board, and the teachers. I know what length you go to further your passion for what is true and right in these times. I just want to start by saying ruralization was mentioned by the head of school. Rahul Malhotra, who we all know, occupies the position of head of urban design at Harvard. In a recent interview with Nandan Balsava of Savita College, he endorsed that although his life has been dealing with 30 books on the urbanization problems in and around Mumbai, that it's time for the world and India to shift its attention to the rural problems. So you are absolutely on cue and right about your focus being on the rural, because it's been neglected. It's been cities, neglecting the rural. And we in South Africa, we've just been given a commission by a tribal authority to address 47 villages as part of a regeneration program. And also communities are waking up. They're tired of the promises of government not being met. They want to be involved in the process, and they want to partner with people like you so that they can actually be part and parcel of the process of change. I'm going to transfer my talk to you to just see that you've received it. And what I'm doing today is I think appropriate to what you're talking about. Can you receive the image? I just need confirmation that you received the image.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes.
Okay. I just need full screen.
They're seeing it full screen.
Okay, you seeing it full screen is perfect. Yeah, as you know, we have similar histories. You know, the British came to take our diamonds and gold. That's part of our history, and we then had the iniquities of apartheid. And in 1994, we became a democracy, and then went into Africa and the world. Today I'm going to tell a story that's part of a journey of a young emerging Indian architect. And I need this to advance. And I'm going to go through a series of Indian workshops. The first one being at Oroville in Tamil Nadu. And the person I'm going to introduce you to is Senthil Kumar Das, known affectionately as Scud. And it's good for you to know that what's important about Scud is he got curious about my timbral vaulting after the win at Mapungubwe and seeing my work. But his curiosity took him to the point of doing something about it. And he didn't have the ability to study further abroad. And this is a 700-year-old technique from North Africa that was taken by the Moors into Spain, into Catalonia, developed by Gaudi. There were great cities built this way, and then it was taken to America by Guastavino. So here we have someone like Scud, and I'm going to refer to him as Scud, who started experimenting and being a teacher like you are and an architect. He used universities and their means as a way of, in an interactive way, building with nature and understanding how does it work. And I want to qualify right up front. Timbrel vaulting is double curvature structures with no steel whatsoever, is 80% less carbon footprint than conventional construction. Now, you all have soil and we have soil. So this is what it's all about. So I'm going to take you through a colleague in India's adventure and share it with you. This was his first adventure. And you can see he started to look at how do you do the form work in order to make the double curvature. And he learned by his successes and by his mistakes. We all know that. And he needed shade, what type of tile. He just had the courage to actually pursue what he was doing. And you can see on the left, he soon, in a very inventive way, worked out that if he used reinforcing bars, which he could bend, he could reconstruct the mathematical catenaries that were necessary to get the bending happening in two directions. And together with bamboo, which you so ingeniously use as scaffolding, he started building. And then what he did is, the success of this was he did a public building. Here I am kissing his public building in a street in Bangalore. And we visited it. And he was so proud because he had learnt what double curvature could do. Now, if you hold a piece of paper, it flops. If you bend it, it doesn't flop. That's the principle. And the principle is the inverted catenary. If you've all got a chain and you hang it, it forms a catenary arch. So we entered into a dialogue which led to something wonderful. This is how he built that particular structure. Not knowing which way to take the tiles, there were one or two layers, and it was highly successful. And built on that success, and you can see how overjoyed he is, I'm going to take you on a journey. He then started being experimental and got very excited about, do you bend it when it meets the ground? And my Mapungubwe Center is about working with nature's forces, and it has nothing to do with fashion. It has nothing to do with style. It has to do with simple mathematics. So you transfer the horizontal forces of earth-made tiles to the ground in a natural way. And he saw what was happening around the world. But what he didn't realize is when you start doing it in this way and certain things get out of compression, you start getting weaknesses. He then went to CARE, and I work very well with CARE. I'm together with CARE and several other schools in India, 5 other schools, and 2 of them I'm on the advisory board. I'm a frequent visitor. And at CARE, he started a second experiment, okay? And he did it in a passageway. And he based it on the previous experiment that he had, and he was working with a smaller tile here, an earth tile, okay? With maybe 5% cement in it. And he demonstrated to the school what could happen in this particular situation. It was purely an experiment. It wasn't for use. And then got very excited by the idea that you can do a staircase to a change in level. But the enthusiasm of this, it was a little bit crude, didn't quite work, but I'm sure he's going to build a wonderful stair in future. And you can also build spiral stairs, which you can't believe that they stand up because you're working with nature's natural forces, no reinforcing. And then I had the privilege of engaging as a co-teacher with him at the school. But before I did this, he did a much more extensive adventure out in the field where he wanted to do a bigger structure. So he had the catenaries formed in one direction and in another direction. And you saw from his earlier one that he wanted to do curvature where it met the ground. Now that's exactly where you don't do curvature, because it will break, and I'll show you why. And they enthusiastically built it. And this diagram shows you that you've got to transfer the intersecting point of the forces to the ground. If you bend it like that, it's going to snap and break at that point. And sometimes we have to learn from our mistakes, and it's exactly what happened. So he's learned empirically, and that's what's important. It's what you do. But you now have this wonderful architect who has just done an amazing vault, which I'm not going to show you today because he's going to release it to the world in 6 weeks' time when it's complete. 4 hours drive out of Bangalore, and it spans 15.5 meters with no steel, which is longer than our Mapungubwe vault. So in December, we started work. Now, this is a nice exercise that we do when we go to Spain, to Valencia, and run workshops, where you get students to invert a catenary, and then what you do is you get plaster of Paris and you get cloth, and they can instantly make these forms because you drip them in and they stand. But to build them in reality is another story. And here I've got a Catalan couple at a workshop at a university looking at building exactly this, okay, with the forces being transferred at these 2 points and touching there, and you can stand on it. Amazing. Now, there are lots of schools of architecture where these stand around in the courtyards as experiments. And when you try and make models, they're pretty wobbly. You get the principle, but it's much better to do it in reality. And there's the catenary, okay? That's me showing that's how Gaudi worked. He hung the vault, the positions there, and you actually don't need to. This was done by ordinary people. Whole cities were built. We've sort of forgotten the technology, but we need the courage of people like Senthil to come back and engage and learn. And here we're showing, okay, there's Senthil and myself. Model building, difficult. And you still don't get the vault. And then how do you cover it? So we came up next to the dining room. If we built a series of these, and we built one of them next to a tree, we could actually create a sense of place, and that could define an entry for the students coming from the students' residences to the dining hall. And this is what we were going to build. Now it's got double curvature, and it's a development of what he did in the city. And this is how beautiful it is in plan. And we started just on the floor and marking it out and working with people who could weld. And you can see the maths became very, very clear. And there's Senthil lying down to give an element of scale. We wanted to walk through the main thing, and he's looking at, he's making certain mathematical decisions which generate the idea. And there's Belinda, who's in charge of the academic program, and she was there night and day as part of the passion of what we were doing. And there's Senthil, again showing one of the lower arcs, and there's the welder, and there's the site. Now you'll see, I'll show you a site, that's a no man's land. But suddenly by this intervention, standing next to the wonderful architecture of the Care School, we started building. There's the residences in the distance, and we located our point. We were actually on a concrete slab at this particular point, and we started setting it out as the first module that could become other modules. And this is the intersection between the two geometries. And there we are standing with the naked form. Before we make it form, it's actually just the skeleton. And there was the bamboo, there were the tools, there were the simple ways you do it. Now what I'm doing is, this is introducing you, India, to how to build a timbrel vault, and you've got exactly the right person to teach you. And these are the tiles. He decided on a smaller tile, and the students went and collected the tiles. They weren't involved in the making. When we did our Mapungubwe thing, it was unemployed people who made the tiles and cured them. okay? And they were handmade with 5% cement. And here the students have gone to get some more reinforcing rods so we can make the formwork. Note the formwork, okay? And there is the tradition of building. I mean, how do you, at the great Muslim structures and that, how were they actually formed? And then I learned in a delightful way, the whole wonderful way in which you eat. And I mean, look at resourcefulness, and you fold it one way, it shows that the meal is good. And you know, I just revel in the resourceful. I think India feeds the masses in a beautiful way with delicious food, better than any other culture on earth. Okay, and I look at the diversity, and I go into the town, and I look at the inventiveness. And what you're doing is you are linking into this. It's the way you embrace nature. And then back to our particular job and the first layer of tiles. Okay, how do you get that formwork right? And it grew incrementally day by day. And the students weren't just observers, they were taught to participate in the actual tile laying. And here's Sentil laying the tiles. Now you can see there's a confidence. And through a discussion, there's a sense and common sense in which way you take the tiles. You take them on the diagonal so that there's more strength. You do your first layer like this. And here the students are getting totally involved. And then you actually put the second layer in this way. And what it does is it actually, the herringbone or the different direction is what gives added strength to what you're doing. And we're almost getting to a point where we can form it. And then the rains came. But you know, what do Indians do? They get some bamboo, they erect a structure, and they put a tarpaulin over it, and work just continues. It's just fantastic. And wow, we nearly have it formed, and you can actually walk through it. But it's still crude because it's got, and here it is with the support structure removed. And we actually have something that's very beautiful and sensuous. And next to the Sanjay beautiful rectilinear building, there's a dialogue that's set up. And suddenly this no man's land is a place to revel. And we hope to go back and erect a second one so that there's a series of rhythms that actually happen between the spaces. And as you know, Sanjay Moher has actually brilliantly designed something, learning from Doshi's IIM in Bangalore about how to design a low mat building where the air can move and you've got courtyards. And we started dancing. You must also play. The students initially got quite embarrassed by us, but we didn't give a damn. We were into dancing and having fun, and then started participating. So we built one of these, and you can see that if you flick it, you can actually get this beautiful route that goes through, and the buses could still come there, and it could become a water trough. Then we got invited to do an earth pavilion by Prince Charles on his lawn in the mall in London. After we won the Earth Awards, he wanted to show Londoners that if you were inventive, you could use the soil from your garden and you could create something like this in 14 days. This was a wonderful opportunity. Everything was sustainable. It was built for the duration of the exhibition and then was demolished, but it showed you what you could do. And what this did is, this isn't advancing, Kamal. Oh, it is. Okay, sorry, I advanced that too quickly. It's got to do with that. It's got to do with that you need to, if you bend it in plan rather than make it rectilinear, this is rectilinear, it's going to be stronger. This wobbles, it hasn't got that strength. And these are the drawings that I did. And it was great to be asked to design and build this in 14 days, which shows you what you can do when you have the courage and you're not scared and you've gained the confidence. And actually, this was quite influential on Sentil's design. And this is a tubular design. And I ran a workshop in Valencia based on this, which I'll show you. And here you can see we hand draw our construction. And we took a machine from South Africa so we could hand press. We used these pallets between so we could make 3 tiles at a time, and the pallets we used as the floor and for the exhibition. And because it was in the UK, we went to set designers, and they used a laser technique of giving us formwork, not as inventive as Centiles. And you can see we laid it on the lawn and we started building. And we had expert masons in this particular case because of the short time frame. And what was nice is the shadow lines left by the ooze of the fast drying mortar that actually binds it is beautiful. And you can see there's a degree of skill required where you get the one order meeting the other order. And it became a huge success, okay, and a learning curve. And so it's amazing. You never ever think you're going to be doing something for Prince Charles, and you end up doing this on the lawn, and every dignitary in London came through and had their picture taken. It was a great success. This needs to move on. It's not moving, Kamal. It's just frozen for a moment. Oh, there we are. Then in conclusion, I just want to show you what we did is we've recently, before COVID, got asked by a leading person in the UK to fulfill a dream of his opposite Mapungubwe, up where the baobab trees are. And he wanted to design a dome where he could meet. He wanted to design places to sleep. He wanted something that was so compatible with nature that you couldn't read it. And then he wanted a way in which you could go under a tunnel to get to a hideout where from the water's edge, without the game seeing you could photograph them. And these are just conceptual dialogues we had with the client. We haven't reconnected since COVID, but we know that this will proceed. But we're learning from a number of sources. And we didn't know. We said, what do you want this dome to be? He said, well, I don't want any cement. It gives off CO2. I want just natural materials. And these are just naive discussions. What is the entrance? How do you enter a circle? What is the relationship with other things? What is the finish that it's actually in? Learning from Gaudi, how can we make an extension to the landscape at the side so that you could have a bar underneath? And yet when you viewed it from top, you didn't see a bar, you just saw something that was natural.
Sir, can I interject for a moment? We just see a white strip in the middle of the screen. Is there something that you would like to share? It's just a white vertical strip in the center of the screen.
Sorry, did you say you're not seeing the image?
No, it's just a white strip in the center of the screen.
Okay, just hold on a minute.
Just reshade.
We're just going to stop share and just reconfigure that.
Sure. Yes.
Can you see now?
Yes, it's fine now. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to go back a few just to show you this idea that learning from Gaudi at Park Güell, how do you design an extension to the cliff face where you have a bar underneath, but from the top it just looks like landscape? And how do you ventilate that? And what do you see from the top? And furthermore, when you're in that bar, what is your experience looking across? And then the design problem I set on Zoom for a class across the world was to design very quickly, freehand, various ways you could approach this tunnel that leads to the watercourse. And it was a very successful exercise. Here we were just having crude initial attempts at how you would enter that, how you would let light in at certain points, what exhibitions would be there on the way when you go in. Once you were actually at the hide and there was soundproofing through glass, you could take these formidable photographs across water of game feeding who had no idea that you were there because they couldn't smell you at all. So this was used as a workshop, and it was a wonderful and successful exercise. Now, I've shown you how Sentil has gone through a number of exercises to gain the confidence to do the work at CARE. His next exercise, which I'm going to get him in future to share with you, and you'll see it on Instagram within 2 weeks, is this 15.5-meter dining room overlooking a lake that he's built outside Bangalore. And it's the most beautiful structure. And we were involved in a dialogue about being true to the distribution of forces to the ground, one story up from where it took bearing on buttresses. So it's wonderful to have this mentor relationship and professional relationship with an emerging young architect who has the courage to pursue his dreams. And it's what all of you are doing. So in conclusion, I've demonstrated his journey. I've told you that you've got a future success story to look at. It would be unfair of me to steal that glory from him because it's his initiative. And that I, through Zoom, have been running classes where we've actually taken an exercise like this, which would probably be covered with soil. The other thing is that when you do this type of construction, if you put additional weight, like you put soil over it, it actually adds to the strength. And so out of the soil of where we live, with very little cement, we can actually, we have a technology that's ancient that we can grow and learn from, provided we work with the disciplines of nature in distributing those forces to the ground. And the double curvature is what gives it its strength. And that concludes my talk, sharing with you something other than bamboo that you can experiment with in your wonderful adventures to create a simple but quality life using natural materials and working with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Peter Rich, for stimulating us with your riveting presentation, thoughts, words and works. And thank you especially for sharing Senthil's work. We are very proud of the work he does. And your mention of him and the India references does make us all know that you are a forever friend of India. There are many dimensions to your work, but I think the most inspiring is the fact that you want to create living spaces that look at making lives more beautiful, that focus on creating experiences, interactions, and empathy that can touch and enrich lives. It seems very easy to say it in words, but most difficult for the one who is designing it. Creating buildings close to the earth is what we would all like to strive for, and thank you for your deep-rooted commitment for the same. I think it compels, encourages, and motivates us to do it with full vigor. So thank you so much, Architect Peter Rich, for that wonderful keynote address. We will now proceed with the first panel discussion for the day, titled Built Form as a Negotiation Between Man and Nature. Considering how urbanization has crippled our city's infrastructure and has caused migration, there needs to be an alternative perspective on development. Many pertinent questions need to be asked: whether development should only be associated with increased construction, or should it have a larger focus on the decongestion of cities and balanced growth in non-urban areas? The need of the hour is to find a multidisciplinary approach to finding new pathways for development to tackle issues like water and energy scarcity and poor quality of living in urban areas. These issues must concern professionals across the fields of planning, governance, architecture, infrastructure, and social development. Our eclectic panel today, with their diverse expertise, will discuss how, where, and to what extent must this development take place, and what is the foreseeable path ahead. Joining us for this discussion is Professor Krishna Rao Jaisim, our first panelist. Professor Jaisim, an advisory committee member of CGBMT, is the founder of Jaisim Fountainhead, an award-winning practice in Bengaluru that has been celebrated for its 5 decades of tremendous contribution to architecture and building through creation and recreation of innumerable homes, institutions, and commercial enterprises. Professor Jaisim completed his architecture studies from Madras Christian College School in 1966 and also worked with the architectural firm of L.M. Chitale and Sons in Chennai. He has formerly served as the chairperson of the Indian Institute of Architects Karnataka chapter. He has been awarded the J.K. Cement Architect of the Year Award in 1992 and Lifetime Achievement Award by the Practicing Architects Association in 2007 for his outstanding performance in the field of architecture. Architect Mohan Rao, our second panelist, is an environmental design and landscape architecture professional and the principal designer of the leading multidisciplinary consultancy practice, Integrated Design in Bengaluru. His core expertise is in the field of environmental design, regional planning, and landscape architecture, with a strong focus on sustainable practices in city and regional planning, disaster management, heritage conservation, and master planning. He is involved in research and design programs in the subcontinent and also in China, France, Italy, Morocco, and Libya. Architect Rao has chaired numerous conferences on global platforms on varied issues on city planning. His multiple recognitions include the 2010 International Federation of Landscape Architects President's Award for the Asia-Pacific region, making him the only Indian to have been felicitated with this award in IFLA's 62-year-old history. He is also the recipient of the Award of Distinction in the UNESCO Asia-Pacific Awards for Cultural Heritage Conservation Program for his work in Hampi. Our third panelist is Dr. V. Shivaprakash, an award-winning hydrogeologist, founder and former Special Director, Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center. Dr. Prakash has been serving in various capacities in the Government of India, Government of Karnataka, autonomous institutions, and academic universities since 1973. His areas of specialization include monitoring, alert recognition, early warning and preparedness for management of natural hazards, assessment, development, and management of water resources with specialization in groundwater, remote sensing and geographical information systems and conceptualization, and project implementation. Besides being an advisory committee member of CGBMT, he is also technical expert committee member of Karnataka State Tanks Conservation and Development Authority. Dr. Prakash brings with himself a wealth of information and knowledge from his time spent in multiple roles of being Director, Drought Monitoring Cell, Government of Karnataka, Director, Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center, Scientist, Central Groundwater Board, Ministry of Water Resources, Government of India, amongst many others. Our fourth panelist is Professor Sanjeev Singh, Professor, Department of Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture in Bhopal. He is presently the Dean Planning and Development and Dean Academics at the Institute and also an advisory committee member of CGBMT. The panel will be moderated by Architect Neelam Manjunath. I welcome our expert panel and we are looking forward to the discussion. For our audience, please do key in your questions on Zoom and YouTube. Neelam ma'am will be posing the questions to our panelists. Neelam ma'am, I will request you to take the proceedings from here.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you can take it from.
Okay. I cannot see the panelists. Sanjeev, Jasim sir, Architect Mohan. Can we?
We are here.
Okay. Architect Mohan, are you there?
Yes, I'm very much here.
We have the video on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Prakash sir? Dr. Prakash?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah. So you can put your video on and also the audio on so that we can. Jasim sir?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, you
Jasim
can hear
sir?
me? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. I cannot see any one of you. That's why I'm wondering.
No, they're putting my name as Kirtu, so I don't know what it is.
Okay, but we cannot see you, sir. Can
Actually, all the panelists are visible on our screens.
We're all there. All
We are
1,
there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Start, Neelam.
okay, okay. So maybe my Wi-Fi is slightly working weird. Okay, no problem. Okay, so as Apurva has briefly introduced the topic and
What is the topic?
about the built form.
Topic. What is it?
Negotiating the built between man and nature. I will read it out again, sir, one more time. Built form as a negotiation between man and nature. This is the topic. As we all know, any kind of urbanization actually makes our cities the focus of migration and deteriorating infrastructure. The need rises for an alternative perspective on development. Must development be associated only with increased construction? Can it instead focus on the decongestion of cities and balance growth in non-urban areas to facilitate physical and mental well-being? These are questions that must concern professionals across the field of planning, governance, architecture, infrastructure, and social development. Progress is underway in efforts such as urban rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, urban farming for food security, and sustainable building practices to reduce the energy and water loads of buildings. But a multidisciplinary approach is key to finding new pathways for development. To tackle issues like water and energy scarcity, poor quality of living in urban and rural areas. This panel that we have now, in this panel discussion, we will discuss the path ahead as to how much our settlements must develop and where they should develop and how this development must take place. So this is the basis, so this is just a note to start with. So I have 5 common questions. I will be putting 4 questions, one by one, and then I will be prompting each panelist to answer the question. And then I have a specific question, one each for all the panelists. And then I have the 5th question in the end again, which is common to all the panelists. The first question I will start with is about, like, in the beginning of the earth, there was only nature, and then humans came. So every action of human is actually destructive for nature. Every development causes destruction in one form or the other. The definition of development is directly associated with the volume of construction. Now, in this scenario, what should be our definition and approach for the built, which is required for housing the masses, housing the poor, providing community amenities and infrastructure, etc. I will start with architect Jaisim.
You want me to respond? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Please. Yes, sir. We
Fundamentally,
can hear you,
I do not agree that man disturbed nature. Man is nature. Everything he does is part of positive creative action. Sometimes, yes, you turn right instead of turning left. You go up instead of thing. To say man is the destroyer, invented by nature. First point. And some of the talks that I heard earlier, those projects were done 60 years back. Why are we showing double shells now? We should go forward. This is imitation of the past for nothing of the future. That is my total statement to you on this point here. The other point, which I will make very short, is everything we do is part and process of the human creative mind. Yes, there will be accidents, there will be destructions. Unless you destroy, you don't create. You must understand that process of work. When you mentioned something, I'm glad you didn't mention the rest of my records of all the things that we have achieved and not achieved and created. Building underground, we built 25, 30 years back. We said earth should be below. Build below, don't build form as part of structure. Then we said about 2 decades back that villages should be taken over and urbanized in a different way. What did the stupid engineers do? They built highways through the villages. Now the super central government is connecting super 300 kilometer speed highways of all the 4 cities. It is ridiculous. We should learn to walk with these spaces that India is, Indian spaces. Then understand what is communication. We have not understood communication at all. That is architecture. communicating, understanding the built form, the spatial ways of living things. That is it. Whether building with earth or building with high spun steel is totally material. All that does not respond to cost and economics. That is just for beautiful talks to say it is economical. The earth buildings are much more expensive to build in the city than you can build anywhere in the outside things. There are things we should understand. We should try to coordinate with all the 1920 disciplines that make architecture in the built environment as form. Forests will come, it will be destroyed. New forests will come, it will be destroyed. Life should create larger expanses. To simply make people agree to what you say, that is not correct. It's very easy to get an award from somewhere or the other. The award should come by itself, not searched for. And the fundamental law of architecture that happens. Human beings make a big difference in adventure. If you stop the adventure of the child, you have killed nature at its first place. Human being is the ultimate. Without him, it does not matter whether the universe exists or not. Please.
Neelam. Hello.
Can hear you.
Please go ahead. I think.
One, you also respond to the question, then we will.
Yes, I think Neelam ma'am got probably logged out. She will be logging in back. So can I request the rest of the panelists also to put in your thoughts one by one?
Yeah.
Dr. you would like to go first?
No, Mr. Singh wanted to speak something. Please go ahead, Dr. Singh.
Mohan, you are going, or should I?
No, please go ahead, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, what Jaisim sir said, that's true that human is part of the nature. Human is not, I say that human is not nature, but he's part of the nature. And the way, what I believe that, I believe in the Gandhian philosophy. It's human's dominance of nature. Gandhian philosophy says that Earth, our mother nature, can provide for everyone, and it can provide for the need of everyone, not for the greed of everyone. That's the human greed that has leading us to the destructive path. And when we look at the society, and especially when we see the consumeristic approach of humans, which we are now developing into, the greed and the consumerism, which is basically being propagated by capitalism, and that is basically leading to a destructive path, which I think we need to control. And it's the human that can control. It's the human mind, the innovativeness of human mind that we should not forget. That is the only way that which can lead us to that a path where we can follow the concept of degrowth rather than we follow the path of growth, a new concept which humans can innovate on, which can be basically living with nature and following the needs of every human being rather than the greed of the society. And that is what I feel that the approach needs to the human mindset approach needs to change. And what we talk about inclusiveness, what Jaisim sir said, that inclusiveness needs to be there, and we need to be a multidisciplinary approach to our innovative thought, and where we can include the desires and aspirations of the community, and without basically disturbing the nature. So I think it is the humans or the humans that need to innovate upon. The path correction needs to be done at this time so that we are able to achieve what we are supposed to do in a sustainable sustainable world. We need to talk about economics also, we need to talk about social sustainability also, and we need to talk about environmental sustainability also. And it's the humans that need to do that course correction, and innovativeness needs to come from to that direction. I think other panelists would want to say.
Yeah. Prakash sir or Mohan?
Yeah.
Mohan,
Yeah.
would you like to?
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Dr. Mohan,
Yeah,
you can.
please.
I will listen to you, Dr. Mohan.
No, please, sir. You've started. Please
Go ahead.
continue.
Yeah.
No, Prakash. No. Okay,
Yeah, this
Prakash sir, you
question.
can speak. Yeah.
Anyway, this issue, one is answering in a qualitative way and answering in a quantitative way. It makes a lot of difference, Right now, what we mean is, a quantitative explanation or understanding is much more needed now than qualitative explanation, which we have been doing over the past few decades. Well, every opinion expressed has its own, different values. But let me talk about the water over a period of time, the urban context, the development in the urban areas, the spatial and temporal availability of water, what it was, what it is now. There is a tremendous, big perceptible changes there. And well, in the urban context, habitations, cities, the supply side management is taken a much more glamorous role, supply side management. The demand side management is totally non-glamorous, ignored by one and all. So probably I think that, yes, destructive, non-destructive, man is a part of nature, man is nature. So probably I answered in my own way as far as the water resource is concerned. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Mohan.
Yeah. I mean, there are several ways to respond to this. One is the provocation that Neelam put across, which is to address the idea of development equated to construction. There is that provocation. And then I'm also tempted to, respond to what Jaisim, Dr. Singh and Dr. Shiv Prakash added. For me, from my own practice and from what little I know about development and the environment, it is not so much of how much we build and where to build. It's also about why we build. Why is the initial provocation that formed part of the question? Why are we even equating development with construction? There is a certain anthropocentricity that is embedded in all these discussions, where we define ourselves what is sustainable to ourselves and then maybe to others. Then there is, of course, the whole social and other equities we talk about. It's also important to understand that there is a certain concept called intergenerational equity. It's not simply about what I do, whether it is sustainable today, whether I'm using resources, am I using water efficiently, and like Dr. Prakash rightly pointed out, it's not only about the quantitative analysis of matching the numbers, but also the larger system, the embedded natural capacity of a system, whether it is the land or the resources or the resource flows, unless they are recognized and made part of the development paradigm, then most of the questions that we are talking about would either be short-sighted or will have a limited impact. Yeah, I'm done.
Yes, Neelam,
Yeah,
the next point.
okay.
Yeah.
So, so the next point is about There's just one thing I just wanted to clarify in the question that was there before. Yeah, it was actually based on the premise that we are part of nature and everything that we need or we get is from nature. So we have to take it from her. And that is why it was but yes, I did provoke the question in that manner, but it was like whatever we do, if we eat, we do anything, that is from nature, and that is why that question was there. Okay, so we come to the second question. Can it instead focus on the decongestion of cities and balanced growth in non-urban areas to physical and mental well-being, which is actually basically the purpose of providing a habitat or a home to people.
Got it.
Jasim, sir.
What you're saying, I got the point. In fact, we have been discussing this every time we meet in any seminar, international or national thing. Is the city to be decongested? You see, this is where you remember a few years back, we had a talk and said cities must die. You should not go on, keep on growing them up and bringing them back. They cannot come back. They have become whatever it is happening. They must die. The future cities must go beyond it. It is not just the condition, it's the way of life, it's the pattern. So many things are because of technology. What does the government do? They build a metro. Metro looks nice for 1,000 people. What about the 10 lakh people? Where will they go? It doesn't make any sense at all. They've even covered the roads. It doesn't make sense. It is time, that is why we kept on saying that the villages, this is one point of the Gandhian idea which must be transcribed to a much higher level, to say the villages which we look into, walk into those villages and then start looking at those villages and lifestyles and urbanize them in a way that they can get more people or more things happening, and just doesn't go back to nature. Nature is, everything is nature. Steel is nature. Anything in the world is nature. You can't do anything beyond nature because you are nature. The question is how to do it positively. And again, here I'm going to just take what you think positive 5 years later is negative. And what you think negative 20 years later, oh God, the technology existed. What a beautiful technology. What beautiful technology is part of the thing. Here I'm looking at it only from the environmental architect's point of view. The problem is the government, which gets involved into building housing, putting roads. Government should only be a facilitator. They should never be the implementer. The moment bureaucracy enters and implements, death happens. Death to human life, death to urbanization, death to every aspect. That is where we should start moving up. If CGMT somehow gets into the minds of it happened around the 1990s and 80s for some time in Bangalore. Unfortunately, the greed for land, as you said, and the greed for things happened. Here, I'm only putting another example. In 1960, we started an Ideal Homes Cooperative Building Society. We said in a population of not even 20 lakhs in Bangalore then, even less, much less. We said, no, we should not urbanize the city. We should build townships outside. What happened? We are now 50 years to 60 years old. The entire city came and gobbled up. We still manage one idea. I'm still holding on to my post there. But the fact is, the factor of governance, which is there, that is where the importance is. The bureaucracy. I don't want to control the bureaucracy, must be made to understand the environment. How to get, I'm not against vertical growth or underground growth or high-speed communication. All that is technology. I'm now talking to students saying, forget the earth. Go to the moon, go to Mars, go somewhere. Like the Americans, whites all ran away from all over Europe and went to America, and now claim America is theirs. They're destroying the nation. Now they have destroyed us. They will destroy everywhere. That is secondary. What we should understand, what is a life pattern that a human being wants? Happiness, a sense of the elements and the senses integrated together. We can't decide the future so much. We can only show the guidance of the way. I don't want to quote the Vedas or something like that. You have no right to dictate the future. That's the fundamental law. We can only set certain examples. What I build here, sometimes I look and say, nobody wants it. But the question is, how does one look at these aspects? This is Education can only teach you the tools to do it. We can't teach the youngsters. They must find new answers to do it. That is the way you should put nature to understand human beings. Human beings as part of the nature. Remember, man is the only human being. I won't say my man, woman thinks more, in fact, is the only being capable of thinking and creating. No other being can create. They can only imitate what they've already done. In that imitation, they create new fancies. That's all. They cannot go beyond themselves. Whereas the human being is the only being who can go beyond what is. That is the most important aspect of thinking, beyond language, beyond communication, beyond something. The imagination and creativity of imagination only belongs to the human being. With that imagination, we must grow. It is not the problem today, one line, we are held back by old concept of nations, politics, and that. Can the nation of this is my state, this is my thing, if that can be taken off and I can go anywhere in the world free and move around, that day will be the greatest step to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sanjeev, can you just...
To a certain extent, I agree with Jason sir. But I remember one of the lectures I was listening to David Harvey long back, and he was talking about environmental justice. And there was a question from the audience. He was talking about economic development engine of growth. So there was just one question from one of the audiences that, can we stop this engine of growth? So the question is, no, we cannot. No, we cannot. And this whole debate is between the ecocentric school of thought and the technocentric school of thought, whether to decongest it or not. So there is always that technology will find answers to everything. But the thing is that you need to understand that the technology, where the technology, our technology should be driven to. Whether it should be driven to a consumeristic approach or it should be driven to a kind of a degrowth kind of a course of path. And that is what is required today. Because technology can also answer to ecocentric school of thoughts, because we cannot, because you see we are growing, the population is growing, and you need to feed each and every person of the population. And technological approach is required to do that. So we cannot just demean technology and say that humans have developed technology. But the course, what I told in my first question also, the course correction is to be required. And the technology needs to be directed towards solutions which are innovative in terms of its inclusiveness, and where the larger communities can be included within that. Decongesting cities, the entire environmental issue started, the industrial revolution was one of the milestones to where the pollution started, because the cities became center of production. And if you look at the older cities, the manufacturing units were at the center of the city and the population used to reside surrounding it. So the entire production system, the byproducts which came out of that, the effluents and effluents which came out of that went beyond the assimilative capacity of nature. And then the concept of pollution started. So I think decongestion is one of can be one of the solutions in the cities. What Jacinta said, the cities must die. The cities must die, and that this congestion when the cities will die, the decongestion will take place. The cities are slowly dying in terms of its qualitative life, if you look at that. So I think decongestion can be done and is a possible solution, but our technologies, our policies and all should be focused towards that decongestion. I will say, I will not say deconstruction, decongestion, I will say decentralization of development and growth. I would say it in that terms. Thank you.
Yeah, Prakash sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sanjeev.
Yeah. Probably when we talk about decongestion and the way forward, what comes to my mind is, the builders, the planners have ignored water resources over the many, many decades. It is taken for granted as far as the assessment, the development and management of the water resources, not only water resources, including the air quality. So probably now, better late, probably a better understanding insight into the water resources, well, can help us, what you said, the decongestion, probably within a city, there are communities who are using so much of water, because I'm just giving an example. Anyway, Shivkumar is also there, he's going to talk, and he also knows, both of us, we were sharing one dais, and so within the Bangalore, a small part of the Bangalore where the topmost people, they live. It is a community, say about 2 square kilometer, and I don't want to say which is a locality, but there, the most brilliant, they are the people who manage the society, they are the policymakers, all in all. So there, if you take the consumption of water from house to house, average household, about 4 to 5 people, so it was ranging from 50,000 liters per month to 3 lakh liters per month. So here, something is there to learn, and even in spite of doing the best over the many, many years, we say 30%, 40% is a leakage, unaccounted water, things like that. Probably this is what I mean. The water is taken for granted. And what is the sustainability? When you are depending on groundwater, how much groundwater is used? What is the health of the borewell? When the borewell is going to die? So when we address these things, certainly as water resource concerned, a sense of decongestion can be achieved. Thank you.
Mohan.
Yeah, I would take this question in a slightly different way. It is not an idea of decongesting the cities, but really looking at decentralization, like Dr. Sanjeev said. But when I say decentralization, it is not merely political or administrative decentralization, but decentralization of resources at every level, whether it is of extraction, usage, waste management, at every single level. If we were to think of decentralization as a central concept, this would actually help us navigate the landscape in such a way that you understand the natural capacity of a particular land and then hence determine the nature of occupation of such a land, rather than having a single global model that tells us this is the way cities should be and this is what the minimum per capita consumption of X resource should be. If they're actually rooted in the idea of natural capacity of the land, and hence the extraction and consumption is related to that capacity, which essentially means that if I'm building a city or a settlement in Jodhpur, I will be cognizant of the fact that it rains 400 millimeters there as against 1100 millimeters in Bangalore. So our development paradigms by themselves are then driven by the natural capacity of the landscape. So decentralization of resources, systems, flows, administration at a truly local landscape level. Now, how you define that what is local, whether it is based on the size of a population or the size of a watershed, is then based on the wisdom of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan.
Yes, Neelam, go ahead.
I'll come to the next question, which is again related to the two. What are the various factors, according to you, that need to be considered for a major paradigm shift in reinventing the built? How do we change the mindset of people to change their social behavior towards development? They're slightly linked, so I have put them together, 3 and 4. Jaisim, sir.
Neelam, I don't understand. Who are you to shift the mindset of somebody else? Who thinks somebody is civilized or the other person is uncivilized? I sometimes walk to the Todas in the Nilgiris and other places and find them very happily living there. But after we visit, somebody else walks in behind us. Oh, these people don't have concrete houses, and they build concrete houses. Then they build them a car, they build, take it over. This, as earlier speaker very clearly said, this decentralization the center, the government, or the so-called person should not go and impose their life. Now, what we are talking here, this question which you raised, you are imposing on the future. The future will find lots of answers. The only thing is, what are the, I won't call them mistakes. There will be mistakes. Now, the point is communication and movement is becoming a big factor. This is where I like COVID. I think that COVID was a God-given grace to make us all hold together. In a way, you said shortage of water. Now, COVID has brought shortage of air. I can't breathe more than 1.5 meters. If I breathe more than 1.5 meters or I laugh, it is bad for the other person. We are now isolating and communicating, which is it is not a contradiction. It is part of an injunction that is happening, which is unbelievable. We should take advantage of the present. This is the first time the entire world has been together on a single thing, where right or wrong is secondary. The objective or subjective is different. The fact is the whole earth has come together for once together. Communication is happening on certain grounds. Let us take advantage of this. In fact, for the architects, these are the finest thing. We don't have much work to do, so we all sit and think. And I find something else is happening. When people think beyond themselves, which is what we call, they have no other work. So they're thinking about all stupid things that are happening half their lives. That's another thing that's happening, which should now be directed to a positive thing. Imagine children today. Forget water, forget all this. They are constrained in one place. COVID looks interesting, but how does now COVID help at putting people in, young ones in one room and saying, whole day you must look at a computer, learn. One time you say no technology. Next time all students must sit in front of a computer and think, I don't even know how to press which button here, right? What is the technology has to serve the human sense. That is most important. The engineers have taken over from us. That is the problem. That's why I said the environmentalist is very important. The ecologist is very important. Without the ecologist, you can't think in the totality factor. Very important. The details will come. But it must be made, in fact, acoustics of what we call human habitat is one of the subjects that is very rarely taught in schools of architecture and schools of environmental things. How does one decide? How does one communicate? What is the basis? It's not necessarily a language. What is that language? Not a spoken language. It can be something else. That human communication must grow and grow and grow. And if it can be understood, sometimes I read some papers. I read the New York Times in the morning. It looks as if Bangalore is dead. Yes, Bangalore is the worst affected place in the whole world, whole earth today. Everybody is, but I get calls from Singapore, I get calls from everywhere saying, sir, what is happening? Are you safe? Are you alive? I said, I'm perfectly safe in the place, but how is the city hardcore? This is where we should start. That is why I said the cities must die, because we have created a condition beyond what can happen. I'm not talking against, again, I'll put to the growth factor of building. As you say, we're talking to somebody else. We are a population of some phenomenal thing. Can we get this population to understand and move to more what I would not, I don't like to call it safe place, more creative spaces of liberalized factors of interaction. This can happen in the third and fourth level villages only, not even in the first and second level villages. There, if you go, do not push yourself too much with them, but integrate with them and work. I feel wonders can happen. I believe in a huge thing. This is why I like the Gadag experience when Mr. Yellappa Reddy took me there first. It could really happen. One of the things there, it became a little engineer dominated. Soon they start learning about environment. If they had taken a little more environmental conscience in them, it would have been even more beautiful place. Now I'm hoping they understand. In a place nobody could live, they've created a village, they've created a city, they've created an education center. We need that communication and education. We are using languages. What we use as English is not really the English the British use. We are using it as a communication. We must not be against anything, but we must understand how to make the future grow in a very positive way. I'm a very objective person on this. Sometimes I wonder, you know where I stay. It's an idealistic place. There's nobody around me for me to say. Anybody will think I'm living in heaven. But when I don't have communication with another human being, I feel dead. Where is my spirit? Where is my other person to talk and discuss? It's dead. The idealistic place like Atlantis and all are dead spaces. That is not for human beings to live. We must learn to communicate and move and learn between ourselves. That is, if somehow we can do it, there, or at least show the direction. I won't say do it, show the direction to it, some positive life. The villages can do it. The Indian villages are capable of doing it. Do it.
I have only one thing to add in this is that
Yes, sir.
I have only one thing to add in this is that when we talk about major paradigm shift, we are only talking in terms of urban centric thing. I don't think there has to be a paradigm shift, but there has to be a wisdom to choose from a paradigm which already exists. If you look at how many people live in cities, the major population lives in certain paradigms which are much better than us. So we need to understand those paradigms, and the shift, it doesn't need to be a shift in paradigm, but to choose to alternative paradigm. And that is only what I want to say. We have wonderful paradigms around us which are very contextual, which are basically community based, and where nature plays a major role. In India also, when we look at our communities which are living in such paradigms, I go to rural areas, I teach vernacular, I go to rural areas where I see paradigms which are much more, I will say, qualitatively better than what paradigm which we are talking about. So we need to understand the alternative paradigms rather than shift, and try to be with those paradigms. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Yeah, Prakash sir.
Yeah, probably here more than the persons and people speaking, the data should speak. Probably as the previous speaker said, well, reorientation, how it can happen. You can't be a preacher. Everybody cannot be a Baba. Everybody cannot be a saint. And well, saint and Babas apart, the data should speak. How good are we in our data? We are very, very poor as far as, understanding, getting insight. And, so here, whatever data we have, how best we can use it, data analytics and prescriptive analytics could be a way to really reorient ourselves and how best we can manage our own urban areas in a much more better way. And well, reorientation is a dynamic process, as rightly the previous many of them said. It's not that you just take a right turn and keep on moving. No, again you may have to change, turn to the left, right, and things like that. Well, data analyst should be able to guide you how to really go. Take left, take right. There's Google Map. So how quick are we in thinking about this and adapting to this? That's where in our future generation. When I look at my grandchildren every day, I feel that they will one day they will say my grandfather was an idiot. He didn't do anything. He left all the water resources polluted, and there is no water to. I mean, they should not. There's pictures. It should not come to their mind. So, so probably we talk as an individual. We talk as a small group. And that's why out of my own experience, I'm talking about 22 years back, when nobody was talking about IoT, when nobody wanted a rain gauge in every village, I went and, well, like a monster, I went around, installed 8,000 sensors, brought IoT, now created a help desk to farmers. Now 2 million farmers have subscribed. Even today, 50 to 100 farmers, they call me. Out of that experience, I'm saying that no, data should be able to speak, data should be able to help people like you and me to get a better insight and well decide the way forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Mohan.
Yeah. Going back to the question of the paradigm shift, I think the problem is in, first of all, assuming that we actually have a paradigm and we are these great wise people who can impose our standards on the lesser mortals, whoever those lesser mortals are. They could be the Todas, they could be somebody else, it doesn't matter. But we have a global imaginary of what we think is right, that everybody should have 135 liters of water, everybody should have a postgraduate education. It doesn't matter whether they're material or non-material things. Unless we actually can understand that every idea of development is rooted in a particular context, a geographical, ecological, cultural context. Imposition or any kind of standard, and we keep saying that we are doing it with the best intentions. And I think it was Gaite who said that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, which is what we are actually doing. We assume we know best. We want to change society. We want to change everyone's behavior because they have to match our framework or our paradigm of development. I think the problem is in framing the paradigm itself and not reimagining the paradigm.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
maybe half a minute.
Great.
Just I go back to what Madam Neela Manjuna said in the beginning, no, maybe the whatever science we have learned, the present context, probably using the same science and technology, probably when we classify the things, community on one side, probably I don't consider myself as an expert. I consider myself as a barefoot, science student. But when we sit together, how best we can classify into the issues and the solution? Known, unknown, unknown, known, unknown, unknown. So probably when we sit together, probably it is unknown. Is all the categories policy and unknown. Neither I know, nor the community knows, nor the policymaker knows. And well, how to really go about? Probably need a better insight. Probably that's what I feel, will really help us in converge and co-act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Nikhil?
Thank you. Actually, just this thing when I spoke about the paradigm shift in reinventing a build, it was more to do with the bylaws that we have and the setups that we have already, and that 135 liters kind of thing that we have today. I was actually talking about, the question actually talked about that shift, whether we can just say no paradigms. So I think it was, the question was taken very well. I'm really happy. Sir, Jasim sir, now a question to you. Sir, you have developed an oasis at Suvidha, as you said, on the outskirts of Mad Pack Bangalore, and you are living in it. And as a very senior practicing architect, based on your experience, could you give us your views on the overall development planning of neighborhoods required to negotiate the bill judicially, and how do we take it in private practice by the building professionals?
Neelam, you touched a very sensitive point
Yes,
here.
sir.
Very, very sensitive point you've touched. Yes, we came here idyllic about 20 years back. We were thinking on this project. Me and my wife and the Bangalore hospital, the doctors and all got together, lawyers. Then we thought there should be, I won't use the word anti-capitalism or capitalism or communism. We said nobody should own anything. Can we together about take a land. Luckily for us, the government at the time was very favorable. They thought we were idiots or whatever it is, allotted this land to us. We found that nobody owns it. We created an idyllic position that we build these cottages, but anybody can live their lifestyle within these cottages. The only condition we put to make certain patterns, or whatever we call in the paradigm shift, together, that nobody should be younger than 65, which means we didn't want to use the word retirement, but unless we use the word retirement, the government wouldn't give us the land. So we had to use the word retirement to make what could have been done much more, which is we use the landscape, we use the thing, we use modern materials, modern technology. But within the last 15, 20 years, you plan something. This is where I agree with overall thing. An architect and a thing can plan certain things, but the development and growth patterns are never what you really planned. It is like giving birth. The concept, when you have a baby is conceived, when the baby is born, it's so different. And when the baby grows, it's something else. And when it becomes educated, it becomes something else. Same thing should happen to neighborhoods. You should not dictate it. That's why I'm scared of the word smart cities. We were, in fact, talking to the previous CM and all this. We use the word convenient cities, comfortable places to live in, where we can communicate, fight a little bit and do it. But when the word smart came, technology started thing. And my grandfather would say, you're a very smart boy. Huh? He'll kick me in the ass. That is what it used to happen. This is where I'm asking, if these things, what we have here is idyllic, but with the urbanization that factor is coming here, something else will happen. Can we stay on like this? COVID has taught us many things to live together. We want more communication. Ask Mr. Alapareddy or ask anybody else, all senior people. I've never, this is between you and me and Subhida. Very, very senior people, top management people live here. And yet they only argue. Why? Because they have no other work. These retirement fellows need some work. They should be mentally put into some work. Otherwise, they'll argue, you build it, why did you build? Why did you do this? Why is the chapati not 3 inches shorter? Why is this thing? This is typical human being, the animal. Whereas we have birds, leopards coming and elephants coming and, oh, the elephant is coming. Sir, you must be thankful the elephant came in. The peacock, even now there are 4 birds singing around me. Where else can you have? It's no, the birds are waking me up in the afternoon. This is the way people react. This is strange, but human reaction, as they are all saying, is a matter of growth. My children come, they love to play around. My grandchildren, they come out, play around. I said, would you like to stay here? Tata, no way. I can stay here 2 days, 3 days. After that, I'll get bored. I need others to interact. I need others to play. I want to go. This is the human interaction of living must be examined more phenomenally. I won't call it paradigm. It's not a paradigm shift. It is a soft movement of, in fact, in one of the things last talks, we had an international conference in Dubai or somewhere. We said cities must be entertainment centers. Living, in fact, should happen outside. This would become something else. You want to meet people for environment, you go into the city, have fast transport, do what you want, go there. People who want to work short time, live there. But the actual habitation happens outside. When that thing happens, something else will happen. I'm only looking at the next 20 years, 15 years. I am not going to live beyond that. What will happen if you move out? Something else happens. It is the satellite towns, the satellite villages. Can they all be left on green? But as one of the earlier speakers said, I won't use the word greed, that desire to own property. The moment you build, he wants to own the land around it. The other, we find in forest, the moment you start cleaning up the forest, somebody comes and takes over the land. What do you do? This is where the aspect of philosophical aspect has to happen. If it can happen, it'll be wonderful. Yes, sir. Something happened.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. That was wonderful. Yeah.
Mohan came and went.
Hello.
No, I'm very much here.
Okay. Prakash, sir.
Yeah, no, probably here.
Could you please share some insight about the what? Prakash, sir, yeah. I'll just,
yes,
no,
Prakash.
sir, I'm giving you the question. The individual questions are there. Could you please share some insight about the water load that is created when a development is proposed or approved by the government, like per square meter or per acre? How do they address the issue? And what do you think should be the approach to ascertain adequate water for residents with all the water pollution and most of our resources? When all the resources are polluted, and so how do we actually ascertain that? And I'm not talking about specifically only urban areas. I'm talking about all the areas. Though probably, I think as it is told that from the time that water started coming from a pipe, all the problems in water actually started. So in this kind of scenario, how do we actually ensure water equity to everybody?
Yeah, is there
Prakash?
probably during the discussion what I could able to really uh, is, that outside the city everything is good. Village is good. You go to Western Ghats, it is good.
We
But
have to.
the reality is, you go to the Kollegala, Mahadeshwar Betta, you go to Kodagu, their water scarcity is there. They themselves are feeling water scarcity. I've got umpteen number of videos. I've gone around, met the people, talked to them. Well, all the springs are dried up. Even the coffee, the varieties, there are Arabica and one more variety. So there, from one variety to another variety, the people say the water availability and things like that is changes a lot. So, as rightly said, as far as water doesn't differentiate between urban area and rural area. So, in fact, around the urban area, suppose when you go to Chikballapur, when you go to a small village, there the water utilization is so high, so hardly, water is going to, it's a very big issue there. Kolar, Tumkur, and go to the westward. But now, whatever Kaveri water is there, some people in Ramnagar are pumping and using it. Coming back to your question, say, unless I keep on, see, for example, talking about myself, I note down every day what is my consumption of water, and I keep an eye about how best I can manage my water resources, how much the groundwater I am using, what is the quality of the water. Quality of the water also goes on varying. So I have got a system in my home where I use optimally the water optimally, and number two is as per the quality. There is a change in quality. And as per that, I've got a facility in my home which really triggers itself to the need to maintain the required quality. But having done it in my home, I'm very, I feel that it is possible that it can be taken and it can be scaled up to a group of housing, maybe a locality, it can be done. Only thing is, it is a number. It is a number. My son, he has constructed a few 16 houses. So, right, when he was constructing itself, so when we talk about this, when the builders, planners who makes the houses, nobody tells the, the owner about the water, about how really. So why not? Why not? Water budgeting in a small environment, in a small house. It could be 50, 80 site, 30, 40 site. It needs to be, it can be, it is doable. Probably unless we go to that level, and it's very small. It is a primary high school level mathematics which is required, and a small calculator which is available in the mobile phone is enough. Probably once we start doing that, probably my neighbors, I've got a rain gauge on the top of my roof. I've made my rain gauge using 8 bricks and one funnel and one bottle, and I use the milk bottle thrown by my grandchildren, the milk bottle with the graduation and the, that is enough for me to measure the rainfall. And that in Annamala Abhiyan I have started, the community they have started accepting it, adapting it, and they are, I can give you examples, and well, they are not only measuring the rainfall, they are getting insight into the soil moisture, whether to irrigate, not to irrigate, and the community, farming community, whom we say they lack knowledge, common knowledge or technology, they are saving 30 to 40% of groundwater by just measuring the rainfall, looking around, water budgeting, things like that. So it is possible that it is doable. It's only how exactly we can showcase it and take it to all the people around us So, well, that's how I feel, I can answer to your question of, household, the community, and well, in my neighbors, I share the rainfall data with them, and I just keep on asking them, I say, how are you? The next question is, how much, what is the meter reading? Have you taken the meter reading? How much is the consumption? So I can make out, this, when I see me on the road, they say he's going to ask me whether you've taken the meter reading. So that suddenly from last 2-3 days, my daily consumption has gone up, sir, by about, earlier it used to be, 2,000 liters, 1,500 liters. Now slowly it is increasing. Then I say, you look at your sump. So after a few days, again, did you look up to your sump? Sir, there was a hairline crack. I got it filled up. I spent 500 rupees. Now the consumption has come down. So I was registered with AAATB. So we about 15 tankers of water was purchased every day. And well, as it took me a couple of weeks to go around, and I found that the water supply pipeline and sewage pipeline, there was a break in the water supply pipeline. Yeah, I got it repaired by spending about 700 rupees, and 15 load of water tankers. There was no need. We stopped it. So this is only numbers, monitoring, observing. That's how we can really bring some sense into the water management and water utilization. Thank you. I think I've answered it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Architect Mohan, as a landscape architect with a difference, you have worked on natural landscapes of Hampi and surrounding areas and other several similar projects. From the perspective of negotiating, could you share your views about greening the existing urban areas, tier 2 or 3 cities, etc., and the degraded countryside?
Yeah.
Architect Mohan.
Yeah. I think we go back to our earlier discussion about the paradigm and the paradigm shift. So greening of countrysides and cities actually forms one such paradigm. We have this imagination that has come from maybe the romantic poetry of the 18th century England that green is good. And we try to keep on making cities green. If I am working in Chikballapur, I will not try to make it green, because there is a certain idea of a grassland. Maybe it changes, it has to change according to season. There are brownscapes, there are tryscapes, there are xeriscapes, and these are all rooted in the particular geo-ecological context. So the more we try to green a space, it is the same as expecting all of us to live in 24-degree air conditioning, which is not at all required. Yes, what is required is an ecological sensibility to say what is appropriate for that context. Definitely, there are issues of soil erosion, airborne dust, increasing soil salinity, water management based on the characteristics of the watershed and the rainfall patterns. But having said this, it has to be extremely context specific, and we will hopefully not see more of green resorts as we see in, say, Rajasthan, for example, where everybody is attempting to green the desert. The desert is there for a reason. I can extend the same example of the 20 million trees being planted on to save the India's rivers, for example. No, planting trees will not save our rivers.
Very happy.
So
Yes.
it's we need to have a slightly more holistic and a context specific understanding of every landscape, and then understand what kind of intervention it requires. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. That's precisely what I want to. Excellent one. You put the points
Okay,
correct.
so
Ecological development. Yes.
yeah. So actually, yeah. So actually, Architect Mohan, the question was about actually, that's what I meant. I didn't, it didn't mean about greening with lawns and trees. It actually meant about bringing the biodiversity back into the areas. That is number one. And the urban areas, since we had the heat island effect, and what actually could be done to reduce that effect within the cities. So that was the actually the context of the question. Maybe I did not frame it well, I
No,
suppose.
but his answer did
But thank
cover up
you,
all this
thank you
when he
for
made
the
the Neelam, when he
yes,
made the point of biodiversity and
yes, correct,
bringing the urban,
correct.
see, the urban heat actually goes up. The urban cities are getting more rain than the outside cities nowadays. The way the air rushes in and moves. All this is very wonderfully created. Only
Yeah,
thing
I
is,
understood your question, Neelam, and precisely my answer remains the same, that the interventions need to be extremely context specific, and it would be
Correct,
futile for us to
correct,
develop
correct, correct.
standards that work for every settlement.
Yeah, yeah, right. You are right. You are absolutely right. Okay, Dr. Sanjeev, you have a vast experience in academics, especially pertaining to rural architecture and development. According to you, how do we take this important inquiry concerning the build to the younger generation of building professionals? And what fundamental changes do you think requires to be taken up to bring about this awareness into actual practice?
Actually, if you look at
Sanjeev?
I have been conducting vernacular studios since past 11 years here at SPA Bhopal. And one of my main intentions is that to make my students understand that a built space is not just a built volume. It has many stories attached to it. And when I take them to villages, and especially the tribal villages, for case studies, and they do documentation, and when they look at the house, it's not just it's not house, it's home, and it has got a lot of stories attached to it. And secondly, the innovativeness what we see in vernacular, the multifunctionality of a single space, and they don't find this kind of multifunctionality in urban houses to that extent. And how the spaces they use, how innovatively the spaces they experience that, and there from there their sensitivity towards spaces starts emerging. And that is where I that is the only purpose for me to do vernacular studios, is to make them understand how spaces tell stories, how spaces can be utilized in various ways at various time periods of the day and night. So the richness of the spaces increases. And if I see out of 80 students, 5 or 10 students take that path, my purpose of vernacular studio is done. And I see that a number of students take that path, and at the end of their final thesis, they take certain projects where that sensitivity can be seen in their works. So in that way, I'm able to create that sensitiveness among my students, and I'm seeing that it is working very well.
good point.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. I think we come to the last, I think we already discussed most of the issues that we had tried to address. Um, and again, if I say, I think it again maybe repeating the same thing, how much our settlements must develop and where and how this development must take place. This is already actually discussed. So I'll skip this question because we already discussed this in great detail. And we are a little short of time, so full total winding up about the issue, I will just very quickly run through it. As Jasim sir, to the first question, he said that human behavior actually is not destructive. So and it is a, because we all are part of nature. I think Sanjeev spoke about it, and then the extent of destruction which is required to live, it definitely needs to be done, because we cannot live without it. So that has to be, that has to be there. And of course, it's only the greed part, or as Jasim sir was speaking at, what is required, and reflect on what is actually required to live a meaningful life. That definitely should be taken care. And Prakash sir talked about on this question about the quality and quantitative, which actually again relates to greed, because how much, like if a person has 4 houses instead of 1 house or something like that, or he talked about the water resources, more and more water used by other people than other, by a certain group of people, and other people are going without water. I think that's what was that he actually stressed upon. And Mohan spoke about in this part, we are not talking about not distracting, but intergenerational equity. He spoke about at intergenerational equity actually also talks about the definition of sustainability actually talks about intergenerational equity. And in the later question, I think Dr. V.S. Prakash spoke about it, that, how do I answer my grandchild that, I have not left you enough water, on this earth to actually live and live for the future generation. So that actually covered that first question. And in continuation to that, as Jasim said, told to as a panacea, cities must die and give way to new cities. Villages, we should urbanize them, but how to urbanize them? There has to be a way. We should not leave it to the government. Government should only be a facilitator, and they should not, be a builder or something like that. And there is no right to dictate the future to anybody, because that is very true. Uh, Everyone has the right to live the way they want to live. The only thing I think in the first question, as we spoke about, that the quantity and the quality of, and I think there's again a lot of discussion that actually could happen on that. Like if Bill Gates says that I want to live the way he lives, we definitely cannot be allowed, in my opinion. And Jasim sir really stressed the emphasis on creative thinking. And I think that's the very key point in the whole discussion, which I say creative thinking, or you can say design thinking, which has to be very multidimensional and more like a charrette, where you have out of the box thinking, which is required actually at the moment to really, take us out of this, whatever situation we are in. And we should have no nations, we should all be free. And I think that's a very great idea to have. And Sanjeev actually agreed with Jasim sir, and he said that this should be an engine of growth rather than, and we cannot stop it. But we have to have that equation between technocentric and environmental development. And if we all know earlier development, and this actually discussion between development earlier was considered only technocentric. So we had millennium goals, and then when it became environmental was clubbed with development, then it became a sustainable development goal, and that's how it was. So that is something which is thing actually how it has changed, the definition has changed about it. And of course this should not be egocentric, it should be for social good, because we cannot say, I think most of the, I do not want to say it in a platform, but many of the people would say it's okay if I can afford 12 kilowatt or 20 kilowatt of electricity in my house, but why should I not have it? So we have to talk about social equity, there. And then Prakash sir talk about again use of water equity in cities. I think equity is a word which has been coming often, and I think that's another key issue that came out of this discussion. Decentralization, Mohan spoke about, and the nature's capacity to take the load and the development, or we say, if we say a neighborhood should develop depending on the land's capacity to take the load of the resources at that place, very contextually, to take the load of that development. To the next question, Jasim sir was, spoke about that we should not force, and that's very true. We should not force to change. The world has come together due to COVID, and we should try to solve the problems together. And the technology should serve. We should not be becoming a prisoner of technology, or driven by, not driven, I would say dictated by technology, rather than technology actually being dictated by us. And that will be like benign technology that should actually happen. And he also, Sanjeev talked about that there is no paradigm shift required, but we need to choose the paradigm because they are available around us, and alternatives, contextual levels, according to the communities and rural places are better. We can actually adopt those, paradigm, and if we call them a paradigm. Prakash sir very much emphasized on the this thing of data, because data actually speaks volumes, and it can also reorient or guide our actions. I think that's a very important point again, that we definitely need data, and people need data to really change their whatever perspective of how what to do and how to live. And Mohan spoke about whether there is actually a paradigm, and there's a problem in framing the paradigms, and I absolutely agree with him that most of the time government bodies and other people they try to frame bylaws and things like that, which are really not suitable, and you cannot have one kind of bylaw for all cities, or kind of a national building code of 135 liter per day, or so much of electricity per habitat. There has to be a different way of actually approaching the issue. And Jasim sir talked about that, about in Suvida, and he said that the way he has developed the whole layout. But as he said that every building or a project should be left to grow after we have conceptualized it, and I think that's a very and a very important point again, that we should not control how it's going to be, except for some smaller controls which are required just to keep peace, and things that, as I said, the greed of some people and do not take over the benefit of other people. So that should not be allowed. Prakash had talked about water budgeting, and I think that's very important. Again, he emphasized the data monitoring, and I think that would also be, and demonstrate it to people. And I think that's again a very important part. Mohan emphasized on greening, which he strongly said that it should be exceptionally contextual, and there should be no greening like the way they do with all this, and the like the Western cities, and that we have tree kind of doing 1 lakh tree in a day, planting everywhere, and or something like putting green resorts in Rajasthan. It should not be done that way. It should be very contextual, and it should be done with ecological sensitivity. And he talked about to keep the biodiversity in place, we have to respect the ecological system of the particular place. So there could be some places which has to be brown, brown. I mean, you can say a brown scape or other kind of things, and that's how it has to be maintained. Or if it is a desert, it has to be maintained. The ecosystem or the biodiversity has to be maintained in a similar manner. And last, Dr. Sanjeev spoke about the studies that he has been doing and studio he has been conducting. And I think that's sort of a very good way of, that every building is actually a system. I think that was a very apt definition of the built. The day a built space or a house becomes a whole system, which has got in it all the water cycles, air cycles, other things taken care within that particular system. I think we can go a wrong way, and this could be taught to the students, per se. I just will add just one small note to this, which I believe in. We get free air, water, space, sun, and earth to build a habitat on every site. Can we build within our means? That was one. And of course, as Jasim says, design thinking is essential for a problem solving approach rather than a dictating kind of approach, and where we can involve and all kinds of stakeholders in actually solving our problems, which we generally call in another language called SERAT. So this is what is special about design thinking and creative thinking, where processes can actually help us extract, teach, learn, and apply these human-centered techniques to solve problems in a creative and innovative way in our designs, in our business, in our countries, and in our lives. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you, sir, all of you. It has been a wonderful, time for me to be speaking to all the Jasim sir, Sanjeev, Prakash sir, and Architect Mohan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to Apurva.
Take care.
Thank you.
Neelam,
Thank you very much.
Neelam ma'am, thank you for so wonderfully summarizing the session, and a heartfelt gratitude to the entire panel for that fascinating session, for articulating your concerns so eloquently, for propelling us to cultivate an approach that embodies integration of different disciplines and practices to ensure that we look at creating built form that can breathe and behave as living organisms too. Thank you for coming up with your profound takes and unfiltered opinion on every concerned element, whether that's specifically about water, energy, or food, or the larger questions of quality of living, economics, equity, social and ecological development, technology, decongestion, decentralization, communication, critical thinking, managing data, and talking about how everything needs to cohesively work together. When we have to make decisions for the design of a sustainable built environment, we perhaps need to develop that awareness that all decisions may not always work out towards finding an ultimate solution. But as John Ruskin once said, that when we build, let us think that we are building forever. So let's consider it as a collective responsibility to work towards building a sustainable life. And as the panel rightly opined, it's the humans who have to make it all happen. Thank you, sirs, and Neelam ma'am. We have enjoyed the discussion as much as we have learned it from it too. On that note, we will be winding up with our first session. The past 2.5 hours have been all about simplicity, wisdom, purity of the spirit, purity of the heart, and about our respective responsibilities to explore and discover a lot of answers. Our sincere gratitude to Architect Peter Rich, Dr. Yellappa Reddy, Professor Sanjeev Singh, Architect Krishna Rao Jasim, Architect Mohan Rao, Dr. V. Shiv Prakash, Vice Chancellor Dr. Vishnukant Chakpali, and members of KRSTUD for taking out time from your schedules and gracing the session. Thank you for engaging with us, supporting the cause, and making these few hours extremely valuable in terms of reinforcing the relevance of simple and sustainable living through your line of thought. I will now invite Ms. Devyani Ramamurthy from Manasaram Architects to take it ahead from here. Over to you, Devyani.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We at CGBMT would like to thank the Master of Ceremony for the first half of our event today, Architect Apurva Bose-Datta, for taking us through the morning's programs. Through her work as an author, architectural journalist, curator, and editor, Architect Apurva sheds light on architecture that makes a difference and that needs to be noticed. We thank her for joining us today. I now have the pleasure of introducing the Master of Ceremony for our second session, Ms. Sangeeta Agasti. Ms. Agasti has more than 15 years of experience of working in the areas of micro, small, and medium cluster development, livelihoods, value chains, entrepreneurship, sustainable consumption and production, innovation and technology transfer, infrastructure planning and development, and circular economy. She has led programs working across positions as team leader and project manager, advisor for agencies like EU, UNIDO, UNDP, Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank, CIZ, World Bank, SAARC Development Fund, SIDBI, KFW, and various multilateral organizations and ministries in more than 15 countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe. By education, she has an MBA and an MA Economics degree, and is currently pursuing a PhD in cleaner production innovation in the MSME sector. Thank you for joining us today. Over to you now for the second session.
One second before Neelam, most of will be breaking for lunch here and what is the arrangement? Yes, because the Yellappa also asked me what is the thing. Now we continue. We are all 60 plus. Okay, we have to survive. Okay, what is the, no, before I say
yes, what, yes, what is the next? Actually, we had overshot the time, and the next speaker is actually Mr.
No, I'm not asking you. What do you want to join
because and we are delayed.
You want us to come back again or no? What do you want us to? Apurva, please.
We can have a
working lunch.
If working lunch, yes, sir. I think we have to go for a working lunch.
Then I'll have to put myself muted.
Can we have a working lunch? Is it better today? I'm going without lunch for now.
No, not good. You are now against everything you spoke for
Yes,
in the
sir.
morning.
I think you. No, no,
You
no.
should,
Sir,
we
I'm
want to live
going
with
to
the
eat. It's
environment.
not
We
like
want to
that. I'm
live
not going to
happily.
eat.
We
I'm
want
just
to live
working lunch.
healthily. Working lunch, yes. So we'll go mute it and have lunch. That's about what. Okay. I got you.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Because the time is a little has gone more in the panel discussion. So that is why we had to forego the lunch time. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Let us continue with our
Sangeeta,
second
you
session.
can.
Yes. Thank you, Divyani, for a very humble introduction.
Yeah, Sangeeta. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of the Foundation Day program of CGBMT. Since we are running late, like we are 20 minutes behind the schedule. So without taking much time, I would like to directly go into the second session. And we have, in the forenoon session, we had many inspirational talks and insights from eminent speakers. And to continue the same flow, the second half of the day is structured around a keynote address by the guest of honor, followed by an important panel discussion on local livelihood development for sustainability sector, and key activities undertaken by CGBMT in past 1 year and its future plan. So this is how we are structuring the second half of the day. May I now request Madam Ms. Neelam Manjunath to introduce the guest of honor, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk, to the forum and request him for the keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta, and thank you all the participants for not able to give you a break, separately. But we have I can tell you we have a very exciting talk ahead of us. So you can have your working lunch and I think enjoy the talk. I think that's the least that I can say. I feel extremely privileged and honored to introduce Mr. Sonam Wangchuk in our program. And way back when I had seen the movie Three Idiots, I was really, and when I heard that Mr. Sonam Wangchuk was the inspiration, behind that, behind that movie, and that really, I really wanted to meet him. So I'm not able to meet him physically, which has not been possible, but I'm extremely thankful that today I'm meeting him virtually and listening to him face to face virtually. Uh, Welcome, sir. Welcome, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk, to our program. May I briefly introduce Mr. Sonam? Mr. Sonam Wangchuk was born in the Trans-Himalayan region of Ladakh in Jammu and Kashmir, India. Though a mechanical engineer by education, he has been mostly working in the field of education reform for more than 27 years. In 1988, just after he finished his engineering studies, he founded SECMOL, Students' Educational and Cultural Movement of Ladakh, which aims to bring reforms in the government school systems in Ladakh. In 1994, he was instrumental in the launch of Operation New Hope, a triangular collaboration of the government, the village communities, and the civil society to bring reforms in the government school system. The program involved formation of village education committees to take ownership of state schools, training of teachers in child-friendly ways, and rewriting and publishing localized textbooks for Ladakh. As a result, the pass percentage at 10th grade matriculation rose from the dismal 5% to 55% in 7 years and 75% in these days. That's quite a feat, sir. For students who still failed in their state exams, he founded SECMOL, alternative school campus near Leh, a special school where the admission criteria is failure in exam and not gates. That's really very interesting. However, with the supportive and creative environment at the school, the so-called failures have excelled in their chosen fields and risen to international acclaim as entrepreneurs, filmmakers, politicians, teachers, and so on. As an engineer, Sonam Wangchuk has been teaching innovation at the SECMOL Alternative School, where together with the students, he designed and built solar heated buildings that are low cost, made of earth and mud, but maintain plus 15 degrees centigrade even when the outside temperature is minus 15 degrees centigrade in Ladakhi winters. In order to solve the water crisis facing mountain regions due to climate change and fast melting glaciers, he invented the ice stupa, uh, artificial glacier which stores the wasting stream waters in winter in the form of giant ice cones or stupas and releases the water in late spring as they melt just when the farmers need water. Mr. Sunam Wangchuk has, as because of his so much of good work that he has been doing, has been granted several awards and titles. Some of them are the prestigious Raman Magsaysay Award 2018, the GQ Men of the Year Award for Social Entrepreneur of the Year 2017 in India, the Rolex Award for Enterprise 2016 in Hollywood, USA, the Terra Award 2016 for World's Best Earth Buildings in Lyon, France. He is a UNESCO Chair for Earth Architecture for India in 2014, sorry. And he's got the Real Heroes Award by CNN IBN channel in 2008. Green Teacher Award by Sanctuary Asia magazine in 2005. And Ashoka Fellowship by Ashoka. Innovators for the Public in 2002. Man of the Year by the Week magazine in India in 2001. And the Governor's Medal by the Jammu and Kashmir State Government in 1996. So that's the impressive, I invite Mr. Sonam Wangchuk to deliver his talk, and I request the audience to put their questions in the chat box. We will take it after the presentation. Mr. Sonam Wangchuk.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and greetings and felicitations to all of you for all the good work you're doing for your Foundation Day at the Sustainable Materials effort that you have been putting in through your organization. I'm happy to see how you have been doing in your way what we also try in our way here. You have bamboo and such resources in abundance, and that's a great way to build, and we don't. So we use what we have, like earth and sun, to build our habitats as comfortable places. And I bring you greetings today from one such house, which is built of mud and solar heated. And while outside it has been minus 15 and 20, inside it has always been plus 15 and 20. So greetings from a like-minded and similarly spirited organization up in the mountains. Great that we are talking about sustainability and sustainable living and living simply, which is what I think binds us together in this common spirit, although our worlds are very, very different otherwise, as you will see through my journey that I will share with you with some images. I come from a part that is so far away and so very different from the rest of the country and perhaps the rest of the world, that there's hardly anything common except the spirit that we share of making this world a better place to sustain what is good for all beings and not just human beings. But that's a huge common ground that we share, even if details are very different. So today I'll share with you a little part of my journey in creating such sustainable little worlds around us and helping, inspiring, and training others to do similarly. So since I'll be talking about life in Ladakh, as I said, it is very different. So I'll take the help of some images. As they say, images speak more than my 1,000 words. I hope you will enjoy going through these images and my story while you have your late lunch. I'll share some food for thought also alongside your food that I'm sure you're enjoying there after your long day. So allow me to please share my screen so that I can share some images from Ladakh. Is it? Oops. Can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, you can now see my screen. Good. Okay, so just some parts of my journey. This is Ladakh on the map, top north of our country, beyond the Himalayas, actually, not in the Himalayas. Himalayas are very green and wet, lush. We are across the Himalayas, and that's why Trans-Himalayas, and it's a very different world here. As you can see here, it looks more like from the moon or the Mars, almost like another planet. And as you can see, temperatures swing like outer space from plus 35 to minus 35 in winters. It's a mountain desert and like another planet, I said. Could be Mars, but this image I put in just to tease you. It is of the Mars itself, not Ladakh, but this gives you an idea of how close it is to any other barren planet. This is Ladakh, and what is different being on planet Earth is that little patches of green that you see, the oasis, those are what makes it different from any other dead planet. This is where human beings have always contributed to nature. You know, our ancestors had no water from the skies like you all have, but they were innovative, creative, so they used water from thousands of years ago, fossilized water, which is called glaciers. So they found ways of collecting the trickling, melting glaciers and then carved rocks to channelize it to irrigate patches of desert, but then growing wonderful farms of barley, wheat, peas, alpine vegetables like cauliflowers and broccoli and all kinds of vegetables and fruits like apricots and apples. So this is what human contribution can be. And out here, there is no deforestation, only afforestation, as you can see. Well, there is nothing to deforest, so that's another reason, but this is where humans enrich nature. And it is quite cold, as I share, climatically and technologically. We are a tiny minority in the mountains. I'll be sharing with you some more images, if you can hopefully see, I hope. So here you can see that despite all this harshness of climate, civilization has thrived with its own language, literature, music, dance, and so on. So it's not just that nature has left us high and dry, but human ingenuity has made it possible for us to live a very, very fulfilling life here. Let me improve my slide presentation format here. Can you see still my images? I hope you do.
Yeah, we can see your images. It's not full screen. Can you make it full screen?
Okay, I will do it. Yes, can you?
Just go to slides. So yeah,
Is it?
yes.
Okay. But
Yeah.
being
Now
a
we have.
minority in the mountains, there was another problem, which was in the field of education. Nothing from the other parts of the country made sense here. So textbooks made very little sense in the mountains. You know, textbooks with F for fan in a -20 mountain region confused the children much more. And this is just the smallest example. They were full of irrelevant facts and, you know, uncontextual concepts. So therefore, there was a time when educationally it was a disaster in the mountains, and that made people lose their confidence, as if there was something wrong with them when they had failures like 95% in schools, as was mentioned in the introduction. So this was doing a lot of damage in the mountains, and that's when I started working. I won't go into details, but during my engineering, I started teaching students and learned about the educational system and worked together with the government to change it. And yes, slowly it went up to 75% or so, but there were still 25% failing. And with those failing students, we started an interesting educational journey, which led us to many learnings, many discoveries, both for children and for grown-ups like me, in living harmoniously on this planet. So it was an educational journey for me as well. With the failing students, we said they should have a different kind of education, not the textbooks, talks, and chalk that they get. They should have more hands-on. They should be able to apply what they learn in the real field, in real life, to solve problems. So we started a school, and today I'll share that journey of that school where we learned and started finding solutions to live happily and sustainably on this planet. So on this plateau that you see, where not a soul frequented, far away from anywhere, in the middle of nowhere by the Indus River, we started a school which in 5 years or so, the students who came here designed and built, and now they run it. So the idea is that education is not a textbook or an end product. It's the journey that they take. And the journey is about designing their own world and then building it and then living it and understanding rest of the world through it. So for example, this image that you see is a painting done by the children back in '94, before there was anything on this desert, to conceive of a school that they would make themselves and build themselves. And for this, they used all the geography and physics and maths they had in the textbooks to know where the sun is in the summer, and more importantly, where it is in the winters, in the southern sky, where it is in the mornings and in the evenings, the sunset, the sunrise, in winter, in summer, understanding all that, understanding where the winds come so that you can plant trees to break the wind to save yourself from the cold winters, or facing the buildings to the south where the sun stays throughout the winter when it is punishing cold in Ladakh, -20, -35. So how do we use the resources which we have rather than burning the planet, and the fossil fuels and so on? In the next 5 years, we built a school that was a very different school to begin with. Yes, the admission criteria was not grades, but rather failure in the system. And with these so-called failures, we started working our way into learning and finding solutions. This was a school where we grown-ups were to learn how we can make it a happy life, harmonious life without destroying the planet. So it was designed and conceived to be a school that would be built with natural materials like soil right under our feet, abundant for everyone, rich or poor, rural or urban. Nobody's so poor there is that doesn't have earth under their feet. And these buildings were to be powered and heated by the sun, again, a source of energy right over our head. There's nobody who is so poor they cannot afford sun. Maybe they cannot afford oil, but no one who cannot afford sun, especially in our region, where it is sunny for 300 days of the year. So from heating the buildings to powering everything, it has been all solar since mid-90s. It has been zero energy, off-grid, even before these terms were coined, I guess. So this was a school that would be built by the students and run by the students. They are in the driving seat and they run it like a little country with a little government and a little parliament where they present their plans and their experiences every 2 months when the government changes, like real life. Actually, they're preparing for real life. Many of them become leaders in politics also because they have a rich experience of managing and governance, not from your civics book, but from life itself, where you manage and govern your own little country, the school. And the students take charge of various portfolios as leaders, whether it is dairy or energy, solar energy, or organic gardens, power plants, greenhouses. They take charge of everything and use their textbook learnings along the way. So many of them fall in love with what they did because it's not reading and writing, it's doing at the school, and they make them into careers. So those who work with fruit preservation like apricot jam become startups that manufacture and supply pulp and jam to the country. Others have started travel companies, other value-adding startups. And at this place, because of the abundance of this energy, that our gold is not oil in the soil, but rather rays. Our gold comes in rays from the heavens, from the skies. So everything is solar at this place, right from the cooking with parabolic dishes that concentrate the sun rays to greenhouses that give us fresh greens in midwinter, to buildings that are naturally lit, to some photovoltaic also, where we need electricity, to water heaters that students themselves make, pumping of water. Everything is solar. Even the cows on this school live in solar heated cow sheds. And very interestingly, they give 2 times or 3 times the milk that normal cows give, almost like a reciprocating of our kindness to animals. But actually, it is their middle school science. Cows are warm-blooded animals. They learn about warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals. So warm-blooded animals need to keep their bodies at, in our case and that of cows, 37 degrees. So if we don't give them a warm shelter, their food goes into maintaining their body temperature, and then you don't get milk. But if you do that cheaper with solar energy, then the cows double their milk. It actually happens, actually triples often. So this way they learn, and then they become entrepreneurs in their villages who can do such things for others also. Now, coming to habitats, which is where your interests and ours meet. We don't have bamboo here, but we use a lot of mud, as you can see, and mud is just right for these kind of climates. It's a very low-cost material that you can use and overuse to make it not just structural walls, but also thermal walls that store the heat of the sun from the day to the night, from the sunny week to the cloudy week, giving you autonomy. So you can see up there, they're building with just soil, packing them in these shutterings called rammed earth or packed earth. And then this is an ancestral old way, but what we add new to this old ancient technique, and that's what we should do. Rather than throwing away ancient wisdom, we should add science and make it even better. So what we add here, as you can see in the big picture, is the south facing transparent film or glazing that captures the sun's rays. As you can see below, the sun captures the greenhouse captures the sun, and air becomes hot and rises. This is the chapter on heat from their school: convection, conduction, radiation. Rather than just memorizing, they put it to use. And convection brings all the warmth of the sun from the greenhouse into the windows of the upstairs, and then it heats the walls, becomes cool, and is pushed into the greenhouse again, and the cycle keeps running all day without any moving parts, no fuel, no power bills, just natural convection, a natural gift for the planet. So that's how the buildings stay warm, using convection, conduction, and radiation from the walls when the windows are closed at night. So students see that happening and apply it, and the lessons become unforgettable. Now, these buildings have evolved over time, and nowadays they stay at an average of plus 18 degrees centigrade, even when it is in winter minus 20 degrees centigrade. People live happily without burning a drop of oil, and that is possible. But often, when we talk of solar heating, we complicate things so much, engineers and architects. Most people, when I tell them I use solar energy in Ladakh, they say, oh, so use photovoltaic panels, solar panels. Well, no, solar panels, photovoltaics produce electricity, and we don't need electricity. We need heat. Heat comes directly from the sun. You don't need photovoltaics. That's where we lose it and complicate and then pollute the planet and make it a, total nightmare for all living beings. We have forgotten to stay simple and use things as they are. Just because we have technology, we throw technology at everything, even if it is solar, which is a good change. People want to still use photovoltaics to generate electricity at just 20%, put that in a battery, and then into an inverter, and then make it AC electricity, and then run a heater, and then they think they can heat the houses. This is not just a joke. As I speak, there are several projects in Ladakh that are huge, corporate, government funded, that are going the long way to get the simple thing done of heating rather than electrifying. Cold places need heat, not electricity. So you spend 5 times more, pollute 3 times more, and get half the effect of just simple using sun through a transparent film, and then using convection, no fees, no power, free of cost, and conduction and radiation. So that's what it can do. The beauty is that these buildings, because of their design, also are the coolest buildings in summer. Many people ask me, oh, they're so warm in winter, in Ladakhi winters. They must be hell in summer. Well, no, they're heaven in summer. They're the coolest building you could get into in summer. And that's what design is all about. When you know where the sun is in summer, which is overhead, and you know where the sun is in winter, which is lower south sky, then your windows only capture sun in winter and not a ray in summer. Therefore, you can be coolest in summer and warmest in winter. Now, the building technique of earth, as I said, we don't have bamboo, but earth. Many people had forgotten this technique of building with earth, because cement was considered such a modern, glamorous material that everybody had to build in cement, whether they have the money or not. They would take loans and get trapped. There was no need for cement, and yet people had gone for cement, thereby forgetting the skills. So people are made to feel that cement is pakka and earth buildings were, looked down upon as kacha buildings. Well, here I'm showing a 4 stories tall palace that has stood, and we carbon dated it for 1500 years, 4 stories. People have plundered and taken away all the wood in the roof and everything, but it still stands tall at 4 stories, and you call it kacha makan. Interesting. And cement, if you ask the industry, the lifespan is 60 to 100 years, and that is considered pakka. So we need to relook at things really. Now, what we did is that we didn't have people to learn from, so we went and learned from our ancestors. We went to all the ancient forts and fortresses that have survived this long and reverse engineered to see what mix they made, how did they mix and pack them, and learned their skills, even if they were not around, by analyzing samples in laboratories in India and in France. And then, there must be something good that they have stood so long. Not every earth building has also stood this long. So those that did are our teachers. So when we learned these techniques, we started giving it to our future generations so that we don't throw the baby with the bathwater in the name of progress, modernization, and education. So we proudly build with earth and live happily ever after. This is our school, where in the background is one of these buildings that is totally passive solar, means that it stays at globally, comfort standards of plus 20 or so. But what is different is that it doesn't pollute gram of emission or pollution. So lifestyle inside it can be modern, but rather I would say more than modern. Modern is what you have in New York or New Delhi, where you get plus 20 degrees and destroy the planet. This is post-modern or beyond modern, where you get your comfort but destroy nothing. And in the foreground, you see the lifestyle at this school, where we say, why not live in harmony in nature's rhythms and use animals like yaks to plow the fields and grow our own food? Start learning at school itself. Of course, tractors are considered modern, but we don't believe in them. Tractors eat up fossil fuels for which you need cash, for which you take loans, which you can't pay, and then you commit suicide. That's not modernization to me. Our yaks, they eat byproducts of the farm, like the straw they eat and the grains we eat. Both are happy, and the only waste that they produce is not smoke or emissions. It's dung, which is food for the plants again. What could be better than a circular, energy nutrient cycle than this? So again, these buildings, some of the students become interested in them and they make their livelihood. We help them and train them to start businesses that would take our technologies to the people. So the way of dissemination of these techniques that we developed at our school is by training our young students into builder entrepreneurs who get a creative livelihood, and then people out there get a solution to their problems. They can call and sit with them, design, and then build the houses that can never need fossil fuels again. So this is how all of this habitat part is happening. Towards the end, I'll just share a few images of the water solution. In the mountains with global warming, our glaciers are melting away. And at this school, we try to find solutions to all such problems. So we said, why not, if the water is becoming lesser and lesser in our streams with glaciers melting away, why don't we make our own glaciers? So with this, some 5 years ago, started this project together with my students. called the ice stupa artificial glaciers. I won't go into details. There are more clearer videos on internet that will explain how it works. But just to tell you that it freezes the water that is not useful in winter because nobody is farming in winter, and it freezes in geometric shapes that have low surface area, high volume, like cones. This comes straight out of middle school geometry from their chapters. Put to use, if you build in such shapes, then the ice doesn't melt soon after winter. It stays till summer when farmers need water the most. And to make these, 10-story, 12-story tall ice mountains or ice pyramids, people ask me again, what kind of pump do I use? And I find it as crazy as using solar photovoltaics to heat buildings. Why do we use pumps and mourn about not having a pump or the power to run a pump when you have a resource that is so beautiful and abundant in nature and everybody, rich or poor, can afford? And that resource in the mountains is called gravity. Gravity is something everybody can afford, and that comes with hill slopes. So you always have an upstream and a downstream. That is what gravity is. And simple physics in middle school teaches us that water always wants to maintain its level. So if you put a pipe upstream, then the water will want to go to the same level. And if you put a fountain obstructing it, then it will cause a huge fountain to spray the water into the air, into the -20 air, and then it immediately freezes and builds a cone almost automatically, like 3D printing. So this was a solution, and it's been picking up. Experiments are still going on. Now it has become somewhat like a movement. There are village after village in India and other countries like Switzerland, neighboring Pakistan. They're making these, and the one you see here is half the height of the Qutub Minar, and contains 7 million liters, 70 lakh liters of water to be useful when it melts. This got us the Rolex Award for Enterprise. And using this award money, roughly 1 crore, I contributed to create an university, an alternative university, which will train young people in living in harmony with nature in their own context. Because why we needed an alternative is also because we cannot benefit from a university that's in Kerala, where it is all coastal environment, or in Rajasthan, where it is a dry desert, or in Cherrapunji. Unfortunately, currently all universities in all such places are exact same. And that's not how we can address our challenges, by giving the same medicine for all maladies. So therefore we said, for mountains, there has to be an alternative university that focuses on mountains, that understands the resources like gravity to be used to make artificial glaciers. So all these we are doing, but we are not proud of them. We don't think this university will solve our problems. We don't think our ice stupas will solve our water problems. We don't think our solar houses will mitigate climate change. That but is a big but, and that but is where you can also pitch in. Because when it comes to climate change, it's not happening because few of us in the mountains are doing something strange. It's the big cities in the world, Bangalore, Bombay, New Delhi, New York, Paris, Beijing. It's people in these cities that have to change their lifestyles and behaviors. Only then we in the mountains can be, spared. We are today at the frontier of climate change, facing all these challenges, but tomorrow it will be you. We are like an alarm call, a wake-up call. And therefore, as a wake-up call, last year we did our latest innovation, a different kind, where we said we need to change the world. So we said, why not attempt it? And that was a movement that we started with Gandhiji's 150th anniversary, a movement called I Live Simply movement, which is for young people to, not to find it like a preaching. We made it into a fun crowdfunding site where you crowdfund not your money, because the planet cannot make use of your money. You keep your money, but you change your behaviors. That's what can contribute more to the planet. So you contribute pledges to the planet of changing your lifestyle. If you use cars, you pledge to use bicycles. Aeroplanes, you pledge to use trains. Likewise, plant trees or go vegetarian. These can contribute much more by lifestyle change, and living simply is how we can make this planet possible for not just human beings, but all living beings on the planet. So you can look up, and I would suggest you look up the ilivesimply.org and contribute your pledges and keep them and live them, and then make this planet a better place, a more sustainable place. We'll have to get many such people in the big cities to change their lives, for us in the mountains to, I always say, please live simply in the big cities so we in the mountains can simply live. And that's what I'll say in the end. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sonam. I think that was really, I think why people have been talking about you so much. I understood it even more. I understood before, but I think, but today, sort of virtually face to face, I understood the humility and the commitment with which you have been really working. And I really, I think appreciate is a very small word, I would say. Taking the failure, people who have failed, and I think the concept of, like, if you ask elephant to fly, or something like that, then they cannot fly. So you have to tell elephant what they are supposed to do. Everyone cannot take the same exam, or the bird to birds to swim, or something like that. So that was a very I think important thing. And you, from morning, as we have been discussing, and why I really had been very keen on having you on board, was your work is very contextual, which is what we have been discussing since morning today. And as you also told, postmodernist, and I absolutely agree with you. All these things about modernism and all that, I think we have to, your work is beyond that. That's what we actually really do. You also are doing decentralized work, as we are, which is again the thanks to people like Bill Gates and all the other companies, 5-10 companies, we are controlling the world literally through their products and things like that. And we are thankful in this kind of a situation that we are today. We definitely need to decentralize. I think that's, so your work again stands apart. And livelihood generation, while children are still studying, and they are in this thing, and they coming from them, and above all this, a human centric development. I think that's a really a big round of applause for your talk. I think it is really very heartening to listen to you. And I'm really very happy to announce that CGBMT School of Simple Living, as we call, and it is very incidental that the word simple has come. You started this last year, and we also at least started it last year, calling it simple living, which earlier I used to call it sustainable living, but the word sustainable has become so badly abused. Everyone thinks that they are sustainable. Everyone does everything and calls themselves. So I thought simplicity is a better word to use to express what we wanted to say. And in this year also, we are all starting a campaign where we are talking about action for simple living. And so as part of our campaign, we would be most happy to run your campaign also on with us, I Live Simply, for one full year through our campaign, and spread the word that you have been trying to spread. It will be very, it will be a pleasure to do so. And so that's what I would like to, and I would like to urge all my people who are listening, whether they're in the meeting or on YouTube or wherever, we will be sending this out to you, to all the participants that are there, to really see that, this change actually starts. And thank you once again, Mr. Sonoma. There's one question that has come, but I think that's very on the growing energy efficiency measures and industry all over the world. Why do we still rely on heavy tech when we have evidence that passive measures have better solutions for many problems? This is by Grisha Gauri. She has, though I think you already answered the question, but maybe you could put a word. Yeah. Okay.
This
Okay.
is exactly the change we
So,
need. We need to
yes.
learn to do things. To do things simpler is not easier. It's more difficult, more challenging, and therefore
Yes. Yes.
it is
Yes.
much
Yes.
more of an achievement when you're able to do
Yes.
it simpler. If not for yourself
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
alone, for all living beings that also share the right to be on this planet. So therefore, it totally makes sense. Just ask those who are complicating things why they are complicating things. Simplifying things is common sense.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Which is very uncommon, unfortunately. The common sense is very uncommon, unfortunately. So anyway. And thank you once again, Mr. Sonam, for your talk. And we will stay in touch. And I would love to visit your place, Inspirational's place, sometime in future when COVID allows us to be able to travel. I would simply love to. I have been thinking about this for such a long time, I cannot tell you. I really have been thinking about it. So I will look forward to getting in touch with you and visit your place. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Over to you, Sangeeta. Um,
Thank you,
Now I
ma'am.
hand over the session to Ms. Sangeeta Agasti, moderator of panel discussion on local livelihood generation for the sustainability sector, to start the discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really a great honor and a privilege to listen to Mr. Sonam, his inspiring ideas, initiatives on sustainability. Now, moving ahead, we have a similar kind of a panel discussion now, which is focusing on local livelihood development for sustainability sector. All of us, we know that economic development through enhancing livelihoods and industrial base, promoting sustainable production and consumption, and creating green job opportunities have always played a primary role, and it's a primary focus or objective of developing countries, including India. However, the policymakers and social scientists and practitioners, including the civil society organizations and all, they're facing a lot of problems. Crucial challenges is to ensure the environmental sustainability and inclusivity along with economic development. Every year, India, a country like India, the government is pumping lot of grants, lot of programs are being initiated, investments are undertaken, policies are designed, and elaborated plans are devised to achieve this goal, or at least to get closer to it, to closer to this kind of ideas and all. However, the result misses out its target in one or multiple of these aspects. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have an esteemed panel of experts who are working quite actively in this area of sustainability. It is a great opportunity to hear their views and perspective on local livelihood in sustainability sector. So particularly here when we are talking about sustainability, so the livelihoods which are required to promote sustainability sector, like in the area of clean energy, green energy, or renewable energy, in the area of sustainable consumption and production. So there are a lot of opportunities to create different types of skills, different types of livelihood opportunities for people who can actually cater to this kind of sustainability area. So this panel discussion would focus on those aspects. We have like some of the very eminent speakers. Let me introduce them one by one. We have with us Mr. Sandeep Virmani, who is a known name in the area of water harvesting, organic agriculture, renewable energy, sociology, and environmental rights. As Executive Secretary of CGBMT, he developed projects such as decentralized water pumping systems in villages and towns. He is Managing Director of Hunarshala Foundation, HSF, since its creation in 2003, and facilitates self-sustaining housing for the poor, work towards artisans' involvement in mainstream buildings. He promotes local, eco-friendly and cost-effective material, sand technologies like earth and sewage recycling. Mr. Virmani also designs and guides the Disaster Rehabilitation and Natural Resource Development Program in Kutch, Navnirman Abhiyan, which is known as like KNNA, created in 1998. It's a network of around 27 NGOs of Kutch working on policy, capacity building, natural resources, management programs. Welcome, Mr. Sandeep. Our next panelist is Dr. Jagdish Vengala. Mr. Jagdish has done his master's in construction technology from BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, and has obtained his doctoral degree in seismic response study of bamboo-based constructions from VTU Belgaum, for which he conferred the INAE Innovative PhD thesis by the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Dr. Jagdish has more than 19 years of research, industry, and teaching experience. He was a recipient of the 5th CIDC Vishwakarma Award as the Scientist of the Year 2013. He was also the recipient of Professor V. Ramakrishnan Young Scientist Award for the year 2008 and 9 by Indian Concrete Institute. Dr. Jagdish is presently the head of EDC Innovation and Incubation Center. He is an associate professor of Department of Civil Engineering, P. Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. He was also a former scientist of IPIRTI, which is an institute of MOE FNCC. Now our next panelist is Mr. A.R. Shivkumar. Mr. Shivkumar is a former senior scientist at KSCST, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He initiated several projects and programs across India. One of the major contributions is in developing rainwater harvesting programs. He is instrumental in bringing in policy changes at the government of Karnataka to establish this rainwater harvesting measures in government and public and private buildings. He has extensive field experience and strategic insights into technology development and deployment of cost-effective rainwater harvesting solutions in the country. Our next speaker is Mr. P.B. Sarjan. Mr. Sarjan is an architect by education and practice. He has been trained and mentored by Laurie Baker. He is the member secretary of Board of Governors of the LBC, which is Laurie Baker Corporation, chief architect and joint director at Costford. Mr. Sarjan has been passionately promoting Laurie Baker's approach to architecture and building construction through project execution, as well as research and dissemination of knowledge in cost-effective technologies through policy advocacy and numerous training programs. Some of his projects include design of over 2,000 residential buildings in different economic ranges, 26 slum rehabilitation projects, many eco-restoration projects, redesign and execution of tribal hamlets, school buildings, campuses, and hospitals. His current focus is research research in the area of like using mud and bamboo as alternate to high energy consuming building materials. So welcome, Mr. Sajal. We have our next speaker, Mr. Viswanath. Mr. S. Viswanath is a civil engineer and an urban planner. He has 33 years of experience in the water, wastewater, and sanitation sector, helping designing rainwater harvesting technique, aquifer recharge, wastewater recycling, and eco-san system. He is an adjunct professor and he teaches a course on water at the Azim Premji University, Mangalore. He is a trustee with the Biomi Environmental Trust. For the last 12 years, he is writing a weekly column called Water Wise in the Hindu. Mr. Viswanathan has been part of the expert committee which helped formulate the rainwater harvesting policy and laws for Bengaluru, the wastewater policy of Karnataka, and the water policy of Karnataka in general, being drafted by the Karnataka Knowledge Commission. He has also set up the Rainwater Club in 1995, wherein he educated people to take up rainwater harvesting or sustainable eco-friendly designs in housing. Million Wells of Bengaluru is an initiation started by Mr. Viswanathan, which is a facilitation of traditional well diggers called Munna Vadaru. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. So this is to revive the old water systems in the city. So welcome to this panel. We have 5 speakers and there is one more speaker who has sent us a small video clip which will run towards the end of the panel discussion. So to pursue this global environmental sustainability, we not only need the sustainable production and consumption, but we need people who can actually provide the services in the area of sustainability. And these, there are different types of inputs which are required for this kind of livelihoods, particularly, say, for example, skills, the resources, the market, finance. These are the basic factors which actually can enable having this kind of livelihoods in the sustainability sector. Now, moving forward, we have some key questions to our speakers. So to start with, may I request Mr. Sandeep Virmani, we have 2 important questions basically, where we would like to request your ideas, your perspective on that. First is how to create this local economic resilience and self-reliance. Especially like in this COVID time, we have seen that there are many livelihoods, many even the micro enterprises are deeply impacted largely because of the disruption of the global value chains and all. So we would like to hear your perspective on how to create this local economic resilience and self-reliance. This is one. Second, your inputs on marketing strategies and options for the local produce. Over to you, sir. Mr. Sandeep. So, sir, we have around 40 minutes for this panel discussion for all the speakers. So, I request you to share your ideas, your thoughts in 5 to 8 minutes time. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much, Sangeeta. First and foremost, I want to congratulate all of you at CGBMT for this foundation day of yours. You have been promoting the idea of simple living for the last 17 years. Extremely relevant topic for the world today as we go through our COVID times.
Mr. Sandeep, can you be a little louder?
Is this better? Am I better now?
No, I think it would be good if you can be a little more louder, or if you can come close to your mic.
Yeah, is this better? Can I be heard?
Yeah, you can start, sir.
Am I louder now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so let me begin by saying that as long as we live in an economic system which is based on global economies or global markets, I'm afraid sustainability has very little chances of being successful. And this is because the way the global markets work, they are highly carbon intensive. And as a child, I used to wonder why something which is grown in my own village is more expensive than something that comes from Brazil. And nobody was able to give me that answer. As Sonam Wanchuk and Neelam were talking about this just now, that common sense is not common anymore. And it used to be always obfuscated into jargon like, these are economic systems which you will not understand. And but it is true. Why should Brazilian apples be cheaper than, for example, getting your apples from Himachal Pradesh? And this is because the whole world, the global markets have been designed for subsidies for large market systems, and they therefore control the way the economies function. And until and unless, for example, the recent example has been where Nestle and Cargill, two companies who started making dark chocolates popular all over the world. And in just over a decade, as dark chocolates started getting eaten by millions and millions of people, the two countries, Ivory Coast and Ghana, 60% of their rainforests were cut down to grow cocoa for the dark chocolates. And today there's an international court that is sitting down to deliberate and understand why this happened and why are we losing our environment. And then not only the environment, they also use child labor in their entire operations. So anything in the global market that becomes successful is automatically detrimental to sustainability, is detrimental to ecosystems, is detrimental to local systems being sustained. And that is why I think we lost a great opportunity when Gandhian systems were abandoned for going socialist first and then into the capital markets. And his ideas of simple living were exactly what we are trying to talk about now in our forums these days. I will give you an example. We, about 10 years ago, we started promoting a local cotton, which was called Kala. It is a short staple cotton, which is grown in just 10 millimeters of rain. And it grows beautifully in these 10 millimeters of rain. But then as long staple and irrigated and GM cotton started coming into the markets, this only was being used as an adulterant into these other cottons. We decided that the entire value chain of Kala cotton will be built within our own ecosystem, the arid ecosystem of Kutch. And over the last 10 years, more than 60% of the looms and more than 1.5 lakh people have been built into this value chain, where the cotton growers are growing this in just 10 millimeters of rain. It is being ginned, it is being spinned, it is being separated. The cotton seed is being crushed into edible oil, which is organic. The cake is being given to the pastoral communities for producing milk, which is again organic milk. The cloth that is produced by the weavers is then being produced into different apparel. However, this entire value chain was highly sustainable, but the only problem was that the markets for this Kala cotton products was not within Kutch, but were Indian markets and global markets. And immediately, the carbon footprint of this local chain became just as carbon intensive as any plastic-based nylon or any other material which is not organic. Because this Kala cotton was now being marketed all over the world, and the cost of transportation on the carbon and greenhouse gases was intense. So even though we were able to create a local chain, we lost out on sustainability. So for all practical purposes, we are, so to speak, promoting something which is local. But until and unless people from the same region don't using the materials that you are creating, you are losing the entire value of those value chains. Similarly, the pastoral communities over here, I used to talk to them, and they used to, they breed this beautiful animal called the bunny buffalo, which has now become very famous. And I used to ask the pastoral communities that how is it that, because they graze their animals in about 2,500 square kilometers of grasslands. I said, how do you decide how many animals to keep in your stock? And they would say, we don't decide that, nature decides that. Because every time there is a drought, we reduce our herds. So if I have come to 50 animals, the moment there is a drought, I will reduce it to 25 animals. Because that is what is available for us, for the animals to eat. And I will do that by selling the animals to farmers who are in other areas where there is rainfall. So it was a sustainability which was built into their system, and only the best genetic stock was kept by them, whereas the rest of the animals were given as milch animals to the other farmers. So we unfortunately decided to link them up with global markets. And we, instead of them being just people who sell animals, genetic stock, we started also marketing their milk for them. And we brought in the Amul brand. And Amul then started being very successful with this organic milk, and were now beginning to sell this milk all over India. Within a day, they were able to take the milk from arid Kutch and supply it to people in Delhi. And immediately now, the people, the pastoralists, started getting cash into their hands. And so now when there is a drought, they buy fodder instead of selling their animals. And over the last 5 years, something like 30 to 40,000 animals, which was the carrying capacity of the grasslands of this region. Now we have 120,000 animals, and the same nature is not able to hold this same amount of animals together. So even though you have an economic story which is very successful, unfortunately, sustainability is lost out. So these are the problems that I wanted to put before our audiences today, that until and unless we don't decide to change our economic systems, because today cement and steel is so subsidized that bamboo and mud will always be more expensive. Organic farming will be more expensive than chemical-based farming until and unless, in the moment we remove all subsidies on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, everybody will start doing organic farming. So today in my colony, we have a well from which we can take our water and we can be sustaining for our own water needs. However, it is cheaper for me to take waters from the Narmada, which is transported over here over 1,000 kilometers away, than to use the water from my own well. So until and unless at policy levels, we don't make these major changes, and we're not serious about actually being locally sensitive and beginning to live within our own ecosystems, surpluses can go out, but we cannot be dependent on our basic needs on things from the outside. We are not going to, unfortunately, be able to be seriously sustainable. So we have developed a lot of examples like Vanchuk has and others have all over the country. But until and unless the economic systems don't change, we are only going to be providing lip service to sustainability and not really being actually sustainable. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Thank you, sir. This is quite nice to hear this kind of examples where you're talking about the sustainable local system, which can promote this kind of locally produced and locally consumed kind of system or a process, basically, that will give more sustainability, not only economic, but also environmental sustainability to the livelihoods. Now, moving ahead, we have Dr. Jagdish. So I would like to hear his perspective, like what should be the role of institutions in skill development and entrepreneurship ventures for generating sustainable livelihoods and local employment opportunities. Dr. Jagdish is quite instrumental in creating and initiating all this kind of initiatives. So it would be good to hear from him his perspective on this thing, that how these institutions can leverage support to initiate such sustainable ventures. Dr. Jagdish. Over to you, sir. Dr. Jagdish, are you there?
Hope you can hear me.
Now we can hear you, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, first of all, congratulations and happy Foundation Day, 17th Foundation Day to CGBMT. And yeah, coming to the role of institutions in developing entrepreneurs, particularly in creating sustainable livelihoods. So 2-3,
Dr. Jagdish, we can't hear you. We lost him, I think. Dr. Jagdish? Seems he has a network problem.
Yeah, can you able to hear now properly?
Yeah, I think it's clear now.
Yeah, sorry for that. Sorry for the inconvenience. Last 3 years, I'm working with a lot of students, wherein making them to become entrepreneurs. In the process of what we understood, the institute role is very well important. The first thing is the students has to work with the local people, particularly for their small internships. This is very important. So when they take up in the first year or second year of graduation, they are able to understand these societal problems. Based on that, 3-4 entrepreneurs have come out in my college, particularly wherein I have mentored. This is very important to understand the societal problems in and around, and particularly in the bamboo sector, wherein I have worked for the last 16 years. There are a lot of opportunities, particularly wherever the bamboo is available. Particularly housing sector, there are still a lot of dearth is there, because many people are asking, particularly farmhouses and other things. The construction people are asking, but nobody is there to carry out the work. There is always the gap between the people who want these houses, and there are very few people are there to build these houses. And institutions, particularly CGBMT, has a bigger role in making the institutions bringing out more entrepreneurs by trying them through giving the interns, like giving the internship particularly. And also bamboo not only for housing, and we are actually working on small products like precast, conglomeration with other building materials, very important. So we recently did a work on precast benches using bamboo as a reinforcement, wherein one of the student is taking it up in a bigger way, using the mud. So wherever the parks are there, he is trying to promote making the benches, eco-friendly benches, precast benches, and he's approaching people. So this is how the institution's role is very important, and they have to connect with particularly the local MSMEs, the MSME, state government MSMEs, wherein they have the business plans in the sense to take it up in a bigger way, because the local market, they have the survey, they have the survey already. So they have to approach the state governments and then state government MSMEs to get the not only funding and to get the market scenario of them. This is from my side, Sangeeta.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish. So this is quite relevant, like what you suggested, that these institutions need to work very closely with the policy stakeholders, particularly they have the development windows like the district industry center and all, and they have the industrial statistics of the data and also different types of support schemes which can be leveraged by the institution to provide the necessary skills to the people and all, and institution need to work very closely with the local people. They have different type of skills and different type of resources are available. Thank you, sir. Now moving ahead, I request Mr. Sarjan to share his ideas or views on on inclusive policies. He is somebody who has actually supported a lot of policy creation in the area of water management, wastewater and all. So we would like to hear his perspective on inclusive policy for sustainable livelihoods, how to ensure this inclusivity in the value chain, and how to create and or leverage the market opportunity, particularly through the public procurement schemes. Like, for example, the government of India has a public procurement scheme wherein it has mandated all the PSUs and also the government institutions like school, colleges, and many institutes to actually buy 25% of their total procurement from the micro and small enterprises. So we would like to hear from him his perspective on the inclusive policy. Over to you, Mr. Sarjan.
Yeah, I think your question is to other person, not for me. This I'm an architect and I'm practicing this bamboo architecture. Some of our new projects. Actually, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah. What I thought I will present, I'm not very familiar about the MSME institutes and Government of India system. Actually, what I thought is I will present today the way what Laurie Baker started and Laurie Baker propagated. What he said, this locally available material means that much of local job opportunities. And in this sector, we are also working with this green materials. We call it green jobs. For example, we started working with bamboo after Laurie Baker's demise. In 2007, Laurie Baker passed away. We came into bamboo sector, bamboo buildings in 2010 only. But after this 2010, we decided and we moved to construct houses for the individuals with bamboo, and who wanted to construct their houses with bamboo, we helped them to construct their houses with bamboo. And it is not easy for them to collect bamboo, and it is not easy for them to treat bamboo, because at present scenario, everything you can get in your fingertips. If you want one truckload of cement, you can just dial a number, the cement will come to your house. If you want 1 ton of steel, that also will come to your house. But bamboo, you cannot do it that way. We cannot call one person and bring bamboo. Then what we decided, we have to supply bamboo. We have to construct, whoever wanted bamboo, we decided to supply bamboo. Then we decided to pay money to Government of Kerala and purchase bamboo from the forest, and decided to engage tribes who cut the bamboo tree. And last 10 years experience, we constructed nearly 40 houses with bamboo. But within this 40 houses, the available bamboo for that cutting and head loading and transporting, head load transportation, not with other transportation, to the lorry, the truck point, because the bamboos are cutting in the middle of the forest and the sides of the river, and from there they have to collect bamboo and transport it to the truck point. These all jobs are done by these tribes. So far, last 10 years, just for 40 houses, we paid nearly 35 lakh rupees to this tribe community there in one place, in Palo. in one area. I'm talking about only one area. And these are the points which I want to make. If you are concentrating on this locally available material, and that definitely will enhance the local job opportunities there, livelihood there, that can be easily converted that one into the local job and local job opportunities there. And another one is that policy level. All of you, like the last few months ago or maybe 1 year ago, government of Maharashtra included bamboo is one of the material can be used in the public work department. Similarly, if the other governments also can do that way, if the government buildings also can be done through this bamboo, the acceptance of bamboo will be much more much more easier for the local people and ordinary people. At present, what we are trying is not the tribes, not the ordinary people. We are persuading people who is above maybe like high income group people to construct their houses with bamboo, because the lower income group people and middle income group people also, they are looking at the high income group people house, how they are making their houses. And government, sometimes government used to say, we can build houses for tribes in bamboo. We don't want to do that. Actually, we are constructing houses with high income group people. And also sometimes people are very, very crazy also. They are ready to spend 20,000 or maybe 50,000 rupees to stay in one night in a bamboo cottage. But they are not ready to construct their houses with bamboo. Instead of or changing that attitude for our high income group or middle income group people and construct their houses with bamboo, sort of attitude change will make lots of job opportunities and creation of green jobs in the sector of sustainability. And COSFOOD is a accredited agency to Government of Kerala. That we were accredited in the year of 1996. When we started People's Planning Campaign in Kerala, government accredited COSFOOD, and COSFOOD can make buildings for the government without any bid. That is the advantage of it. Through that advantage, we are doing lots of government buildings also. More than 15,000 buildings we completed for government so far in Kerala. Out of 14 Jilla Panchayats, 2 Jilla Panchayat buildings also constructed by COSFOOD in Kerala. And if you are getting that chance also, we are also pushing to use bamboo as one of the material in the government sector too, that we are pushing through the government. Definitely we are using our own cost-effective technology through these government buildings too. These all are the things. And also definitely all of you may be hearing about Kudumbasri movement in Kerala. We have maybe the biggest in the world, that women organization. And we are also using these Kudumbasri units for making small units or converting bamboo as a value-added product. That means that the raw bamboo, these groups are doing the treatment of the bamboo. Where a person who wanted to construct their own houses, these people can supply the bamboo. The demand, when the demand comes, the product definitely will we can produce. This way, we can create lots of opportunities and livelihood in this rural sector as well as in the urban sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your suggestion, like if we can introduce this kind of a bamboo material, which is a sustainable material, which can substitute a lot of unsustainable and less sustainable material, if that can be introduced in schools and setups which are actually owned by the government and all, that will generate demand for this kind of housing.
Yeah, actually the schools, I don't think it is possible, because after the fire happened in some other places also, it is difficult to construct schools with bamboo. But definitely we can suggest other buildings and create proper fire systems also, introduce fire systems also for those buildings. Another thing is now the modern buildings, all modern buildings are having, you know, ACP sheets, aluminum composite panel sheets to cover the building, which is consumes lots of energy. For making of 1 kilogram of our aluminum consumes 170 megajoule of energy. Even cement, 1 kilogram of cement consumes only 4.6 megajoule of energy. That sort of material we are very much using in our old cities and everywhere, which leads to global warming and all sorts of things. Even this ACP panels, you cannot even recycle it because it's a composite panel, composite material. You cannot even recycle it. Instead of this ACP panels, if our architects and people think bamboo is an alternative for this this paneling work or infilling work, that will be a great help for our rural people, like whoever starting this sort of small units, which they can produce small panels with bamboo. Even these rural people, ordinary women can make this sort of panels. That is also we are trying right now in our workshops.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. So,
Yeah, I just wanted to, Sangeeta,
yes.
I just wanted to mention 2 points over here. The first thing is, you know, bamboo wherever is available, any sustainable material, wherever is available plenty, there we have to adopt the technologies related to that. Otherwise, what happens if bamboo is available at some place and you are building somewhere in 300 kilometers distance, it won't be sustainable. Point number one. Point number two, regarding the fire resistance, and a lot of focus is on for the last few days about the fire resistance of bamboo. Very important, the silica layer, outer silica layer of bamboo, it only gets charred. That means it becomes black. The end fibers, if you don't treat it properly, the entire full length of bamboo is there. If you cut it, the end fibers, if you don't treat properly, then it may catch fire. Otherwise, the outer surface of the bamboo contains a hard silica layer. It won't catch the fire. It will blacken the surface, even in related with the composite also. This is what I just wanted to reiterate at this point of time. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sarjan, and thank you, Dr. Jagdish, for your views on this. So we'll come back to you if we have any questions from the audience. Now, moving ahead, we have the next speaker, Mr. Viswanathan. So my request to Mr. Viswanathan is if we can share his thoughts on like how to create or generate green livelihoods or job opportunities in new emerging and non-conventional sectors, particularly in this sustainability areas like energy, water, waste management, etc., and how such opportunities can be promoted locally. Over to you, Mr. Viswanathan.
Is my screen visible, Sangeeta?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll just take 5 minutes. I'll just share my thoughts very quickly. After I listened to Sandeep Nirmani, it's just like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, right? So the Titanic is sinking and we're sort of rearranging it. And I'm doing my share of the chair rearrangement, Sandeep, as I present this particular view. So looking at local livelihoods as a solution in the water and wastewater sector, okay? That's my quick take on what the question Sangeeta asked. For example, the city of Bangalore, where I come from, for a long time, for 1,200 years of recorded history on inscription stones, depended on lakes and wells for their water source, till it became an urban area and became a megalopolis eventually. So is it possible to relook at these traditional sources of tanks and wells as a supplementary source for the piped water supply to the city, therefore providing water security to the city of Bangalore and making sure that cheap water is available as well as livelihoods ensured. So here I present to you the Mannuvaddar community or the Ode community, the community which Sangeeta had a bit of difficulty in pronouncing. Mannuvaddar or Vaddar, Ode, that's the community, Vadera. This community now, even now, it's engaged in a solution space. And what is the solution space? They are going to dig 1 million wells for Bangalore. Vishwanath or Biome is not going to dig it. The Manuvadar community is going to dig it. There are 750 such families. They will dig recharge wells, as in the bottom center picture, 3 feet in diameter, 20 to 30 feet deep, pick rooftop rainwater or runoff from roads, filter it, and make sure it goes into the shallow unconfined aquifer, right? So they then become the solution to water supply security and groundwater security to the city of Bangalore. Now, in a formal plan, can they be included? Can we start to manage it? The rainwater harvesting policy, of which Shiv Kumar was a part of, Shiv Kumar and me, we both were part of the committee, makes it mandatory to store rooftop rainwater or to recharge the rainwater. Both of these options are available. So using the policy and the bylaw development, providing livelihoods to these well diggers from a traditional community, the city can strive to prevent urban flooding as well as recharge aquifers. One way of looking at water solutions, right? So here's how it is done. Rooftop rainwater is brought down, filtered in that blue drum that you see, and pushed into a well, right? The well gives you water at 75 paisa a kiloliter to 1 rupee a kiloliter. The cost of water for Bangalore from the Kaveri is 95 rupees a kiloliter, and it takes 2 units of energy to get water to the city of Bangalore, compared to the 0.1 unit of energy needed for well water to be pumped to the overhead tank and to be used. Yeah. Well water is 24/7. So there's a huge energy saving, there's a cost saving, and there's a localization of resources, there's a livelihood provision, and there's ecological security. These are the ways that we need to push ahead. How about involving fishermen in maintaining lakes? Here you see Rachinhalli Lake, and the fishermen who earn the livelihood from the lake are removing the water hyacinth. Now they do that once in 3 years and keep the lake clean. How can they be integrated to the preservation of lakes, not just middle class groups in the name of civil society who take part in the lakes? It's a question that we can ask, and we can provide great livelihoods. Because these livelihoods, this fisherman, this lake, one lake, for example, provides enough livelihood for about 200 fishermen who are part of a cooperative society. And if the lake is maintained well, it can harvest between 500 to 1,000 kgs of fish a day. A kg of fish is about 150 rupees. So to do the economics, there's lots of money, there's protein for the city, the lake can be kept clean, and the fisherman community can be getting livelihoods, provided they're allowed and formally included as part of the lake maintenance. You see that, the fish that can be generated from urban lakes, if kept clean, right? Then not only does the lake get clean and the livelihoods be preserved, but biodiversity can also be enhanced in the city. This is the example of Jakkur Lake. The pelicans are here in the lake in plenty, painted storks are here, and it become a bird biodiversity center. So we can merge livelihoods, ecological security, as well as biodiversity in sentences. How can we include farmers as part of the city's wastewater and sludge problem? Here's Muniraju, a farmer next to the small town of Vijaypura, close to Bangalore, population of roughly 45,000 people. What Muniraju does is picks up untreated wastewater, which, because the town cannot afford a sewage treatment plant and has not been able to set it up for the last 30 years, he picks up that untreated wastewater, puts it in a pit, pumps it to his field after allowing it to settle down, and that's how he does it. Furrow irrigation, not flood irrigation, so that the farm workers are not in contact with the sewage. Enough sewage put in the field so that it doesn't go below 1 feet or 2 feet, so that it doesn't contaminate the groundwater table, which is at 1,000 feet. And he grows mulberry. Mulberry, which is a non-edible plant. So no consumer is threatened by this. No human consumer is threatened by it. The mulberry is grown, and all the wastewater of Vijaypura town is taken care of by farmers and mulberry plantations. The mulberry is fed to the silkworm. The silkworm certifies the quality of the mulberry leaf. The silkworm becomes cocoon. Now livelihoods are being given to the silkworm rearers, to the cocoon harvesters. The cocoons are there like that. The cocoons are also certifying the quality of the wastewater and the mulberry leaf. The yarn manufacturers are given livelihoods by wastewater. Mind you, it's all sewage, untreated wastewater that becomes saris, right? So from shit to silk, that's how you have created it. It's all in the local economy. The wastewater the town does not need a sewage treatment plant. The town needs partnerships with farmers. Farmers need assistance in making sure that there's no health risks to the farm workers or to the consumers, and how to livelihoods can be enhanced and ecological security can be gained. So well diggers, fishermen, farmers, as part of the solution for urban spaces is the way we have to look at, because this gives livelihoods to them. Now Muniraju's assets includes cows, he has a house, his children get educated, and he develops as a farmer, and the city gets wastewater security, right? Treatment security. Now, these are the innovative ways in which the deck chairs of the Titanic can be arranged beautifully and painted well with yellow, blue, and red colors. The Titanic will sink because climate change is upon us and nothing can be done about it in a capitalist economy. Within that, we'll find temporary solace in making sure that some livelihoods become part of the solution creatively. Thanks, Sangeeta, for giving me the time.
This is an amazing case. I would say that like how beautifully this entire ecosystem, starting from the waste to the wealth, there are a lot of like possibilities in the ecosystem. How with an integrated approach, you could actually generate a lot of green livelihood options for the people. So this is a very good case study, and there are a lot of possibilities in similar kind of like areas of sustainability, whether it's the solar energy area or whether it's any industrial waste kind of area or any kind of subject that we take. So thank you, sir, for explaining it so clearly and with the example of this. I'm not being able to pronounce it correctly. In the local language, you call it as
Mannu Vaddar community.
Sorry.
The Mannu Vaddar community. Shivkumar will help you with the pronunciation next.
Yeah, I have to learn that the language, particularly how to pronounce it. But it's an amazing case study. Thanks for explaining like how with an integrated and holistic approach, this kind of job livelihood opportunities can be created at different nodes of the ecosystem, not only at one place, but at the different nodes of the ecosystem. Thanks a lot, sir. So now I request to the audience if there is any question or any...
You've forgotten Mr. Shivkumar. He has to make a presentation.
I'm waiting here. I don't know, only questions are asked for me.
Yeah. No. Mr. Shivkumar is making a presentation.
No, there is no presentation. I can only speak for the
He was part of the panel, Sangeeta.
I'm so sorry. Actually, I...
No. Sangeeta, one more thing. Mr. Shivkumar is not just the Rain Shivkumar. He also has patent to several sustainable solutions that he is right from the solar energy sector to many, and also in livelihood generation in solar panel making and things like that. So I would request Shivkumar to actually show all his solutions that he has done, and he has got many patents. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much.
We are fortunate to have Mr. Shivkumar having this kind of a vast experience in the sustainability domain. So, Mr. Shivkumar, we would like to understand your views on like how frugal technology and sustainable solutions can be fostered to create livelihood options locally.
Thank you.
And how the role of policy, academic institution, and civil society, particularly in this direction. Over to you, Mr. Shivkumar.
Yeah. So good afternoon to you all. Sangeeta, thanks for this opportunity. First of all, I should say that that Mannu, what Vishwanath was telling, it has created waves across the country. Not only across the country, maybe even outside. In fact, we started back nearly 26 years back in my house, rainwater harvesting, and I am 100% on rainwater for the entire year for all my requirement, my family requirement. And from that day till now, we don't have any other connection. We said that why not translate such kind of things into some skills in the local area and then build such kind of local skills and also sustainability. So what we did was we went into a big campaign, Vishwanath, myself, and many others, of course, a lot of NGOs and others. And it ended up in making a big policy in Bangalore. First time we said that the Bangalore should have all its building rainwater harvesting proof, and the groundwater has to be protected and all that. This is the offshoot of that, where the wells also have to be dug for groundwater recharge. We created rainwater harvesting theme parks. There are 3 theme parks in the country today. I am very happy to be part of that, to plan and also get it implemented. One in Jayanagar, Saramisheshwara Rainwater Harvesting Theme Park, where to date we have trained over 4,000 people from architects, engineers, and policymakers, and plumbing contractors. And they are spread across, not only Bangalore, across Karnataka and elsewhere. They are the champions. Here, what we did was there are 2 things which we can concentrate. One is local skills. They have the idea. Rainwater harvesting is not something which is very complicated phenomena. What we told them was, you see, what is a rainwater harvesting technique what you are using? You may be collecting water from the roof and then trying to store in a tank. Now we are telling you how much you can collect from the roof, in which day of what rainfall, and what should be your tank size. If you build too small a tank, it overflows, your resources are wasted. If you build too big a tank, Lot of resources are wasted because all your building material and other things which are very high carbon footprints are sunk in the ground. And what is the use? Can we have an optimum size? So we started telling these people what is the need for scientifically going in for the sizing and other things. This one example I'm giving. And then moving on these lines, we created almost every other possibility of rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, and local resource using. Instead of the box type drains in the entire city, we promoted the swales. And we, in the entire city had the concreted footpaths. Now come and see several kilometers have the perforated footpaths where it can harvest the water. The drain can also recharge rainwater. And Bangalore city, in fact, I thought Vishwanath will bring it up. We have more than 4 to 5 lakh borewells which are sunk. More than 800 crores has been sunk by public, not by any government or anybody. Such huge investment has gone. More than half of them are dead and buried. We said that why not recharge them? We used a technique. See, not every borewell can take water. First, there is a simple technique or the test they have to do. Pour water into that through a tanker and know whether the borewell has aquifers which are open to take the water or not. We introduced the small test and then pumping test and then told everyone, you please do this. Don't waste your money harvesting water and trying to put into a borewell where it is like a pen cap where you allow the water, not a drop will go. So several of such techniques, though they are not very complex, we try to explain and bring them and show these models in this theme park. The second theme park in Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad, we have created. It has become a runaway success where even children are used, where we have a gaming center, we have the video games and other things, how the drop of water travels from all the way from Godavari to each house in this Hyderabad. Similar rainwater harvesting theme park has been created in Lucknow, Kanpur in UP. So these are something where local skills can be. For example, in UP, you can't build the wells what we are building in Bangalore. Here, the huge program of wells in Bangalore depends on the cement precast rings which are available here. They are known. You go to UP and ask them, they don't know what is this precast cement ring well. Or the precast cement ring itself is not available. So I said that why not use a local material? There the bricks are available. You go to UP and any part of the North India, excellent burnt bricks are available. We said that why not create that? And these people know how to create the well using these burnt bricks. And it is so simple, local artisans, and they can dig the well, they can also line it with these bricks, and then there it is to recharge the shallow profiles. And going on, I was part of this UNDP program, and many of those Himalayan belt and the northeastern states, where the higher ridges where water cannot be stored, there we used rainwater harvesting techniques. Very simple thing. I didn't carry any material from here. Go there and study what is available. There only few things are available. Only the roofing sheet and some local material for building the walls. And then they have this HDPE tanks which have been provided in so many agencies and also PVC pipes. We said that why don't you create gutters for your roof using your own roof sheets. We created gutters, asked them to build their own filters using some materials like the old drums and other things and created. Now today they are using it for drinking purpose also in most of these northeastern states. In fact, the water shortage is more acute as Sonam was saying in the higher ridges where there are snowfalls and other things in the Himalayan region and the northeastern state. We showed them. These are small techniques. See, if you approach nature, we have almost everything for nature. But use the nature for your advantage, but at the same time, please don't abuse nature. That's the answer. You have skills, you have people to do it. Tell them how to do it in simple words. 2 examples I think I'm just in 1 minute. In the northeastern states, when I was working, I saw that they were using tiles for building several things. One thing which was amazing was they were using these old tiles to build the pots. To plant the decorative plants and other things here. So beautiful. Tiles are basically environment polluting ones, so we can use that. Local skills they can use. Any place in the country we can use that. I don't know why this is not done. Second one is what Neelam has done. Go to other greenscape and see that every lamp post is a bamboo this one pole. Why not? At least in our parks. Why do we need that very high carbon footprint steel and other things? The local people can produce these things and they're available here and we can definitely use, and they'll be more artistic to look into such kind of things. We can definitely do such kind of things. From borewell recharge to very high technique this one, and building of the wells to collecting the rainwater, a lot of things. You can definitely rely on nature and we can definitely do that. We need a catalytic help by somebody to see that local resources and the local people, they are matched to bring in more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this very enriching insights. Particularly, what I really liked is like how nicely you conceptualized all these ideas of contextualizing the livelihood, the green employment options. For cleaner production or for sustainable production, you need sustainable skills also, sustainable livelihoods also. And this is a good example that you cited, the rainwater harvesting thing, that in different places or different states, how based on the local need, you have leveraged the skills, you have leveraged the techniques, you have leveraged the ideas, and then created a sustainable system over there. And there are a lot of opportunities in this kind of unconventional or non-conventional areas. Particularly, we all know about the conventional livelihoods and other, but in sustainability domain, we have n number of opportunities. But what we need is actually a deeper lens. We need to have the right kind of aptitude and also the right kind of ability to actually understand the scope in the sustainability domain. Thank you, sir. So we are perfectly on time. So now I request to the audience if there is any question or any suggestions to share here. Even the speakers can also raise questions to the other co-speakers.
Audience questions are not there, but I think. Oh, we have Rene's video to be played. We will be playing a video.
Yes, after this, we will quickly run the video, which is sent by Dr. Rene. So I think we do not have any question as such, so we can quickly then go to the video. Dr. Rene van Werkel, he is basically the UNIDO regional head in India. He is educated as environmental scientist from the University of Amsterdam. He is an international lead expert in policy, strategy, implementation and change management for circular economy, resource efficiency, inclusive and sustainable industrialization, technology and innovation area. And he has worked extensively in the area of MSME sector development. He has over 32 years of experience in program design, management, implementation, applied research and consulting work. And he's now heading this UNIDO regional office, which is primarily focusing on industrial development with special focus on clean tech and waste management related innovation in the country. So he could not join us for this discussion today, but he has sent a small video which we can run now. So I request the colleague from CGBMT to kindly put that video here.
Namaskar. It is my pleasure to share some thoughts on the contribution of industry and
Sagar, we don't have the video on the screen.
Namaskar. It is my pleasure to share some thoughts on the contribution of industry and innovation for green building. I represent the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are the specialized agency of the UN system that supports countries like India in development of the industrial sector. We are particularly focused on SDG 9, Sustainable Development Goal 9, which speaks about inclusive and sustainable industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure. So we are very much concerned about contributing that factories are fit for the future because they have products that are sought after in the market, that are competitive, because they provide a decent workplace and a reward to communities and employees, and also take care of the environment. Of course, this is very much linked to infrastructure, the building of roads, structures, cities, which is also covered under Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is the sustainable cities and communities, and also makes it possible for people to live in a responsible and sustainable manner. If we look at the topic of green building or the green built environment, of course, we need to look at all aspects of that are relevant to the environmental impact of buildings and infrastructure. And for that, we apply typically what is known as a life cycle approach. We need to look at the environmental impacts of actual construction, so the activity of putting together a house and all the process involved in that. But we also need to look at the environmental impacts of the materials that are being used, the steel, the woods, the concrete, and other resources that are being put into the building. And then, of course, it's also important to look at the environmental impacts over the lifetime of the building during its active use and maybe refurbishment in the future. So how much energy is being used? How long will the building last? So we talk about an integrated approach, about life cycle focus on buildings and greening of buildings. We do so now, of course, increasingly in the context of what is known as a circular economy. And the circular economy is basically a change from a linear value chain where we have material supply and then do design and manufacturing and then distribution and use, and then they have end of first use. And then it's basically thrown away. With remanufacturing, we bring back products and parts by repair, reuse, remanufacturing, replacing, recovering, and recycling. So basically, it is also an industrial economy where parts and components and materials are kept ideally in perpetual cycles. We can look at this also from a different perspective, from the perspective of a circular economy, having basically three main focal areas: resource circularity. So that is talking about keeping the resources, the technical materials that we have in perpetual loops. If you look at a building, then of course that is concerned with the end of the life of the building, end of the first life, what can then be done. And we see a lot of examples going into repurposing of buildings. So and this is also a practice that has been done for quite some time. If you look at my hometown of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, a lot of the old storage areas and cellars were converted into expensive apartments in the city center. So that's repurposing. But we can also look at bringing in, taking materials apart, demolishing and crushing rubble and putting this back as a fill material into the next building. We see then as a second strategy the resource switch, so the use of more renewable materials in buildings. So that could be renewable materials. We could look at how bamboo can be utilized, how wood can be utilized that's sustainably harvested, and also in other areas we have seen examples of wheat or paddy straw being compressed into panels that can be used in construction. And then the third component of the circular economy, I guess, is resource efficiency, where we basically say that if we use less materials in the life cycle of a building, then we have also achieved it, made it easier to close the circular economy for buildings. So resource efficiency would then deal with using the least possible amount of materials in a building and also using it for the longest possible lifespan. So we see quite a lot of developments there. So using higher quality steel so that you use less steel for the same amount of building. But we can also look at the construction materials, and we see developments which are around in the areas of 3D printing, even of buildings. So there's much less materials. Or a simpler way could be to transition towards more prefabrication, manufacturing of building components in factories, which can be done more efficiently than on the construction side. So overall, I believe that there is quite a number of opportunities for innovation in the building sector if we're looking at reducing the environmental and carbon footprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rene. Though he's not here, but we will certainly communicate this thanks note to him. He's somebody who has actually quite passionately promoted many circular economy concepts in the country, in India, and also in several other developing and developed economies. And he has brilliant ideas about like how to use sustainable material in the building and construction industry, and also in the industrial manufacturing sector. So thanks to Dr. Rene. And then, ma'am, I think we do not have any question from the audience. So we can conclude this. I'll request all the speakers to be present in this event. And my heartiest thanks and congratulations to CGBMT for organizing this event, and to all the speakers who have highlighted and shared their thoughts, their ideas, their enriching experiences on this kind of novel idea, novel sector basically, which is sustainability. And given this kind of an unprecedented times that we are going through, this COVID time wherein the global value chains, the markets are disrupted, it's a time to reflect on the local opportunities. Particularly, there is a huge dearth of ideas in the area of sustainability sphere or sustainability domain, but we have a lot of opportunities there. So we need to think how to collaborate with different type of policy institutions, different type of technical institutions, and also the civil society organizations and practitioners who are quite actively working in this area. We need to join hands together to ideate and then conceptualize different type of sustainable livelihoods or green job, which can locally be promoted through technical or non-technical support and all. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all the speakers who have spent their invaluable time and shared their inputs with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelam, Manjunath, and Sangeeta Agasti. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now moving ahead, we have.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So
go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead, Sangeeta. Please go ahead. We are running a little short of time, so yeah.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I think there's a little bit of disruption here. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sangeeta.
Yeah. Now, may I request Mr. Jwalant Misra to talk about the postgraduate certificate course on bamboo application technology, and also to introduce the winners of the quiz, which was organized by CGBMT. Over to you, Mr. Misra. Is he there?
Yeah, he was there. Jwalant? I think while he joins, we can run the video of the people who were featured by CGBMT in last year. Okay. Can we run the video?
To the colleague from CGBMT to kindly run.
Soumya?
Good afternoon, all.
Yeah, Soumya is there. You can.
Yeah, so for Center for Green Building Materials and Technology, Bangalore is an NGO that works to promote a sustainable way of living. Our work responds to tackling environmental issues of our times through eco-education, advocacy, research and development, and on-the-ground community projects. We have been working for the last 21 years with consistent values and commitment to sustainability. In 2020, we have launched the School of Simple Living with a goal to spread awareness about environmental issues by conducting several events in the form of campaigns, talks, webinars, and etc. To bring on the ground transformational changes to combat the climate crisis and make the world a healthier and happier place to live. The Simple Living campaign collaborated with environmental activists, social entrepreneurs, conservationists, scientists, professors, and organizations from various sectors, bridging the gap between the common man and the elite professionals, breaking the barriers to enable the passage of ideas, broaden the understanding on fundamentals of nature, connecting people from different regions, and opening up the opportunities for common man in achieving the substantial changes in daily life. We are grateful to all the individuals and organizations, those who have collaborated with CGBMT for the Simple Living campaign, working towards achieving harmony with nature and building a healthier lifestyle. Their zeal and enthusiasm to share knowledge in their respective fields across different sectors to heal nature were significant. Now we have the video.
Mr. Jwalant Mishra joined Sangeeta, so he can start there.
Yeah. Thanks, Soumya, for this brilliant presentation. Now I request Mr. Jwalant Mishra to talk about the postgraduate certificate course in bamboo application technology and to also introduce the winners of the quiz. Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clear.
Okay, I'm not sure whether I'm visible because the Zoom is showing there is some problem, but due to time schedule, let me continue. So first of all, thanks Sangeeta, and thanks to Mrs. Manjunath for giving me this opportunity. And I will not take much time. I will present some certification of students who have passed a few programs from CGBMT. The CGBMT School of Simple Living has been offering various learning opportunities through postgraduate course, specializing in bamboo application technology since 2011. And I would like, if you could go to the next slide where I could recite name of first batch, that was year 2012 and 13. And students who have successfully completed their certification in the PG course were Pooja Dhavalkar, Mamta Surendra, Mr. Rajiv, Ataur Rahman, Manu Manendra, Simli Mahanti, and Vrushali Deepak Savalya. So congratulations to them for successfully completing during 2012-13. Similarly, for PG course for batch 2013 and 14, there were 4 students. Their names are Anita Dharampal, Aruna Gopal, Sudha Kumari, Rupshika Mane. Congratulations to all 4 of them for successful completion of bamboo application technology PG course. Moving on, for year 2014-15, the successful candidates were Nayantara Karnik, Vinay R. Kolte, Neha Hegde, Devina Agrawal. Congratulations to these 4 students in successfully completing their PG course in bamboo application technology. Candidate for 2015-16, there were more candidates, hence the certificates are in 2 slides. The first slide, let me recite the name of candidates: Bindu Subramani, Arisha Khajuria Hazarika, Sharda Shishadri, Vinuta SN, and Mallikarjun. Next slide, please. Mahendra Kumar D. Patel, Miss Riddhi, Nagaraja GP, Desai Sanket N, and S. Gautam. Congratulations to all the 10 candidates in successfully completing their PG course in bamboo application technology. Students for batch PG course batch for 2016 and 17 were Kishore Murlidhar Gaikwad, Nikhil Sudhakar Chaudhary, and C. Lalrin Mavaria. Congratulations for the successful course completion. For year 2017 and 18, there were 2 candidates, and their names are Sanjana Mahesh and Priya Thanawala. Congratulations for successful completion of PG course in bamboo application technology. For batch of 2018 and 19, the successful candidates were 4. Their names are Saurabh Gujar, Mohna Nagar, Prinsha Pijo Jose, Miss Renew. My apologies for the first name. That's a little bit difficult for pronounce. Nonetheless, congratulations for successful completion in bamboo application technology from CGBMT. Besides this, there is a special mention that I would like your attention. Since 2017, CGBMT is working along with Dayalbagh Educational Institute, a deemed university headquartered at Dayalbagh, Agra, to generate workforce for bamboo sector based on bamboo technology for building, furniture, handicraft, and bamboo-based industries. Under this common endeavor, CGBMT is running a 10-week modular course entitled Bamboo Application Technology, and I'm pleased that so far there are students who have successfully completed this 10-week modular course, and their name is Mr. Gopal, Mr. Sayed, Mr. Uttam, Niti Paida, and Anusasangi. Congratulations to all the candidates, and congratulations to CGBMT and Dayalbagh Educational Institute for the successful completion of this modular course. And I'm sure in future there will be more such courses that will be run between CGBMT and Dayalbagh Educational Institute. Besides this, there was an interesting quiz that was conducted by CGBMT on 24th of April 2021 on Saturday. The topic was environmental sustainability in daily life. There was a huge successful response that this quiz attracted. And I'm very excited and pleased to announce the result. The first place is actually shared by 2 teams of 3 people each. So congratulations to all of you. Let me recite your name of the winner. The first team consists of Ushim Rajpal, Ramandeep Marandi, and Chaitanya Kalamkar. Congratulations to all 3 of you. The second team, which also shared the first place, that consists of 3 participants. The names are Aditya Vijay, Madhukar Gupta, and Akshay Sharma. Congratulations to you as well for successfully winning the first place. The runner-up team had 2 people who stood second. Congratulations to all of you. And the successful runner-ups were Yash Jain and Rishu Ronan. Congratulations to both of you. And that concludes the certification part of the program. Back to you, Sangeeta.
Thank you, Mr. Jwalant, for the kind introduction, and congratulations to all the students who have successfully completed the certification course, and also to the winner of the quiz contest. Now, moving to the next session. Since morning, we have been hearing like the growth path of CGBMT. And it was possible only because of the active involvement of its volunteers and their commitment for social change. To recognize their efforts, may I now request Ms. Akanksha Manjunath to make a brief presentation on that, to appreciate the efforts by the volunteers. Ms. Akanksha is known for her extensive grassroots campaigning work around the world on issues such as affordable housing, human rights, poverty, urban governance, youth representation in politics, and street harassment. And she is now the executive director of an organization called Not a Compliment, and co-founder of this organization and marketing communication officer at the Youth Affairs Council, Victoria. Over to you, Akanksha. I think you're here. Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk. Talk a bit about what volunteers bring to organizations. When you look back at COVID-19, whether here it's in Australia, whether it's in India, anywhere in the world, you've seen so many citizens volunteer their time. And help, whether it's with access to resources, helping people get from point A to point B. And so it's not, and also not just during a pandemic, but also several hundred thousands of organizations around the world rely on volunteers every single day. And the most successful ones actually involve rather than use volunteers. And I think that CGBMT would be one such example. As we know, involving volunteers adds a great amount of value to the organization, but also just elaborating on that, when you have a staff member at your organization, they have fixed responsibilities, whether they're an architect, say they're a marketing officer, they're a manager, but having a volunteer, helps bring around a range of skills, focus skills and experience and knowledge, which a staff member might not be able to bring because, they've got so much going on. But volunteers, for example, bring in their specific strengths and focus, which actually always helps an organization thrive. The other thing is that it helps to raise more awareness about the cause as well as the organization. So, for example, CGBMT has grown considerably on Instagram and Facebook over the last 1 year, and volunteers had a significant role to play in that, in devising the social media strategy, in making sure the posts are scheduled on time, in engaging with the broader community on a local, national, and international level. The other thing that volunteers can help an organization do is build relationships within the community in which the organization works and contributes to supporting others in your community. So by providing volunteering opportunities, as an organization, you're promoting social inclusion, skills development, and also potential routes to employment. The other point that involving volunteers can help an organization do is the development and delivery of activities, projects, or services by bringing new opinions, ideas, or approaches. So it helps an org adapt, stay relevant to what its beneficiaries and community needs, as well as identifying opportunities to improve what the organization does. And aside from all this, volunteers, above all, bring in their passion for an issue that they want to tackle. And in this case, at least in CGBMT's case, it would be climate change. It would be the fight for a more sustainable future for everybody involved. And just to wrap it up, aside, it's well known that, it's not so well known, actually, I would say, that volunteers globally contribute trillions to the global economy, but they are not often as recognized. Even the big orgs like Oxfam or Amnesty International rely heavily on organizations to help bring forth their mission to the public. And they do this by ensuring that volunteers are involved, going back to my earlier point, involved in the process. And I can safely say that at CGBMT at different levels, volunteers have remained involved in whether it's program development, whether it's communication strategy development, so on and so forth. So I'd just like to leave you with a quote, which is that you should never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. By Margaret Mead. Thank you for your time. And I think the volunteers have made a video on what it's like to volunteer at CGBMT. So I would request them to play it.
Hi, this is Kanmani. I'm an architect from Chennai. I have been volunteering with CGBMT for the past 8 months.
Hello everyone, my name is Millie Arora. I'm an architect, a designer, and currently I'm also working as a volunteer at the CGBMT Bangalore.
Hello everyone, this is Nitya. I'm basically from Bangalore and I have completed my BE in Civil Engineering in 2018. Now I'm presently pursuing my MTech in Manipal Institute of Technology.
Hi, my name is Shridi Sriraman. I'm a freelance architect from Chennai. I've been freelancing for about a year now.
Hello everyone, this is Shrihita. I'm a graphic designer and an architect to be. I'm currently in my 4th year of BE Architecture.
Hello everyone, I'm Sagar, an architect graduating from UBC Bangalore University.
Working with CGBMT has enabled me to try a lot of new things and also new ways of working. Most importantly, it has helped me figure out ways of working with people I haven't even met before through the online medium from across the country and still work as a team. Getting to meet new people from varied backgrounds and having the opportunity to gain perspectives from people who are my peers.
My experience so far has been really great. Actually, it's a place where I got to learn so much under the guidance of Neelam ma'am. She is the one who built this organization from the very scratch. She always acknowledged each and every work of mine. I also got to work in Bamboo Cultural Fest 2020, and that was really an amazing feeling to be a part of it as well. Working process, I come to know certain sustainable building projects, which low cost efficient buildings, which made me to get interest to do such kinds of projects and get into involve myself in that kind of works.
One of the main reasons why I wanted to volunteer with them was their sensitivity towards the environment, and they wanted to give it back to the environment, and their outreach program, be it in social media or their online courses and competitions that we were conducting was.
Working with CGBMT has not only molded me professionally, but also helped me to grow personally. It totally changed the way I look at my life to be.
As a research assistant, I was involved in developing courseware material for skilling and empowering the common man. I have been actively assisting the School of Simple Living campaign, whose goal is to spread awareness about environmental issues by conducting several events in the form of interviews, talks, webinars, and to bring on the ground transformational changes to combat the climate crisis and to make the world a healthier and happier place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Akanksha, for highlighting the importance of all the volunteers who are actively involved in CGBMT. And it's quite important to encourage them, to motivate them, and give them the right kind of, scope and opportunities to learn from eminent person like Madam Neelam Manjunathji, who herself is a kind of a technologist, and she is quite instrumental in developing a lot of sustainability ideas and all. So thank you, Akanksha. And now moving to the next session, it is a great honor and privilege to have Dr. Nitin Pandit in this forum, who is a guest of honor. So let me introduce him to the forum. He's already here. He has joined this meeting, I think some 45 minutes ago, actually. I've seen him attending the previous panel discussion quite passionately. He was like here and he was hearing to all the speakers. So Dr. Nitin Pandit is the director of Ashoka Trust for research in ecology and environment in Bangalore. Previously, he was the director of priority initiative at the World Resource Institute in Washington, DC, focusing primarily on restoration and energy efficiency area. And prior to that, he was actually serving here in India as part of this WRI initiative in the country. Dr. Nitin was president of International Institute of Energy Conservation, IIEC, with offices and programs in a dozen of countries for implementing sustainable energy approaches in developing economies particularly. In the 90s, Dr. Nitin formed consulting, high-tech consulting kind of an organization specializing in the area of artificial intelligence, applications in environmental and renewable energy systems. Dr. Nitin has multiple master's degree in engineering, and he also has a doctorate degree in public policy. So welcome, Dr. Nitin, to this forum.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I request you to address the gathering here. We have like 20 minutes time, and we are fortunate to have you here today. We will like to hear your thoughts, your ideas about CGBMT's initiatives and also the sustainability initiative in the country in general. And after that, we will have like a quick question and answer session. All the participants who are here, like I would request them to put their questions here in the chat box, and we will take it up with Dr. Nitin. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. I presume you can hear me. Can you verify?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Sangeeta ji, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Also, Neelam ji, thank you so much for inviting me here as the guest of honor. There are a lot of very well-respected and well-known folks who are in this Foundation Day celebration, and it's so good to be amongst them, a number of them friends and colleagues over the years, over the many years. I always start a discussion like this by paying respect to my guru and mentor, one Mr. K.R. Date, who I worked with in the 70s onwards until he passed away, who contributed substantially back then when I was in BITS Pilani as an engineer to get me, as a civil engineer, to get me interested in the role of natural fibers, testing bamboo, sisal, cassava, and all kinds of alternative materials back then in the 70s when I interned with him and then I worked with him. So a lot of this goes back to that original training, like it does in most of our cases, where a lot of the thoughts that emerge actually come from your original training that starts off. But let me talk a little bit about the work that CGBMT is doing, which is absolutely wonderful. And congratulations to Neelam ji and the team for putting together such a program and such a good history of work that is important and is going on. So I'm going to ask a few questions actually as I make my presentation. So let me see if I can pull up my presentation here. I hope you can see. Can you verify?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I wanted to speak a little bit about this issue of scaling sustainable green. And I've been involved in this for a number of years and in different fora and some across different countries also. And the idea of having a school of simple living and what it means and why it's actually so complex to have simple living. And I want to ask some of these questions as we go along, but as a background to that, first I want to thank also my colleague and my friend Shreya Nath, who works at Atri with me in the Yelahanka and Rachanhalli area. Normally I'm over there. Right now I'm with family here in the Washington, DC area. Yeah, those pictures of Rachanhalli Lake were endearing. So scaling sustainable energy and sustainable green building solutions. What is the role of CGBMT? So I'm going to see. Now, about 10 years ago or so, I was involved in a work that was sponsored by the International Finance Corporation, working with EDS Global. You would know the Tathagat family over there running a wonderful organization in Delhi, and working with them to look at what are the benefits of having green construction materials and technologies that have ecological benefits. We looked at not only the embodied energy savings through construction and implementation, and then the operational energy savings through the life cycle of a building. And you find tremendous variations, and we came up with some 25 different large-scale solutions that were appropriate for Indian conditions in the different climatic regions that could actually be scaled up and potentially applied, and that would have amazing benefits in terms of climate in particular. we were focused on energy, to some extent water. We looked at technologies which have other ecological benefits, like I said, with water, and compared it with what the standard assumptions were, and how in fact we could have potential water savings in liters per capita per day, and did a survey to actually substantiate some of this work. This was done almost 10 years ago. It's an extensive report. I won't dwell too much more on it, except to say that I think we sort of know the conclusion, is that there are amazing environmental and ecological benefits to be had by intervening in construction with different kinds of materials, alternative materials, and of course, composite materials and new technologies, like whether it's 3D printing or any other different bonding materials and so on and so forth. But this is not new knowledge, okay? Because this is something that's been done before. You've seen this, some of these examples that we've come up before, whether it's with CSEB blocks or ferrocement roofs in Oroville with Suhasini's work over there, to the work that Neelamji herself has done in the Bamboo Symphony in 2010. And this is using bamboo and ferrocement. Absolutely fabulous examples of what can be done with green building technologies. In terms of examples, there are examples galore in other areas too. Ministries have developed a model zero emissions home with just fantastic possibilities in terms of reducing the amount of time that's required for any conditioning that we may even think about, but where technologies can be used to make our homes a lot more sustainable and can be integrated into the construction process. There's really nothing technically stopping us from doing this. It's not new knowledge in that sense. The techniques are fantastic. 40 years ago, none of these modeling techniques were available with us. Computers were not available with us as much in the 70s. But my goodness, now what's available to the youth and to the volunteers who are with CGBMT and with other organizations around the country is absolutely mind-boggling. You couldn't have imagined this many years ago. So the possibilities are actually much, much more. You also see this happening in large buildings, in corporate offices. Rahul and the team over there have used double skin facades to recycle water, and especially as we start looking at going towards 2050, where we would have 10 billion people in this world, where vertical gardening and so on are going to, by necessity, become of use amongst a whole menu of solutions. There's no single bullet answer to the problems that the world will face, but this will be amongst the solutions that we're looking at moving forward. Is it technically possible? Absolutely. It's been done, and it is in fact quite doable. So my question is actually different. My question is that despite these exemplars, these are wonderful examples, why is it that these building solutions haven't scaled? And I have a series of questions to ask, and I don't have all the answers. But these are questions that I think we need to look at. We need to really try to understand as organizations such as CGBMT try to influence where the world is going in terms of sustainability and so on. Organizations like mine, ATRI, which specializes in biodiversity and water and climate change, is also deeply interested in that. And in fact, we are working on alternative materials such as invasive species, such as lantana and prosopis, and their potential use in construction, not only to make it more efficient, but to make it more equitable, so that at the ground level, there's participation and sharing of benefits with the local communities. But then why does it not scale? That becomes the question in my mind. Does the government have a role to play? In fact, it does. But at the same time, especially with climate change and with shocks that we will get, such as the pandemic just now, this is biology, this is ecology. As soon as you start interfering with the reservoirs of viruses and gene banks, which are in our natural ecosystems, and let them out, you're going to find that they will escape and these viruses will affect us. So given that, we know that there will be shocks coming to the government, and that you can't only depend on government funding moving forward, because that funding will change based on what the requirements are at that time. And as you can see in the National Bamboo Mission, a well worthwhile mission, well intended. But at the same time, the investment, which should actually be increasing, has been dramatically decreasing. So why don't green building solutions become a mainstream approach to construction? And I'm going to borrow from some other examples and work that's been done. If you look at the manufacturing sector on the left here, you find that the process is fairly linear, in the sense because it's man-made. You go from materials to parts to products to sales and so on when it comes to material flow. And the information flow it goes from the customers to the retailers to the assemblers to the manufacturers to the suppliers. And it's a fairly linear process. It's well understood, and therefore the supply chains of these materials and this sector is reasonably well understood. In such sectors and in energy efficiency, a lot of you know a lot about energy efficiency. I was involved quite a bit in that. You can intervene by creating things like standards. You can create labels, and you can create mechanisms, as we have done in India with the star labels, for example, in refrigerators and air conditioners, where you can increase the energy efficiency by improving the sales of high efficiency equipment as compared to what was there before, and to improve the overall energy efficiency of the sector. In construction, it becomes more difficult because the supply chains are a lot more involved. The supply chains have many people where the flow of materials and the flow of funds is not linear. It's much, much more fragmented. It's much, much more complex. And therefore, the supply chains of construction are extremely complex as compared to a standard manufacturing sector, which is restrained by how you design it and not how the world exists outside. So there's a fundamental difference between the two types of sectors, and the standard supply chain approaches don't adapt easily to the construction sector, although good efforts are being made to go in that direction. So is it because we know it's not only because of government, we know it's not only because of the issues of supply chain, is it because of siloed knowledge? And what's being done to address this? Now, we have many schools here, and there are others that we should mention. The Orwell School, the Aditya Academy, in addition to, of course, the fine work that CGBMT is doing to promote different kinds of sustainable construction techniques using different materials, bamboo, mud blocks, and what have you. So is it siloed knowledge? Yes, it is. But is that the only answer? I suspect not, because a lot of schools have come up and a lot of people are doing very good work. There's a lot of enthusiasm, especially in the youth, to carry on this work and to learn about it and to try and implement it. So is it because of siloed knowledge? It's a good question. Certainly one component. Is it a lack of technological innovation? I mean, we have innovation already coming up, but then are there any emerging signs of change? We have clay roof tiles being used, the famous example that you've seen in a contemporary format, and bamboo used as an alternative to steel for its tensile strength that it's utilized on a very large scale. If actually you go to the bamboo production units in China, there's nothing small scale about it. These are huge factories that produce substantial amount of material using bamboo, from flooring to actual construction materials as well. So the idea of things being local is important, but at the same time, does that mean the same thing as scale? That's a question that needs to be asked. Is it a lack of institutional innovation? That's a question to be asked, because are we lacking imagination in how to set things up? What could these institutional innovations look like? And I take a most recent example just from about a week ago. In fact, here in the US, the newly elected President Biden made a promise that he would make an investment in infrastructure in the US to improve the economic opportunities that climate change presents to our workers by investing in infrastructure. What if the world's biggest customer went green? What if the government, and the biggest component of the plan that is suggested by President Biden, is that the procurement of the government, the standards by which the government procurement will be based, and the criteria by which that procurement will be done based on energy and climate considerations. So imagine, if you will, that the biggest procurer in any country, which is typically the government, if the procurement strategy itself changes, that is an institutional innovation that enables the industry to adapt because their biggest customer is in fact changing, and so on. Now, there are many issues that come with that, just like we have in India, the L1 systems of low bidding and so on and so forth. Similarly, we have low bid situations in the US also. It's not that, that there are problems that are not, that are dissimilar in all cases. But it is important to understand that there can be efforts, even in today's world, even in a very consumptive society like the US, to try and make a change where you can have a change coming in from the demand side. That is, how do you actually change the procurement strategies that would enable these techniques to scale up? How can one think through that? And along with these changes will be changes in the procurement policies at the state level, at the municipal level, and so on down the federated structure of the US. These are institutional innovations that can happen. Is it a lack of financial innovation? In fact, what are the global examples of green financial innovation? The EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, set up a strategy some years ago about investing in fact, energy efficiency and in energy efficient techniques. And that goes across the spectrum from renewable energy to municipal energy efficiency and so on. This is an investment. Again, this is a policy related issue, but it's in the form of financial policy where investments are made in those areas, and in India too. To some extent, this is being done, whether it is done through priority lending sectors of the RBI or different bank-related policies. There are, again, bottlenecks here in terms of, for example, in India, do the bank officers get incentives to actually do this in practice, while the policies at the high level may claim that they want to invest in these technologies? Do the bank officers actually get to do that? These are the kinds of questions that need to be addressed when you're looking at financial innovation and institutional innovation. And I think those are questions that we need to think about also. Here, there is a lot of examples of this, especially in the EBRD, which did its work really wonderfully in its green economy transition, where they actually arranged for financing on commercial terms, but added additional instruments to overcome barriers like first loan loss reserves, and not only lower interest rates, but to create lending pools and things, very innovative approaches for financing projects which would promote efficient construction as well as efficient energy transition. And finally, as we've been referring to, does it simply require a change in demand? That is, what do the consumers want? Suppliers, you can't blame them for just creating these concrete monoliths that you see across our urban spaces, which we all are aghast at and we don't like to see. And we wish that we could see some of these new innovations in materials come into play. And you wonder and you get tired of trying to convince what you would call our old-fashioned techniques and people and systems as a whole to use these techniques. Why does it always have to be pushed? It's frustrating. But it's important to try and see that the other component of this is to look on the demand side. It's what people demand that ultimately drives also suppliers. And it is the rule that the demand side typically demands not only what is easily, not easily affordable, but also easily doable. It's what can be done quickly and with the least amount of hassle. And in order to do this, one needs to engage a lot more, I feel, on the demand side with the customers, and to do not only awareness building, which is one thing, and some of the volunteer community and our own community are doing a great job at awareness building, but to get the public a lot more engaged in the process, to get them closer to the earth, to get them closer to the techniques, to get our children to get their hands muddy, to get people out to understand what the countryside looks like, what natural materials feel like. And it's really important to do that. And how can people, therefore, as consumers, change behavior to influence the market? There is a very clear theory, even an economic theory, talking about how consumers and the demand side can nudge the supply side in order to change behavior. We are seeing that in certain areas. We are seeing it whether it is the outcry towards plastics and so on. Why isn't the outcry towards the demolition and debris as much as it is there in plastic? Why isn't it as big an outcry? Why aren't we focusing a lot on what needs to be done when we are talking about this, when it comes to just the principles of circular economy? So does it simply require a change in demand? And I would say that from my experience, the focus on the supply side in terms of technologies and demonstrations of technologies will continue and should continue. But I do feel that there is a dire need for us to engage much, much more on the supplies, on the demand side, so that we are much closer to the customer, much closer to the consumer. And whereas we say consumer is always king, well, I'd like to actually see that happen, where we are addressing the needs of the mass consumer a lot more closely. I think there's a lot that organizations like CGBMT can do in advancing this science and in advancing much closer with the demand side and with the consumer. And I would be certainly happy to assist in CGBMT and its team and the wonderful ecosystem of people that Neelamji and others have created to take this one step forward. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that the audience may have. Thank you so much. I'll stop presenting now.
Thank you, sir, for this very enriching insights and your highlights, particularly that the importance of sustainable production and also sustainable consumption, and how the sustainable consumption side can actually influence the sustainable production using different type of sustainable material, sustainable standards, sustainable systems in place, and all this kind of important system related inputs basically that you have highlighted. So this is quite relevant, and you have also quite aptly highlighted the importance of having a kind of a system, particularly in this construction industry, which is a bit complicated compared to the manufacturing industry. In manufacturing industry, like starting from the supplier to the consumer side, there is a linear process which you highlighted. Unlike the construction industry, where there are a lot of different type of people who are involved, within a supply chain, you have many sub-supply chain or sub-components basically, and each of these sub-components requires different type of standards, different type of systems and all. And this siloed knowledge would not help. Here we have to collaborate with each other. We have to create kind of different type of systems which are like can be adopted or adapted by different type of producers, and also the consumer who can use those standards to understand the greenness in the material and greenness in the process basically. Thanks a lot for highlighting all these aspects. Now I request all the participants to raise the questions. I could not see any question here in the chat box. So if there is any question, you can unmute yourself and put the question directly here to Mr. Pandit.
Must be quite late.
I think, yeah, it's been a long day. So, but people have been listening, so we're just hoping. Yeah, there's just a comment, I think, Sangeeta, in the chat box. There's just a comment. The publicity by architects.
So there's a comment basically where Mr. Anil, he has put like lack of knowledge, interest to go for sustainable green because of publicity by architects. This is not very clear, but probably what he is trying to emphasize here is actually there is lack of knowledge among the producer, or in fact the architects and the builders who are the key players in the ecosystem, in the construction ecosystem. And financial institutions, they also need to understand how to finance these kind of green concepts. And I would like to add here, I personally would like to hear from you, Dr. Pandit, your perspective on like how to bring all these key stakeholders together and create a sustainable system. So for example, for green construction area, the builders or the architects, all the key players in the value chain, they require different type of technical and also the managerial or non-technical inputs basically. Sometimes we need finance for going for a green production. Sometimes the consumer would need the green financing from the banks to go for sustainable building. So how to educate these kind of key stakeholders in the policy domain, and also the support stakeholders like bank, financial institution, technical institution and all, and bring them together to create a sustainable system in the country like India.
Yeah, so I find that it's useful to try and look at problem at a regional level. To keep it relevant, and when you look at scale, you have to try and see what you can do and actually demonstrate. So, for example, some 15 years ago now, when I was with the International Institute for Energy Conservation, at that time we were working on rooftops, essentially to try and see how we could get commercial buildings to green rooftops and so on. And there was a lot of interest and awareness created just by trying to make a small change in getting the municipality to offer a rebate to commercial buildings, new commercial buildings, who would make their rooftops green, and with certain standards and so on that we had offered as a technical institution. And so there was an integration of policy, finance, and standards and technology that went with that. There were comparatives that we did, whether we could, what would be the combination of, say, white paint or green or solar at that time, back then, 15 years ago. But more than sort of, there was some market penetration, you might say, of that effort. And to some extent, I believe in the initial stages, we succeeded well. But one thing it did create, I feel, was a certain amount of awareness and bringing the community together around that concept. And I feel what happens is most of the time, people come together when you have a programmatic idea and a vision. Not just a project, but a program. And so when one is able to begin with the idea of scale and address a segment of the market and a community. So in that case, we focused on new buildings, new commercial buildings only. We didn't try to address everything for everyone, but we picked a substantial enough a section that would be able to address that problem back then. And so at that time, we felt that it was the appropriate market segment to go after. And in fact, the industry does this well, regularly. Think about even the consumer goods. I mean, folks, companies like, say, Procter & Gamble, would develop a market for a new shampoo by targeting the right consumer segment and going out and cultivating it and developing it and so on. When there is, in fact, originally there was even no market for shampoos, but they actually went out and cultivated it. So there are techniques that one can use to do that. My question is that if sometimes the industry can market and develop a market for things that you absolutely don't need, why is it that we have difficulty in creating a market for things that you absolutely do need? I think we need to look very carefully and try to understand the techniques that actually industry does use very well. And one must say hats off to that, to try to understand how it's done. Now, of course, you don't want to get into any of the adverse behavior that this thing, that's not what we are promoting. But, how can we use the techniques to try and break up the markets, to segment the markets, to understand the markets, to understand the customer, and then to actually develop a market for the products that we feel are sustainable and useful. There's a lot to learn there. And I think it's important for our community in sort of the area of sustainable development to try and really appreciate the role that the consumer plays and the techniques that can be used to bring people together, as you were saying. But there's an entire science there to be learned for doing that. And I would encourage our community to look into it.
There is Shrihita who's trying to ask questions, raising her hand. She's asking whether she can unmute herself to ask.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, everyone. So I'm basically a fourth year BArch student. I have this question triggering like from so many days that I would like to ask Nitin sir and others in the panel. So basically, what we know is that sustainability may be our future, right? But sir, in the courses which we learn from the college and our education system, so we have not learned anything about sustainability in the college, frankly. So the students who have interest in such fields, and with their special interest, we are trying to learn new techniques and trying to gain this knowledge. So we as as a students, how can we try to change the system, and what are all can be done for this? I mean, can there be any courses in such sectors?
So that's a very good question. Is that Srihita? Is that the name? Okay. Thank you for that question. I can tell you, 40 years ago when I went through my engineering, not only did we not learn about sustainability, that was hardly a word then, but we actually learned the wrong things. Okay? Not only did we not learn the right things, we were actually, I feel, taught the wrong things. Engineers and designers were told, okay, go and design something. Remember how even the discipline of engineering came in as military engineering. Back then, people were in ships and the commander told them there are 6 ships on the horizon, go shoot them. And they did a very good job at that. They figured out how to get the projectiles over and destroy them or dock the ships or do whatever they needed to. They never asked why. They never asked why. Okay. And so it's really important that when you learn your disciplines that they are right now, and our educational system fails us dramatically in so many different ways. You can't even know where to begin. So no one will teach you that per se, but I think the best way to learn it is to start asking why. And it's really important to ask that question, and ask that question without any fear, because at some point in time, it needs to be justified. You may not like the answer, but at least you will understand where it's going and then be able to make the changes that you need to make. You're not ever taught to ask a question why in our educational system. You're simply told to do things, solve problems as they are given to you. The problems are defined for you, and then you have to solve problems. But it's not that you actually have to define the problem itself and say why, and then come up with a solution and ask why is that solution a good solution. And those are the things that I think will help. So I can probably advise a little bit on how to learn, but in terms of how to change the educational system and so on, that's a mammoth problem. And I wish it would change. I think people like CGBMT and others are doing a fantastic effort in absolutely tremendous effort in trying to do the right kind of teaching and so on. But, and I believe, as the comment says, the Council of Architects needs to intervene. We've tried this, 10, 15 years ago. It is changing a system, is like turning, a big ship around, or making an elephant turn around 180 degrees. It's difficult, it takes time, and but it has to be done. And so some of it has to come in from the teaching side. Some of it has to come in from you as a student and as youth, asking hard questions to older people like us, and questioning us for things that we may not be doing correctly or wisely. And I think it's a good thing to do.
May I request Jasim sir to comment if he wants to comment? He's from the architecture.
I thought this is 7 hours. It's almost 7 hours today which you've been on. And sustainability is beyond me today. Nitin, it was a wonderful talk we heard from you. Fantastic. Being a very, very senior old fellow like me sitting and watching this for the 7 hours, it itself is, I'm not going green, I'm going to go red. The other factor that thing is that girl's question to you, You must understand architecture, you have to learn yourself. No school, nobody is going to teach you. You have to learn yourself. Everything I learned is by myself. The school is only there to get your certificate and your degree. Everybody, that's about, even degree, I've agreed with the council, we are not going to give it to you for the next 5 years after you pass out. If they follow me, it's after 5 years. After you pass out, you'll get your degree and your certificate to practice. The fact is, these youngsters who join architecture, 90% have no clue what architecture or environment is. Doesn't matter. But once you join it, you can go into the challenge, you can go into the process and learn. It happens. And even if I get 10%, architecture is not for everybody. It is for the person who thinks. I was like right in the morning, it's for the human being. It's not for the green animals and other things hanging around. No, that's another world of architecture, which I will not get into. But then I really admire the way you're sitting in Washington, D.C. and talking here is unbelievable. I don't know what time is it, midnight there or what?
Oh, no. It's not that bad, sir.
It's not that bad.
It's 6:30 in the morning.
Early morning. My wife is just saying, how long are you going along with what sustainability have you got? It's wonderful. You've done a great job for the day. Now, do you know who's calling? Tata Steel Company. Sir, we have a seminar coming up within the next half an hour. Will you join us? I said, all bamboo over, now back to steel. I have to go.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you, Dr. Pandit, for your very enriching insights and thoughts. Particularly, I liked the answer that the sustainability has to be an integral part of our school education, our technical and also the managerial and general education. That is very important. And I would like to add to that, like if you look at our industrial policies in the country, even that also doesn't talk much about sustainability. We promote industries, we promote micro, small, medium enterprises, we talk about their productivity and competitiveness, but we forget about the sustainability part. And once they start polluting, then only we impose all the rules, regulations, and many things. So the sustainability is something which we have to actually include in our policy, include in our day-to-day living, include in our entire lifestyle and whatever we are producing locally or for the global markets and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Now, moving ahead, I would like to request Ruchi from CGBMT to introduce the next year campaign.
Next what?
Ruchi, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, Sangeeta. Good evening, all. We welcome all of you to the introduction of our upcoming annual campaign, Action for Simple Living. Our manifesto for the coming year focuses on propagation of skilling in sustainability sector centered around individuals and the community. To elaborate on our campaign further, we are screening a presentation video by CEO and founder of CGBMT, Architect Neelam Manjunath, followed by a slideshow of our action plan for 2021-22. We welcome all of you to join us in our efforts for the coming year. With this, I leave you to the presentation.
Thank you, Ruchi. Now, I would like to request Professor D.K. Anand to share his views and ideas, and probably he has a small presentation to make on the year ahead by, for CGBMT.
Thank you, Sangeeta.
Professor
Just
D.K.
waiting for the presentation to come up. We have heard everything that we had been doing the last 1 year. We have met a lot of experts during the day who are probably expelling some opportunities that are lying ahead that we should delve into. Nevertheless, I put all together a list of things that we have been doing and which will continue to be done, along with a few more getting added. But I'm sure this is not just the list. We know the season of the pandemic is influencing a lot of things that we do. So these things are certainly on. We would be something doing beyond these things, what we heard today too. Simple talks have been going on for the last 1 year, which is definitely our 60 to 90-minute talk by an expert on various aspects of related to sustainability. We completed 22 last year. We'll continue on to this year. We'll make sure that that is the best way to make the common man unlearn and learn the new ways of sustainability. People who get more interested, we completed 1 season of masterclass, which was 5 of them. We'll conduct at least 2 of those seasons again. It's a day-long session with the classes and workshops combined. We look forward to do a skilling program for the sustainability sector by developing a program to build a skilled team to support sustainable construction methodology. And that's something what we are very careful about, because that's what the next requirement would be. Workshops, hands-on to support our masterclass, and additional workshops we expect to do looking at the scenario building that is currently prevailing. Next slide, please. We continue to do the certificate courses, which you have already heard about. These are short modular courses on bamboo application technology, which may range between 6 months to a year. We had the postgraduate certificate program. This is a 1-year program on bamboo application technology where a lot of awards got away. We also are getting into some basic and advanced courses, just 20 hours program in rainwater harvesting, earth construction, air pollution, and energy. We may build more factors as we go along. On the project side, we had been speaking about the mass gathering structures, especially for religious festivals, for which we already have an understanding with 4 architecture schools to foray it into a design and probably take it up through students and also through a community. That's what we are envisaging to do. We have got a lot of interest coming up from the other places across the country. We see opportunities on ecotourism projects, especially the biodiversity hotspots ones. We would like to do some interventions there and create some balanced projects. One thing what we realize is that where we can get into is the disaster management board, a squad. We basically develop some attributes and processes and action plan for disaster management. Build a team who will be capable to be into an action when required. One interesting thing that we are looking for, which we realized during the course of the year, people coming back and say, my building is not green, can you make it green? My building is not sustainable, can you do that? And I see that as an opportunity that we will get into, retrofitting for sustainability, the existing projects or existing buildings into use and explore them in multiple ways and bring it back to a carbon positive structure. Next slide, please. The rest, to develop more and more areas, we have built some collaborations with institutions, especially the BMSA School of Architecture, the Faculty of Architecture, the Abdul Kalam at AKTU in Lucknow, the Albagh ongoing relationship with the Albagh Education Institute, and the newly signed MOU with the Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University. These would probably get on to doing several programs which will directly benefit the students who are already on the structure of learning, where we see that that particular inquiry has come up, and we hope to develop programs which could be acceptable onto their curriculum structure, and thus we can build that need or that requirement and awareness of sustainability and future could be built through our new comrades, I would say. Also supporting the MSME, which we see as an opportunity. There is a ODOR program, One District, One Product program, where we aspire scheme, where they consist of livelihood and technology incubators within the MSME. We'll hit into and target the sustainable products, the bamboo products, or any other material products, especially envisaging the livelihood of the people who are getting into, which will help the general mass and the community as such. On the research side, we will continue to be a repository of research, and we look to build some chair or a seat where people can develop research centers, and will support some of the existing research that's happening, and probably set up and promote research in various aspects of the building materials, sustainable materials, and which can become a learning center too. Parallelly, we intend to build internally a large new workshop at our new CGBMT campus, a large campus which will also have a small studio, which will be aligned to develop some work methodologies and explore bamboo as a design material and how it can be explored upon on the workshop as well as on the design side. As you already heard, volunteering is one of the core areas which we have to build and strengthen. So that's another area which our focus continue to remain, and build volunteers to enable volunteering as one of the practices of the human development and their responsibility to the community and the projects thereafter. Obviously, we can see whether we can explore it along with the United Nations registrations and things like that. These are the things what we have recognized, but I'm sure there will be many more that will happen as the time goes by. And you will be hearing them soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. J. Rajasekhar Rao to give a vote of thanks. Sir, are you there?
Yes, I am there. Thank you very much. Neelam, how much time do we have?
I like that.
So
yeah, as much people can bear at the end of the day.
Okay. While it is an opportunity to thank all the eminent speakers and all the good work done by CGMT, led by you and all the volunteers, what intrigues me are something which I thought I should share with you. People leave some thoughts. Dr. Pandit talked about a few things which were very, very interesting: supply, demand, consumer, and what's happening in the world, COVID, non-COVID. So I am unable to resist. I thought I'll take a few moments. Can you allow me to share a few things?
Yes, sure.
I would like to see your face.
Yeah, we are not able to see you. Your video is not on.
Am I visible now?
Better. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So I thought that, I leave some thoughts with you. My question, I am picking up the style of Dr. Pandit, and rather than saying something, let me ask a question. What do you see here? Many people see this like a cloud. Somebody sees an anthill, somebody sees a fin of a shark, I guess. Somebody is seeing some paintwork.
That person who's talking from Ladakh, what he says are icicle pyramids is what I see.
Right. But you know, most of the times, let me actually zoom out and show you what it was and how we construct our solutions in this world. We were trying to draw this rhino, and then what actually we have got is this when we zoom in too much. And what's happening today is most of us are zooming in too much into specialization and losing the overall theme. This is happening being a management consultant. I'm seeing this day in and day out with organizations, with corporations, with even creative people. So some of the things I wanted to get in perspective, what I have been observing, even an NGO like CGBMT, if they have got to focus, we have got to succeed. And we see this large corporation. This is a useful video. In your free time, you could look at them. You would see that the companies, the biggest of the biggest companies have fallen within no time. And what was there number one yesterday is no longer number one. And this is a very great article. There are about 50 big corporations, how they have failed. And why they have failed is they have innovated. Have they not really innovated? No, that's not true. Let me, if you can see my screen, a couple of things I wanted to get it in perspective was what we forget are the two big forces. One is the industry and the market, which most of the business schools, Porter's 5 forces all have taught. Today, what I have studied
you have to change your slide, I think. Raj, you may have to change your slide or something.
Is it not changing? Is it not changing?
No.
Only the rhinoceros is still
no.
Okay, let me stop the share. Let me put a full screen, perhaps it may, if it is. So from here, can you see my screen here?
Yes.
From here, we move.
Yeah.
This is what, just being myopic and very zoomed in, very focused, very siloed. And this is actually what we wanted to draw. We wanted to draw a rhino. We ended up drawing an anthill or a fin of a shark. That's what exactly is happening with the companies. They are falling here. And this is a very interesting, very small video. I think in your free time, you should look at. And there are 50 largest corporations in the world which have failed to innovate. This article says failed to innovate, but that's not true. They did not that they did not innovate. They spent billions of dollars on innovation, but they didn't really innovate where they should have innovated. They looked at this, not at the rhino. That was the issue. But looking at that, I would like to, we have to change with the things. What's the change? I mean, people were talking about commodities we extract and sell. Then we came to goods. But the rules into the game, the principles of commodities does not apply to goods when you do a value add. We move to the services business, but we are frozen in time. We still think that our whole economy is a service-based economy. Architects, services and everything, but it is not. It's an experience-based economy. And here, if you look at the innovation, look at Nokia is one of the biggest companies which innovated the first internet on the mobile. But they did not see what was coming. Today, you ask the biggest company, telecom company, who is your competitor? Airtel will talk Jio, Jio will talk Vodafone. But actually their competitor, 90% of their talk time market is being taken by somebody unknown like WhatsApp. So there are substitutes. There are alternatives which are available. The biggest hotel chain was Westin, Hilton and everything. And per room, the asset acquisition cost was $1 million or something like that, a big X. Today, Oyo transformed it. So it is not just that transformation, things like that. What people are doing in the name of innovation That is something which we have to change. These people denied, they were in denial. Kodak was killed. A phone company was killed by Nokia, was Samsung, Samsung was Apple. You know, this is Kodak was the largest film company. Who killed it? They didn't even know that Sony, a Walkman company, killed it. And Walkman was killed by a phone company. So the world is changing. And here I would like to quickly flip through. Don't be surprised if your everything will be run like this. It's changing at a rapid rate. It took 75 years to get 50 million telephone users. But for Internet 4, for Facebook 3, Pokemon just took 35 days to reach 50 million. And why? What is the thing? If you look at a hospital or anything which has an industry, one hospital, 50 specialized, 25 doctors, 3 OTs, 100 beds, and so many. What are the permutations, combinations? How much does it take? Look at the speed. This was the speed. Today we are able to do it with algorithms. People are creative. The creation cannot be done. The innovation cannot be done. The intuitive thinking cannot be done by the machines. So it's about speed. Now, quickly from speed, which is a given by using these computers and everything, we can replicate things. But what were we doing? We call it digital bullock cart. What did we achieve? Yes, we have digitized. We know the number of steps it walks, number of calories it's burned. So what? So what are we measuring? Are we measuring our goals? As an organization, should we look at that? What's the point of measuring the speed very accurately if it is going in the wrong direction? So it's not about transforming. Before digitalization, it's about transformation. We can't put the cart before the horse. Many places we are doing that. This is something I would urge all of our volunteers, not for the gurus, not for Jasim sir, Pandit and Sonam. They will teach us, but I'm not trying to be, but all our other colleagues, I think we have got to keep the focus. It's just not the technology. If we don't focus on the humans and the organization, we will make digital bullock carts. We will not transform the world. So in simple living, I think we have got to connect these 3 dots. And Neelam, you have put a very nice program and it's going in the right direction. But even the biggest companies collapse if we become myopic and just see the horn of the rhino and not the rhino in totality. And if we don't take this, it's a 3-legged stool, whether it's your environment or sustainability, one leg is out, the stool is going to fall. And thanks to Professor Jasim, Nitin Pandit, Swam, they were very interesting. Today was a crisis. Hyderabad is burning. I'm from Hyderabad. We had to admit more than 60 people and I was looking for oxygen cylinders and everything. But I have been 1 year on this one and the other year plugged on my phone. My apologies, Neelam, I couldn't spend so much time here. But the second half, I could participate and listen into that. Very, very inspiring. You're doing great work. You are inspiring people to do that. I'm very happy with the progress what we have made. And all this is happening with the participation of stalwarts like architect Jasim, Nitin Pandit. I had an opportunity to meet him last time on one of the conferences which we did in Bangalore. Great articles. You're doing great work. Just my urge is to be focused and then do real transformation instead of pseudo bullock carts, digital bullock carts. Thank you, everyone. You have made our day.
You are supposed to give vote of thanks, Raj.
Yes, thank.
I like him.
Thank you, Neelam. I am not. I thank the speakers and the guest of the session and Neelam Manjunath and the organizers organizers
Sagar, can you put
for
the list if
participating
we
in
have
this
here? List on the screen for him.
program.
If you can stop share, we can put the screen on.
I am on my.
You can
Thank
stop
you,
share.
Neelam.
Yeah. So we have so many people to
Yeah. So, thank you, Neelam, for helping me out. I am here. So many thanks to our chief guest, architect Peter Ray, and special thanks to Sonam Wangchuk. We have heard you only on the TV and the news and the magazines. It was a privilege and pleasure to have you on this session, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk. And thanks to Professor Vishnukant and the team. Special thanks to Dr. Sanjeev Singh, Professor Jasim, Mohan Rao, and how do I can't even see on my phone, sorry. Viru Shiv Prakash.
Can make it bigger? Sagar, can you make it bigger?
Say VS Prakash, that's enough.
Yes, Dr. Prakash. Neelam, sorry, I have missed your vote of thanks. I can't see.
No, it's okay. It's absolutely fine. Now.
Yes. So, Dr. Sanjeev Singh, Dr. Jasim, Mr. Mohan Rao, Dr. Shiva Prakash, and the panel speakers, Sandeep Viramani, Vishwanath, Shivakumar, Sajan, Jagdish, and Dr. Reni. Special thanks to Dr. Yellappa Reddy. He has been always there in most of, he is one person who has been an attendee all throughout all the conferences. I haven't seen him missing one. Special thanks to Jalwan Mishra, Akansha. That was a wonderful, inspiring presentation by you. Ashish, thanks to you. Professor Anand, thanks to you. Architect Dean De Cruz, thanks to you. Is it Leo? And Shruti? And Dr. Parekh?
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Shapul Sinha. And finally,
you should thank Apurva and Sangeeta to put it together along with Neelam and helping along with those youngsters. They're fantastic. They did a tremendous job.
Thank you, Architect Jasim. Thanks for, you did mention them. They did without them, this program wouldn't have been a success. I think they worked tirelessly to put this program together. Over to you, Neelam.
Neelam, we are waiting for you.
But I know you are. So there's a lot of stress. I think Raj has to find this oxygen for around so many patients. So that's why probably he's under stress. But still, I think Raj, you really gave a insight, and we'll definitely look forward to your guidance also in not to be myopic and take things forward. So thank you so much, and I hope you are able to get the oxygen cylinders for the people that you are looking for. All the best for them, and we wish them speedy recovery to all the people.
Sure. So,
thank you.
Excuse me, I will jump off this call. There is an emergency, so let me rush back. Thank you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Sure. You have put in a lovely program. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ma'am, I think Ruchi wants to run that video. I think the last part was left.
Okay,
so I'm
okay.
Sure if she's here.
Just a message. Otherwise, yeah, that's the last message. No problem. I think everyone is. Okay. You're running it? No, Ruchi, are you running it? Everyone is. Yeah, okay. just a small message, and I've been messaging all day, so it's okay.
Anand, good for having
Hello,
put
guys.
everything together, Anand. Must thank you for that. I forgot.
Thank you so much, sir. I told you all your blessings and all that. We have to keep getting blessings from
See,
the
Prakash
elders.
is having a laugh.
We'll do our best. So I will keep.
Hello, our fellow inhabitants of this earth. How are you all doing? Are you scared? Living on the edge? Scared to take the phone lest it will be a bad news? No social life? And this situation, you're trying to keep your head above. Sometimes no jobs, no income. You're trying to keep your head above with all these things in fear, in disappointments, death, above the sea of all this gloom around you. Do you think there is a way out? There are people who have been telling there is a way out. It is there, yes. But it will not happen overnight. And it will not be done by the United Nations or the World Health Organization or the World Bank or the presidents and the prime ministers. It will be you. It has to be done by you. It has to be done by us. We have to change our pessimistic behavior to basic simple living. And we have to take action. It's time to take action. About time. Action for simple living. This is the theme for our campaign for the year 2021-22. Last year we had provided you with some basic data about the situation that we exist on or we are living in at the moment and some basic solutions for that. This year we intend to handhold you by skilling you to take charge of these solutions. Come, let us join hands in making this world a healthier and happier place to live for us, for our children and their future, and for all living beings, including nature. Stay tuned to our posts for again updates on all these our datas and programs, and have a very happy year ahead. And thank you for watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very grateful. All of you have been here the whole day, and you were able to, at your age, you have been sitting, Jasim sir, Prakash sir, all of you. Nitin, Sangeeta, Suja sir from London. Anju Gupta, Nikhil, Divya.
You're welcome. I enjoyed it very much. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I did listen to some bit. Very interesting, and I'll follow them up with an email, hopefully. But thank you very much for the opportunity. Great event. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Suja. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Sangeeta, for such a good comparing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Jason.
this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, DK.